Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Progenitor Circuit broadcast for October. I am Duhadra, and joining me in the same room is VG Shazbot.
Hey, guys.
It's a beautiful day here in Las Vegas, and probably wherever you are as well. We're very glad you choose to spend your Saturday mornings and afternoons and possibly even evenings with us watching some League of Legends. We've got a great show for you today. Shazbot, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited, man. I was looking at some of the players before the game, and we're seeing some familiar faces that we know very well, but we're also seeing some new names that have already made me laugh, and hopefully they impress me with their gameplay too.
Agreed. And now, everyone, before we get started, we have a couple of announcements, things that we need to go over. Number one is, have you freshened up recently? Because I sure have. And I tell you what, the flavor, it's pretty good. I feel refreshed when I drink it. I did it as a post-workout. I feel hydrated.
Good stuff.
And especially for me, I can't have caffeine. It's just a rule. My body doesn't process it correctly. And so even the non-caffeinated version, Freshen Up, thank you very much. You can find the affiliate links on our website, progenitorscircuit.com, which is a way easier thing to say than progenitorcircuit-shop.fourthwall.com.
Yeah. We're gonna check your spelling to see if you can spell progenitor, but I think if you've gotten this far, you'll find it.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. With that, we also want to announce that November signups are available. That will be for November 15th at our new time, noon Pacific. Not 1, noon. Good news for our East Coast players.
Correct. And that is why we made the change.
So then, in addition to that, we are announcing December. Woohoo!
Woo!
It is December 20th.
Yes.
At also noon Pacific time. That's going to be the forever time now until we eventually make it earlier again, because it's still rough on our East Coast guys. But still, November, December signups are available on Battlefy, also on our website at progenitorcircuit.com. Join the Discord and watch everything. We're very excited. Shazbot, our first game today is going to be between Mithril Knights, a returning team, and a new squad called the Pink Panthers.
Yes, and we love to show the newer players. We know Mithril Knights very well. They've been in many things, but Pink Panthers is a brand new. I don't think there's anyone on that team that we know, so I'm pretty excited.
Even if we do know them, it's all in a different language, and we're gonna throw that out there right now. Forgive us in advance. I do not speak those languages.
We're glad you're here. We're also English speakers. English is our first language. Please forgive us.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. We're going to get draft up here in just a minute. And Shazbot, I do want to talk real quick about Worlds while we have a moment and we're loading in our draft. So we just finished the Swiss stage in the Worlds bracket. So how are your pick'ems doing?
I have not checked on my pick'ems. That's so super funny. I went through. And it was so funny because I should have done more research when I did my pick'ems, because I'm like, yeah, T1, yeah, T1, yeah, T1. And then opened up stream and I was like, oh, T1 is immediately open for elimination. And I was like sweating bullets, like all my pick'ems are with them. So, but, we're doing okay so far that we got through the first 3 games or 5 games. But.
So tell you what, that best of series against Invictus,
really
I stayed up and watched that one live.
Man,
worth it. You were, that's right. You were packing, we were talking back and forth. What a game, what a series.
Yeah.
So good. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. And the other good news is this is all on the same patch.
Right.
Like they always put Worlds on the same patch, and every game that I have watched has been exciting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Swiss stage is now done. We are into the quarterfinals. I'm not going to spoil anything here because those games finished at like 5 a.m. today.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna give anything like
okay,
that.
pretty tired.
I only watched the one series, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah, no spoilers, but it was only one series. But for those of us who follow professional League of Legends, it's looking very, very good for the ecosystem, for the teams that made it. And also, we have a Worlds Spoilers channel in the Discord server. Go check that out if you have other things that you want to say and or hear or learn, because it's a good thing. Oh. Hello from Server Panda, Sukoto and Calavir. That's funny. Yeah. So then, with our most recent episode of PCP, we also talked a bit about our patch we're playing on now. We specifically called out Yunara and Ezreal. Are there any other things you're expecting to see today? Just again, without any real deep look into our players, what's strong right now?
So there were a couple of things that like we turned off the podcast. Go watch the podcast. Listen to the podcast.
Right.
It's some good stuff, and we turned off the podcast and we were talking a lot about the Doran's items, the Doran's item changes, and we did not mention that Doran's Blade got a change, which is really nice for all the fighters out there who kind of like building Doran's Blade, but kind of felt weird about lifesteal. Now they're feeling great. The thing that we did not mention is that it is a direct nerf to every ADC.
Right.
Because every ADC, with minor exceptions, very notable minor exceptions, takes Doran's Blade, and they're going to be getting less lifesteal, because even if they're just auto-attacking, they're getting 2.5% of the damage back rather than 3%, which isn't a ton, but you don't need a ton for those early levels, the level 1 through 4 levels. So I'm going to be looking at that. The other thing I'm going to be looking for is the new lane swap meta.
Oh, yeah. So for anyone who hasn't been watching, one of the really big things that people have been doing is they are starting their marksman in the top lane against the bruiser, juggernaut, tank, whatever you want to call them, getting easy pressure, and then letting your top laner be on the bottom side in the 2v2. And when you pair that with something like a Lulu or a Nami or Karma, someone who can give the shields and heal an enchanter, your top laner can just sit there and farm.
Right.
And you give the levels and the experience to your marksmen, and they ramp up sooner. It's actually really fascinating, especially with stacking champions like Smolder.
Right. It's scary with someone like Smolder. And honestly, like, it starts to branch off from there, because, like, you know, we're not seeing Veigar top that first part yet, but, like, what's stopping people from doing that? And we're not seeing enough pressure from the jungle to pressure these immobile marksmen or whatnot. Like, you can still send, like, Caitlyn's up top and be fine.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily, but so I'm curious. It hasn't been a lot of time for our teams to adapt, but if teams have been watching Worlds since the start and are like, wait a minute, we could do that. I'm curious if we're going to see any of that today.
Yeah, and we have very marksman-centered teams. That's the other thing to really remember is Filmy has an incredible marksman. I think Derry. That sounds right.
Sounds right.
Okay, and then Calavir, formerly on Team Unknown. Just we have so many good marksmen. I'm remembering back to September. Was it September? It might have been the month before. It was the month before. It was August, where we had the Jinx turnaround triple kill.
Right.
You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Like, what a play.
Yeah.
And
because we were saying, like, oh, if Jinx gets fed, and then Jinx got fed instantly. Yeah. Totally.
And so I agree with you. I think that that's going to be a lot of fun, especially with Smolder's particular strength up there. He's already popular. He's very, very strong. I think that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The other thing that comes from the top lane right now in the pro meta at Worlds is Sion is borderline undefeated. Sorry,
True.
Unbeaten. Yikes.
Good start.
Totally. And he's not a big PLC pick.
Right.
But if we're looking into those type of things where you need one of those mega tanks who just naturally gets up and going by farming, I think we might see him. But what we do see is our draft here on the screen. Mithril Knights on the blue side with Pink Panther. How did we... Mithril is kind of a bluish, shiny metal, and then the pink is red. I love it.
It's going to be great until they're in the finals and they're facing each
flip.
other. Yeah, good stuff. I wanted to highlight what Server Panda was saying. I think that lane swaps are here to stay, and I'm kind of glad where they are. I'm not offended by the way that the pros are doing right now, but very interesting bans so far. Seeing Set, seeing Melio. A lot of control mages that are being banned out by Pink Panther. Looks like they've done their homework on PLC, because like control mages are what we do.
And especially Layson on Mithril Knights.
That's right.
He's been the mage guy. Right. And he's done a lot of good work for the Knights in their showings here. I am surprised by the Kayn lock-in, though. I don't hate it, but it's unique. It's not very often that it's locked in.
Yeah, on paper, Kayn is someone that has that flexibility to try to break the tanks or break the assassins. But in practice, it's kind of a strange one because Kane is someone that you can easily counter jungle.
Mhm.
Like if you're really coordinated with your team in, I don't know, say a tournament that you're all coordinated for. But again, I'm with you. I don't hate it. I think that the problems that you can first pick Kane with is mitigated. Now, what's interesting is that you know that they didn't have someone else that they wanted to lock in first. That they thought Kane was good on the B1. So
It goes into discussions that we've had about, let's call it draft theory.
mhm.
What is better to lock in first? Something that you know how it's going to be countered by a Wukong. Wukong is top 2 junglers right now,
Right.
and he's good at the counter.
Right.
And so you expect that, and it gives you a little bit more flexibility to react to something that red team locks in.
Mhm.
Right? What do you give away first? And so the safety of picking the jungler first, who doesn't have a direct 1v1 matchup, I think is actually really intelligent.
Yeah.
But what it does is it gives away the Wukong. It gives away the Galio. They do lock in the Kai'Sa though, which hasn't been. Did she get some adjustments over the last patch or two?
I am not sure, but I do think that the Doran's change in items is the thing that's in the forefront of my brain,
Right.
and I think that Kai'Sa actually uses all 3, but specifically 2 of those items very, very well. The Doran's ring and
Mhm,
the Doran's
mhm.
blade, since she has so many abilities that she uses for damage. And then a favorite of Mr. Juhadre here is
Love me
locked
some
in.
Silas.
And honestly, like from the 2 ults, now 3 ults that we see, yeah, Silas I think is a great pick into this team or Mythril Knights against Pink Pink.
Forgive me. I want to go on a little bit of a question here and say, what if Silas takes Viego's ultimate? Does that create the ghosts he can? No, that's his passive,
that's
right?
his passive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the
Yeah.
complexity of taking a Heartbreaker and getting a soul and completely changing all of your I don't know, man.
Reading the articles about Silas about the headache that it was to implement him. That now every champion they add, they have to think about Silas interactions. It's a little bit less important for Viego, but yeah, it's safe to say that Viego is very good against Silas.
Yeah.
Just in every way. But usually that doesn't come up super often. But yeah, so.
Now that we're into our second banning phase, Nautilus, I think Pink Panther's wanting to get rid of some more of these supports that do well with Kai'Sa. Alistar was what I was going to bring up. I think that these are 2 great supports with Kai'Sa because they help stack her passive so quickly.
Right.
And so on the other side, the Jinx taken away. I think another marksman is going to be taken out. I want to say they want to take out Yunara.
Hyper carry.
Or okay, it's Caitlyn.
Okay.
All right. I actually respect that too. She's got the long range. She also got buffed 4 worlds. They changed some more of her scaling so her ultimate does a little bit better. I respect that, especially because her range is so much longer than that of Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Now, I will say Kai'Sa does have the flex pick into the mid lane if they really hate it. Send Silas top. I don't think that will happen, but if they pick someone that was absolutely like, ugh, I can't lane against that, like they do have that flexibility. I don't think that that's what's going on, but I'm curious. What Red 4 is going to be because they have to pick something that either they can answer on top side or they can answer. No, what are we missing?
Bot lane.
They're just bot lane. Okay, so they're picking someone that they're going to answer, and we see the Yunara.
I actually like this. I was going to ask, do you save your marksman pick for last so you can see the support, the full matchup, or do you pick your marksman so that you can see their support and match that lane?
Yeah.
And so I like this choice. Yunara very strong right now. Just got some really big buffs, quality of life on her E. I like the changes.
Cho'Gath, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Stuff's moving around here a little bit. Cho'Gath is locked in for the top lane. That's good. Cho'Gath is a good pick, especially into K'Sante, because when similar to Garen, when K'Sante ults, he gets half his health bar.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Which means he's closer to execute thresholds always.
Right.
So that's actually really good. He also has the sustain in the laning phase, being able to farm with his passive, and Seraphine is locked in as well on the bottom.
This is quite the team comp for them. they're not very wombo, but they're the kind of like team that you don't want to accidentally run into in the bush because you're absolutely dead. They've got a lot of versatility on that team. I've got Scion on the brain just talking about I think I would have rather seen Scion here just to have a little bit more engage if you're going to have a huge HP statistic. But I don't hate Cho'Gath. I think that someone in that niche fits their team very well, especially going into Cassante. They're going to have a big slugfest up there. And then Karma is picked. Very interesting.
I predicted this in my mind. And I think it's perfect because look at the amount of dive and engage on the side of Mithril Knights. An empowered shield from Karma ruins a lot of that. You also get a lot of pressure in the laning phase because you start with your ultimate, right? And you can push away the Seraphine. So I think that that's a terrific pick on the side of Pink Panther.
Yeah, I think a lot of how the bot lane is going to go initially is going to be determined by how the supports decide to play. Barring that they do one of these crazy lane swap stuff, which is absolutely possible with the 2 tanks that they picked. But I think more likely it's going to be either Karma's outpoking Seraphine or Seraphine's outpoking Karma.
Yeah. The poke lanes are in. The draft is in. We're getting into spectator delay. Only 3 minutes to go, everybody. And we're into game number 1 between Mithril Knights and Pink Panther. I see a prediction already in our chat. Server Panda says giving it to Pink Panther if Kane doesn't get juiced. He doesn't have freshen up, so it's Pink Panther.
There you go.
Speaking of,
there is a lot of pressure on what is it, Sparks the God, who's appears to be their top lane. In not caving in. I don't think that there's a world where Cho'Gath runs over Cassante. Cho'Gath is just trying to go even until the end. And I really don't think that he's in that much of a losing lane. He just needs to not lose the lane.
Right.
So a lot of pressure there. But I do think that like if Mithril Knights goes even, they'll eventually win the game. I think that the Wukong on the side of Pink Panther is a really, really good pick for them. Very disruptive on that ulti. And I think if he can get some good angles, then Pink Panther might have these team fights.
Yeah. I am worried. You were talking about the ultimates from Layson. There are so many good choices. I think Karma's the only one that's not a good choice because it just gives you Karma's kit for a little bit. But Yunara getting the steroids, that's really good. The Cassante all out, separating. You're already mobile on Sylas. The double knockup from the Wukong, being able to join if you don't want to take teleport, using the heroic entrance. Like everything on the side of Pink Panther is very, very good. So if Layson can do the same thing and just stay ahead of the Galio, get himself some items, get himself some pressure, then he's going to have a huge impact on the game.
I'm curious if Sylas has done his homework onto these ultis, because I'm looking at Yunara, the Karma, even Cassante. Like, does Sylas stealing Cassante ult cut your HP in half?
I would hope so.
I don't know. Like,
so, see, it's interesting because the way that Cassante's ultimate works is it reduces his health and it converts your resistances into damage and makes it true damage.
Right.
But you're not building a whole lot of resistances on Sylas. So how instead you're going to get the Sylas AP ratio on those things. So how does it work? That's actually a really good point.
And I'm curious if he's done, because in theory, Sylas, taking out say the Karma or the Yunara just to 1v1 him, like if he's getting the Omnivamp, then his W is even more terrifying.
True.
I just don't know the interaction. Frankly, I don't play Sylas very often.
It's going on the list.
Or Cassante. So I'm very curious, like how familiar he is with Sylas, if he's done that homework. Because if he understands the interaction, then their ADC could be taken out of every team fight, or at least every 60 seconds or whatever the cooldown is at level 9 or whatnot. So,
it's actually really, really low.
You're right, but it's on
really low
on a per champion basis, which is and I know that goes down per rank, but I know that much about Sylas.
Another thing I am interested in seeing is Yunara's build path. I mentioned on PCP that I have very strong opinions on what should be built. I don't understand the Kraken Slayer. If someone can explain to me like I'm 5, I would love to hear it, but I don't think it's the move.
Yeah, and here we are into the game. That was a very fast loading screen. I appreciate your PCs, guys.
I wonder if part of it is we now have the ability to do the
No delay.
no delay. I don't think we will. Just that, or we offset the stream by however many minutes.
Right.
But anyway, this is where we are. We're on the Rift. Everything is even. Mithril Knights and Pink Panther. Some very standard battle lines here drawn in the river. No one's going to get any extra information. And it's uncharacteristic of PLC to have so little action in the first minute of the game.
We're looking for that action, and I'm taking note to see if anyone has done anything different with the Doran's items. Everything looks very simple. Looks like a cheeky word is trying to come out. Wukong gets some damage. That will actually matter for the top lane, but this is Cho'Gath. He's got the passive. He should be able to heal it up. I think he has to pay attention to K'Sante trying to beat his face in with some of that Grasp of the Undying. Just double checking. Yes, he does. And
How does K'Sante have 10 more gold than Cho'Gath and 5 more on the Silas? They literally bought the same items.
they pink? Do they
Oh,
pink the
marking
wards?
wards.
Yeah.
Marking wards. Yeah.
I'm the fastest ward marker in the West. I'm sorry to all my ADCs, but I'm getting that every time.
As you should. You just try and get gold when you can.
Absolutely.
So then, looking at lanes, what are we expecting in terms of pressure? Both of these bot lanes have supports that want to push. We have the AoE from the Kai'Sa Q and the Yunara Q, so who's going to actually be shoving in these lanes?
I'm really curious because I think a lot of this comes down to the way the poke is managed in the bot lane. And I don't think it's very clear either way. Getting hit by Yunara Q for a couple
Turns
times.
around, Aetherbug is going in, a heal and a shield there. Barrier popped, Summoner healed popped, and a Karma E. All of that to save Nicotine from Aetherbug.
Yeah, all 4 champions in the bot lane are feeling pretty rough. I love checking in on top lane, but we are going to see absolutely nothing up here for a pretty while. Like, here we are getting a lot of damage onto the Cho'Gath, and I really don't think he's going to do much more than hurt his feelings.
Yeah.
So,
I like the biscuit though on the K'Sante. That's interesting because he doesn't have the built-in sustain like Cho'Gath does, and so I can appreciate him going with that.
you say that, and then I will show you his health regen stat, man. It is insane. It is insane. But yeah, looking at the mid lane is very interesting. We're seeing a lot more poke onto Silas here, but Silas has more sustain in the form of his W if and only if he can get some of these brawls out. And it looks like Galio is deciding not to do a lot of these engagements.
I respect that though. You have a lot of base damage and you have the magic shield on your W, but really Galio is more of a setup. He's not a big solo killer, in my opinion. Billy
No,
Harold,
you're
don't hate me. Here they go. Layson is going to get hit with a taunt. Mama Nene wants to go in, has the double buff, forces flash.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Wukong will show his face there. At this point, the Mithril Knights are known Wukong's location, can kind of get a bead. Wukong's not going to be doing anything in his jungle now, so they can kind of predict where he will go next. But I'm watching these bot laners. I'm watching the he's out of mana for Seraphine, and he's not got enough pressure to do anything more than that, so they're going to be recalling and resetting there. I think a lot of pressure is on this bot lane because I don't think we're going to see much action elsewhere unless people start making some big mistakes. So we're watching the junglers, seeing how they're going to be responding to the objectives, and seeing how this bot lane goes as far as skill checks. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. I tried so hard to
We're in
make it
the
not
same room
audible. Oh, Layson misses the cannon and goes Saudo, but it's trading back pretty well. Conqueror is procced, and that was an even trade. I'm actually impressed with that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the Silas is basically always going to be semi-low on health, going to be taking some riskier plays, but I think he should be safe because if Galio goes in, unless he has a guaranteed kill, he should be able to heal up with that Kingslayer.
Absolutely, especially because you can proc Conqueror so quickly using his passive and the auto resets with his skills. You're going to get so many hit points back.
Yeah, I at first you were talking about how uncharacteristic it is for PLC to.
In comes Jackson. They're going to get the knock up on the Vusador. Jackson dodges out the taunt and not even flashing. Galio is made of stone.
He just ignoring that. Just how unusual it is for PLC to be this inactive, and but it's like it's kind of interesting. This feels very pro play to me. Not necessarily the pro play standard champions. Seraphine, not someone I see very often in pro play. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not recently. Papa Mene wants to get the root, instead gets traded on by Aetherbug. Nicotine says no thank you. Dodges in to get a little bit extra damage, and the poke, like you were talking about, it's here.
Yeah, but we're not seeing enough to sway the lane either way. We are seeing jungles in the wings to see anything. It does look like they're going to choose to recall here, but I think our eyes should be on the bot lane. Kayn canceling his recall. Wukong did recall, so he won't be able to respond if Kayn decides to go in, but this is such an awkward angle for him. So a lot of suspense already built up in our game one. Kayn deciding to recall. He's about to get caught in vision if the minions push up any farther. And then here we are.
It's more trading here in the mid lane. I don't think that's going to turn into much. Layson goes low compared to the other fights. And I noticed he hasn't taken the heroic entrance, or used the hijack, I should actually say.
Right.
And I think that that's a good idea. You want to save it for a ganking champion, right? You take the Wukong as he's coming in, you gain the movement speed as you cast it. You can disengage a little better than using a heroic entrance.
Unless you find the gank angle. If you
Right.
see Sylas starting to roam, or takes the heroic entrance that everyone else seems to be on guard. It's like the old season 1 stuff.
Oh, he actually hit that. Layson does get the heroic Kingslayer. He heals a little bit. He's going to get these last 3 minions, but then I think he needs to go back. He's very low.
I don't think so. I think he just needs to be a little careful and make sure, but it does give Galio the angle to roam, and here he is trying to walk up the top side. There's no grubs yet to take, but it does make it so that K'Sante can recall without any fear. Galio just kind of roaming, trying to figure out what to do with himself, but trying to make sure that he doesn't get yanked. But here we are. It's a slow, kind of patient game. Get the Cho'Gath teleporting back, making it really awkward for K'Sante to recall. He was trying to bait a little too hard there, and unfortunately that's going to make his recall timing a little bit unfortunate. But look who we have top lane now.
We've got Kayn.
We've got Kayn, and we've got a Karma. They look like they're going to do a strict lane swap.
I like this, though. Going to fight at the grubs. You have the heroic entrance in range. Mama Mene is going to go in. They don't get Jackson. Instead, he is going to use the Umbral Trespass onto Papa Mene. Oh, Papa and Mama Mene, he flashes away. Jackson will go down. Nicotine gets that first kill. Heroic entrance has been hijacked. It is now a 2v3 here up on the top side. Nicotine is dealing the damage onto Layson. He's going to get the laser. In comes the Seraphine. AP Ash Forever is going to get the lockdown. Aetherbug shows up as well. Used the Killer Instinct over the wall, trying to get the kill onto Nicotine. He gets stunned, or taunted rather, picks up a kill but goes down himself. Sparks the God gets the silence. They've got the damage. In goes Layson. Doesn't get the kill onto Papa. Will secure the kill onto Papa. Valsador goes down as well. Mama is the next target. It's a 2v1. She might just get the kill onto the Cho'Gath, but now Layson versus Mama goes invisible. He dukes out a little bit. Gonna use the Kingslayer, the Abscond, Abduct, and that is another kill. And just like that, we went from 0-0 at 8 minutes to 4-4 at 9.
Oh my goodness. Now, I actually think that Pink Panther comes up on this because K'Sante the entire time was farming plates, and they were able to keep cool in that 4v5 scenario. Kayn having to run bot lane. However, I will say that getting kills on the Cho'Gath and on the Sylas is very interesting. The kills on the Pink Panther side were much more generalized, so I'm curious how this Cho'Gath, if he's able to use the money. Thank you very much, production, for showing us the damage dealt in that fight, because we just had the ADCs wailing on people. I think Sylas was weaving in and out of that fight very well. We got to see people piloting their champions correctly. Even K'Sante, who's like, I'm just not even going to participate in this fight.
Right, no teleport available. He was already onto the bottom side because of the lane swap. That's exactly what you want to see. The other interesting thing that we need to talk about is our the last Silas we saw ended up 9 or 10-0 before he was finally shut down. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So, was that Layson? That's the question that I have. Is I'm pretty sure it was. So, but bottom side, Noi gets the first kill. Aderbug is in a lot of trouble. He is all out. Flash forward, and that's a double kill for the K'Sante. Layson goes in, hijacks an ultimate, is dealing a bunch of damage, gets the second knockup, but he's in a 1v2. Does he even survive this? Jumps underneath the turret, and he gets taken down by Mama. Doing the gun tune. K'Sante doing K'Sante thing.
Very well played. It took everyone off guard, including ourselves, that, you know, we were talking about something else, and all of a sudden K'Sante is getting a kill in a 2v1 scenario. I really think that Mithril Knights has been underestimating their opponents. Like the Kayn starting to take grubs a little bit too early and getting pushed out, I think was detrimental in that first team fight.
He stole the Drake, Mama, in a 1v1. Jackson is going to get knocked up, doesn't have the Umbral Trespass fast enough, but he goes into Mama and going to jump out and go up to the wall, but gets hit with the Justice Punch and does go down. Jackson getting his second death.
I think that he comes out on top of that, though, for taking the grubs, or the dragon there. It's nice to see that even though Kayn is getting caught out, that he's still being a relevant force. But we're starting to get to the point where Pink Panther is starting to get that gold lead. They have a 3,500 gold lead so far, and they've got it on champions who can use the money. So we need to be watching for that. Cho'Gath has finished his Heartsteel, you know, very standard stuff for Cho'Gath, but I do think that K'Sante has kill pressure on him despite the gold advantage that Cho'Gath has. So he needs to be very careful for that because it's no longer lane phase.
Right. And that is the engage going to knock back with the third and Total Strike. Meanwhile, a fight in mid Layson versus Va, and they're going to shift over to another fight going on in the river, but the roam down from AP Ash Forever doesn't get the root, but now it's 3v1 onto Mama. Aderbug has shown up. In goes Va. That's the killer instinct to try and get more damage. Mama's going to go back in, gets the kill onto the Seraphine, and then there's a Karma Shield. They re-engage. Galio going in after Layson into the jungle. They don't have vision, and so they're going to jump out. Aderbug actually slowed by the Yunara. The jump in from Nicotine is going to be really helpful. The laser comes out, doesn't secure the kill, and they're going to call it there.
I'm really curious about this Kayn pick count, because if you remember, this is our first pick, Kayn, and it feels like he's getting bullied a lot. Now, he is being able to use his wall walking ability to get into some cheeky positions for the jungle camps and all that. But he's got so much of a gold deficit. Yeah, poor Silas is going to get it pushed out here, but all out.
All out on Sparks the God, and that's another kill for the K'Sante. I've said a few times that I have opinions on K'Sante, and this is exactly why, but Jackson wants to clear the wave and fight him. Instead, he's just going to get the minions down and let him go on his merry way.
Yeah, you know, honestly though, like, he is 2-0 now, 3-0, and we were talking about the kill pressure he has. Cho'Gath is not someone that, like, will buy an item and suddenly he's unkillable. He's definitely strong with gold. Like, Cho'Gath is someone who surprisingly needs a lot of gold to become online, but K'Sante just uses it so much better, and so he needed to play a lot more careful and not take that damage to get whittled down for that scenario.
I wonder also if that has to do with the low number of feast stacks on Cho'Gath right now. Only at 3, but the cooldown on the ultimate is actually very low. And typically what you'll want to do is you'll want to use it on cooldown to get all of your minions to get your 6 stacks. Gives you the increased health and the increased damage. But here's another fight. Papa is found by Aderbug. Support is on the way. Holy cow, that encore range was crazy. Aderbug goes in with the killer instinct and does get the second skin proc to get the execute. 1v1 on the bottom side, but it's 4v1 on the top. K'Sante isn't going to have kill pressure here. Nicotine flashes away. Layson goes in with the Kingslayer. They have the damage. They get the dive. Layson even picks it up. And with the grubs, do they secure first turret here?
Not only first turret, but it looks like bounty on the first turret there. Yeah.
It's second. They missed. Mid turret goes down first.
You're so right. You're so right. I think they still get it, which means they still get the bounty gold, which allows them to come online a little bit more, but is that enough for boots there? I don't think so. So we're still looking at
2v1 onto Sparks the God, all out into Justice Punch, into the taunt for the Idol of Durand, and Pink Panther just took 2 turrets and lost 2 champions.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for them right now. Pink Panther is, you know, they shouldn't have died there. I've got equal opinions to Seraphine as you do have to Cassante, let me tell you. But that was an insane ult that allowed them to take kills that they shouldn't have died to. But you're right. The macro play still worked out in their favor because they were able to take those towers. It does look like they're going to be chasing down and try to start another team fight, doing much better than them. Got the 4K gold. We saw the bounties for Mithril Knights because they were falling so far behind. So it's interesting to see if they've caught back up. We are seeing Juhadri's favorite item on Kai'Sa, but we're not seeing it on the Yunara.
I told you, dude. Told you, doesn't belong there. Yuntal Wild Arrows is what I have been preaching from the beginning. Thank you very much to Nicotine. That sounds awkward. But second Drake coming here at 16.5 minutes. Remember, the Feast from Cho'Gath does a lot of damage. They go in, and who got it? They stole it again. Jackson picking up the second Drake. Mama is in some trouble here. They've got the damage, and Feast is in. Mama is actually still alive. Gonna go down now. Nicotine also. Papa on the backside on the Karma is gonna die next. And now Galio is the next target. He goes down, and this was a huge sweep from the Mithril Knight. A 4-for-0 trade. They summon up the Rift Herald, and they're gonna get some gold back in their pockets.
A lot of gold back, and they got the dragon, and they, man, this might be the swing state right there. I think they are piloting their champions very well to have been able to pick them off.
Demolish into the knockup. They have the turret. He wants to get all out onto Jackson. Then instead, they knock him up. APS Forever wants to join in. He does go all out, flashes forward, and is he going to get the kill? He doesn't. Flash away as well. Aetherbug trying to do the damage, and Jackson gets it here. First kill for Jackson, but the amount of pressure this Kayn has now on the map is why that pick came in. Nicotine wants to do something here, gets slowed down by the Seraphine, and APS saves his top laner as Layson picks up a turret on the bottom side as well.
And it should be noted, was he in red form for that last fight? Because he's been struggling up until this point because he's been formless Kayn. He is now chosen to become the Darkin, and he is dealing much more damage, getting that HP shred on the Cassante, on that Galio, so he's much more of a champion. That being said, I am not sure if that just happened, but yeah, now he's much more of a threat, let alone all the gold that has just been injected in Mithril Knight's pockets.
Okay, explain this to me. Cassante was in that fight for less than a quarter of it and still dealt the most damage out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Is this damage dealt in general? I
think it might be in general. Holy crap. Okay. I'm used to these popping up after the fight, for the fight. Forgive me, everybody. My opinions are really showing through. But Sparks the God got 2 more feast stacks since we last spoke.
True.
And that's actually huge for the Cho'Gath, up to 125 on the Heartsteel as well. I am disappointed in the speed of second items coming out for some of the Mithril Knights, because we should be seeing seconds finished everywhere on these the main solo laners.
Yeah, but I think that they've been with the gold deficit for long enough, and their recalls have been a little bit awkward. But I agree. I think we're seeing a few second items on some of the champions, or at least the ones that matter. Really, you know, we're seeing the Riftmaker, we're seeing the Rod of Ages, which is
1v2 here. They're gonna get the slow onto the Galio. Do they lock him down? They are underneath the turret, but they both heal quite a bit. Do we see the kill? We do. Layson will pick that one up. Nicotine wants to go in onto Jackson, does activate the ultimate, and now he is abducted. Layson needs a Kingslayer. He gets it. The laser is going to deal a lot of damage. He has to flash away. Umbral Trespass onto Nicotine. He pops out, but he is in a 1v3, and Nicotine will get the kill onto Jackson.
Yeah, this Jackson fellow is like real gutsy. I think he was a little bit more justified to go for that fight than he was previous fights, but unfortunately it does look like Pink Panther moves together fairly well, and so he needs to not push himself so far forward alone. Even having one other champion. We have plenty of other champions, with that. It's not abscond. What's the hijacked? Galio ulti would have allowed him to go in there. Otherwise, he needs to be more careful to make sure that the people who are roaming through the game are not catching him off guard and then dying.
Speaking of careful, Sparks the God needs to be careful. If he dies up here next to the Otacon, that's definitely going to give it to the Pink Panthers. They have 3 on the top side, but AP Ash Forever has shown up. The rest of the Mithril Knights are rotating as well. Teleport is available for Layson, so he's going to keep pushing here on the bottom side. Vision set up, and it's a disengage.
It is a disengage, and Otacon being someone that I think is horribly misjudged, like how important he is for these fights, because he really is a micro Baron. To kind of spell the end of the game as the game goes on. A very, very impactful thing, and it looks like both teams are respecting them. We're even seeing a teleport coming in for the Cassandra.
They're going for it. They are going to go for the Otacon here, and I like the play. I can't see their petals like we can in other game modes, or rather on other overlays, but they do disengage here. They see no one else on the map, but actually, 12 petals on the red side. They jump in onto AP Ash Forever, and the interrupt on the ultimate. Actually, Galio can't get in. He will land the taunt up on the top side. Jackson and Layson are in some trouble, but they're healing so much. All out goes Cassante. Layson wants to jump back in as well. Jackson jumping into the Umbral Trespass and knock up on the third and Coco Strike. And there's so much going on. Mama is taking a lot of damage, and somehow Jackson and Layson are still alive, and they are winning this fight. They get the kill onto the Wukong. They're jumping onto the Cassante, and they pick it up, and that's an ace for the Mithril Knights. The whole fight, Aderbug was pushing mid.
I think they win the game off of this. Someone stop this Sylas. He is just running over people. I'm super curious to see if this is the same Sylas, because I don't think he's ever going to be playing Sylas ever.
No, definitely not. And you know what's crazy is, what if you're hiding that? You only play it on an alt account or something like that. So no one knows to ban it, because there's talk sometimes about, I can handle that champion, right? But not when someone has this level of mastery with it. And now with the Zhonya's, it's going to get even worse.
Brutal. I legitimately don't think, because this is the part of the game where people are like, oh, we need heal cut, and like I hate being the guy who's like, it's too far gone.
Yeah.
Like getting heal cut is not going to stop a 9-1 Sylas who's just this far ahead, who's in your face. Like, reducing his healing by 50% is significant, but is not enough for where he is right now. You can't fight him right now. You can't have team fights where Sylas is present. And I'm really impressed by Mithril Knights to brought it around despite the early lead.
And he goes 1v3, but that allows Aderbug to jump in as well. They're trying to get the damage onto Nicotine. They will kill him. Mama tries to get the knockup from the Cyclone. He does stop it for a little bit, but they make it work. Layson starts the fight. It's a 2v2, and the rest of the team shows up. Plus, they get the third Drake, and the Mithril Knights are looking for another push in the mid lane.
It's really well done. I think they're responding together. I'm respecting the Cho'Gath play a lot more. That he is being like a really good tank right now. The OG Season 1 tank that has allowed Mithril Knights to really like claw back some of these team fights, because these early team fights were going very poorly. And now the money that has been on like Wukong and all that is being shut down because Wukong can't get to the back line.
Here comes the next fight onto the Cassante. He gets all out ulted by the hijack, but instead takes away AP Ash Forever. He gets knocked up again. The rest of the fight has shown up. Umbral Trespass is available for Jackson. He jumped in to the middle, but he is still healing. They get a great knockup from the Rupture. He'll get a kill himself, and now Mama is in some trouble, getting feasted by the Cho'Gath, and Galio goes down. They have the minion wave. They have demolished. That was another ace. 4-3 for the Mithril Knights. They're going to take a second inhibitor. I think you're right that this just might be the game.
I think so, and it's hard to imagine a point in this game where Mithril Knights were losing with how clean these team fights were going since then. I really got to respect Mithril Knights for pulling it out. And yeah, good game both teams.
After a rough early game, the Mithril Knights pull together with the transformation of the Cane and the completion of the Rod of Ages on the Silas, and they take control of the game and they win game number 1. I'm super impressed. The comeback for the Mithril Knights is, I think, the story for this game.
But I also think that like Pink Panther showed like they're a competent team.
Absolutely.
One of the problems that Mithril Knights was having at the beginning of the game is just underestimating Pink Panther, and I think that anyone else who's facing Pink Panther for the rest of our tourney day today needs to keep that in mind. Do not underestimate them.
Definitely. But the other thing you don't want to underestimate is your thirst and need for hydration. As we go to break, we might have a commercial while I take yet another sip. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Progenitor Circuit October tournament. We just finished game number 1, and what a doozy it was.
Yeah, great opener. Absolutely.
A banger. With new Team Pink Panther going down to the Mithril Knights, we expect to see them later on in our top 4 because they make it there almost every time.
Yeah. It's almost kind of rough for Pink Panther to go against such a strong team, but they held their own pretty well. So I will not be surprised if that is not the last time that we see the Pink Panthers. Please excuse the double negative.
And speaking of, we are getting set up for game number 2. That is going to be between the Silver Smashers and Feel Pain. Now, that may sound like 2 new teams, everybody, but we have the data that says the Silver Smashers have played here before, and the last time we saw them was in February 2025.
Yeah, for those keen-eyed viewers that remember February 25, that's back when the Krug Killers last played. So if you happen to remember like a nerd called Shazbot playing in the tournament, that's the last time we saw Silver Smashers. So I'm really excited to see them return.
Same here. And what else is extra fun about that is the long gap gives us the same effect as a new team. And so we basically have 2 brand new teams coming to play here for game number 2. Feel Pain, Silver Smashers. I'm excited, especially because you pulled up the video to see who they were playing, and the broadcast, it was on the Noxus map.
Yeah.
You remember that? You remember when they actually changed the map for us, and when Otacon was first introduced, and then they switched to Ionia, but it's still the Blessing of Noxus and all this stuff. Like it was so long ago. So many things happened in our game.
Totally. But here we are now. So are we going to be able to deal with spirit petals now instead of bloody petals? So we'll see what they've learned since then.
So do you remember what champions they picked? Were there a lot of names that were similar?
It's honestly been 8 months.
Right.
I don't really remember very well. But I do remember like scouting them out, and they're a formidable team at the time. Now, granted, Krug Killers, I love you guys. We were not the best, so that might be part of it. So we'll see.
I think that I remember distinctly that the Silver Smashers were good enough to just always smash silver players, and so I remember looking. It's not an insult. That's not what I'm saying. But I remember looking at the ranks and I was like, okay, yeah, this looks like a good team.
Mm-hmm.
And they did perform well. I do remember that. And I think that was their 2nd or 3rd time they had been in the tournament.
Yeah, they've definitely been in before.
So they took a hiatus. And so I'm looking forward to where they landed now, because the level of the PLC has been going up since we got Royal Blue in here, since University of North Florida keeps bringing teams.
Right.
And a few of and Filmy coming in as well. All these teams have really raised the bar of what it means to compete in the PLC. And so I wonder if the Silver Smashers have been keeping tabs and been doing some practice, or maybe the reason they've been gone for 8 months is because they did a longer form tournament somewhere else. And that's great.
Yeah. And we say all this, like, probably should have checked the players ahead of time, because, the irony of someone else just coming up with the name Silver Smashers on their own would be really funny. That's not the case, but it would be really funny if that was, it really is a brand new team.
Right. And so then that leads us to Feel Pain, another brand new team. Someone messaged me or sent I can't remember which one it was. Either they sent me an email to progenitorscircuit@gmail.com, don't forget, or it was a direct message. No, you know what it was? It was someone in the scouting rooms in the Discord server. They said they were looking for a team, and I was like, "Hey, man, how'd you find us?" And he's just browsing Battlefy. Yeah. And so I wonder where Feel Pain came from. Was it the same thing? Were they just looking around on Battlefy? Did a player from another team say, "Hey, check this thing out"? Did they find the YouTube searching up just League of Legends somewhere? And that's another fun story that I'm always excited to hear, is how do people find the Progenitor Circuit? Because it's still pretty grassroots.
Right. And like, seriously, you're watching this now, you're watching this later, let us know. Like, we're very interested. We're playing all the time, usually spinning up an ARAM or whatnot throughout the week. So come meet us. We'd love to meet you. and find out. But yeah, I'm very curious too. Is it word of mouth? Is this Phil Me or a former Fall Guy or something like that? But yeah, well, I'm excited for their debut. I'm always excited for new debuts. But I think it's interesting that these guys are clearly not Slay the Spire fans because they feel no pain at that point. But feel pain, all right, okay, cool. We can have that. Slay the Spire fan?
No.
Okay.
No,
Play it. It's a great
thought
game.
it was pretty funny.
Second game's coming out.
So then, I forgot that at the top of round number 2, we need to look at who won and give the information. Even though Server Panda basically beat us to it, given whole play-by-play to the entire bracket. So Filmy got the bye. So round 1 went there. Short Bus Dojo does beat University of North Florida. Now, we want to bring up, there has been some really fun banter between those teams in the server.
Yeah.
And they're feeling really good. They meet constantly here at PLC. It would have been a great game to watch, but we have seen them both before, so we like to give the diversity and give our new teams a chance to be on the screen. Needs More Asians was victorious over Team Unknown. RBE, not another Monday, did beat Silver Smashers last round, and so,
Right.
Smashers are going to be hungry.
Yeah, 100%.
We watched Mithril Knights, and then our last one was actually Riot MMO Wen beat Feel Pain. And so they're also probably looking for a chance to redeem their tournament chances in the Swiss rounds and get back to a place to get into the finals.
The thing is that both previous games in round 1 were played against teams that we're unfamiliar with, which, number one, how amazing is it to have so many new teams? So cool. But number 2, it's hard for us to gauge their opponents and who they lost to. So I'm very interested to see in where they go for. And just before we get into the band stuff, I gotta shout out Server Panda, who's shouting out PLC. We love you, Server Panda. We see you. Thanks for always being we appreciate you very much. But anyways,
Braum is the first ban.
Braum into the Malphite ban. So that's interesting. Are we the Braum first screams to me like either we have one trick Brahms or we got a lot of Lucians or things like that. Not usually a champion you open with. That feels like a very targeted ban into a Karthus ban.
Yeah, lots of target bans here. I think Malphite is the most generic of our bans so far. But Pike, Braum, and Karthus are so specific. Those champions are not overly versatile in terms of how and where they play. They're pretty linear. Aww. And out goes Nefiri.
I appreciate the respect, man. To garner enough respect to ban Nefiri, I'm okay with. So
that's another Shazbot champion banned out too. Ambessa taken away.
Am I on both of these teams?
You might be on both of these teams.
Very good. Well, I appreciate the respect thrown out their way, but we're not really seeing any patterns into blocking out specific teams right here, but we are seeing what looks to be targeted bans. So very interested to see what we pick first on the blue side. Open us out.
Looks like it must be Kha'Zix because that's a bug.
Or Evelyn because we don't get to see him.
What other puns can you guys give us in the chat for who might be showing up there? And bear with us as we get through our little difficulties here. We will be able to see the whole draft. Don't worry. It will be up before the game starts, right? We are okay. Let's just go over some meta picks, some champions that we expect to see picked early. I think Wukong and Jarvan are 2 junglers that are pretty versatile. They're mobile. They have big teamfight impact. Either of those, I think, would not be a surprise to see in the first round of picks.
Yeah, 100%. And
I was wrong.
Okay, well, what I was going to talk about is poke-heavy comps. I don't think... I've been thinking about it a lot, and watching the supports play in that last game, I do think that Doran's blade changes are making an impact in the bot lane. And so if you are considering that ADCs are going to be inherently squishier, I think that's something that you need to consider. Be that engaging on champions or be that poking them out. So when I see Varus, who's going to be throwing Qs down lane the entire game, he's going to just inherently be more powerful of a champion.
Mhm.
But that's very interesting. Two very hard engaged supports.
I'm just calling out the stupid dog banned the dog. I think that's very funny. And then looking at the names here on the side of Feel Pain, it's a fat pig, a stupid dog, and a calm turtle. A lot of animals going around
You
here.
got the whole animal farm.
It's really good. Rel locked in on the side of the Silver Smashers. I think that's a terrific pick to go with the Varus. The amount of crowd control and time you can use to set up that Blighted Quiver that then again uses the Doran's Blade so much more effectively.
Right.
Really, really good.
Well, not to mention the light synergy that like Rel ult has with Varus. That keeping people grouped together means more hits on the arrows. Means Rain of Arrows does more
Mhm.
damage. Means even ulti might land on more people. Varus Rel is a very strong combination for many reasons. Then we do see the Mundo. Mundo is not a champion that is unfamiliar with League, but we instantly get a Gwen as a response. Very interesting.
Gwen's passive is perfect for fighting Mundo.
Right. I think Gwen is uniquely tooled to fight Mundo.
Mm-hmm.
Be that her W, right? That makes her so she can't get hit by cleavers.
Yep.
Or her ability to stack, since Mundo's always going to be in your face. Very, very tough matchup for Mundo.
Absolutely. So great job from Feel Pain. I think Gwen is actually, you know what? Let's say it. Gwen was one of those champions in our patch notes that I didn't think we needed to bring up for PCP.
True.
She did just get some buffs.
Mhm.
She's very, very strong now. The resistance that she gets in the Hallowed Mist is increased. They changed the way her ability scaled with ability power. They reduced some cooldowns and things. So I'm excited. I'm a Gwen enjoyer. Took me a while because I thought she was a little bit too strong, but that's okay. I agree with that ban. Almost always.
Sure.
I have opinions about 3 or 4 champions that will never change, and that's one of the 4.
And Yasuo we're talking about, right? here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I actually was really appreciating the Kennen ban. I think Rel and Kennen synergize so well.
That is true.
Rel is just a champion that just enables people like crazy. And to take out something like Kennen is interesting. Now, I will say, they've already picked their top lane.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're just taking out the option to send him mid or something like that.
Hmm.
But he's gone now, so we won't get to know. So here we are, and Irelia is the final ban. Wow, interesting.
Very, very interesting. Another top laner.
Yeah.
Like, okay, listen. What are our mid laners' pools here? Because I think that might be what this is both teams decided to pinch the mid lane. Malzahar and Yasuo are mid laners, and then Kennen used to be.
Well, and not to mention that Mundo has such a bad matchup that you kind of want to send him anywhere other than the death lane.
True.
So, even if Mundo is not going to win mid lane, maybe it's better to send him mid lane than send him into
Into the Gwen.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Gwen in the jungle. Shazbot, what are we doing? Gwen's
Why?
been a jungling champion for months.
No, sorry. Why?
Why?
Why not send Gwen top lane?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But Urgot should do fine into the Mundo. He'll trade the Grasp procs. He'll deal the damage. It's gonna be harder to use the execute.
What is going on in this game? Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh, Mundo jungle.
Yeah, I get that, but what? Okay, all right. Okay, so we got Mundo and Gwen. We got Flex picked after Flex pick. We have not seen Kale, if ever, then in a long time.
We have seen Kale. I think
Okay.
Billy Harold played.
Okay.
And then before that, he was on a team and someone else picked the Kale, which was really confusing to me because when it locked in, I was like, it's a Billy Harold pick. And then I think he played Galio instead. Like that sounds really familiar to me. But regardless, this team composition is very interesting to me. Apart from the fact that we both completely forgot that Mundo and Gwen jungle.
Get an ADC here? We don't.
No,
It's
it's
a
Ziggs
Ziggs
bot
bot.
lane. Now, this is very interesting because this is a very AP heavy team on Feel Pain, right? All 3 of the center of your map is magic damage. And so that's a lot of work that the Urgot's going to have to do, but he builds Black Cleaver first. And so any amount of armor they're going to build is going to be worthless because he's going to shred it. And if you build too much of it to stop the Urgot, you're going to get shredded by the 3 mages.
All right. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I hate these jungles. I really do. I don't mind this team comp, but I feel like they picked junglers that just don't synergize. I don't hate Mundo in the top lane, but Mundo as a jungle, like, what is he going to be doing to secure the dragons? Or the Gwen, like Gwen, you already have so much AP on your team. If you're gonna send Ziggs bot lane, then you have so much AP on your team, and then you pick Gwen, and it's like, I mean, they've got 2 tanks. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to be building MR.
I'm so glad people can see your facial expressions.
Me too. 'Cause,
There
man,
are
it's something.
There are other times when we do our drafts and it's full screen, but no, we're getting it all out here. And I will say I don't hate them, but I'm not sure if that makes sense. I think that there are a couple of things that we could switch, and like you said, the ganking setups and using these two as your junglers, I think Diana would be a little bit better. She's got the jump. At least, right? And so looking at the setups, how are you ever going to gank the Urgot? You're never going to gank that lane.
Yeah, and man, like, I'm trying to give both teams, let's be real, the benefit of the doubt, but I really feel like they kind of shot themselves in the foot here. Now, I do love the Nautilus here. I do love the Rel into there's some beauty going on in the bot lane. Ziggs is okay for me. It's kind of hit or miss, but honestly, with all the Doran's changes, like I can very much understand. You know, having the Doran's ring right now with Ziggs sounds amazing. I didn't even think about that for a bit. So I'm looking forward to a good game. I think we're still gonna have it, even if I don't agree with the jungle picks.
Well, the good news is we can talk about mid lane being 2 melees. 2 melee assassins. Like, I'm expecting to see double Storm Surge first item. Wouldn't that be hilarious? That they're just pew, 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 squall.
Yeah. And then they kill each other because the squall hits.
It'd be so good.
Cinema.
It would be so good. But I don't build Storm Surge first on Diana.
Yeah.
I also don't win a lot on Diana, so maybe that's on me. But I'm a big fan of the Proto Belt.
We did see Diana before Akali though, and my initial gut no, it was the other way around.
No, you're right. Akali was last pick. You're right.
Because my initial impression is that Diana would win that matchup. Diana loves being in melee range of people. Like, you know, usually with Diana, you are trying to solve the problem of how do I get in melee range of people. Now, Akali is always kind of in and out, but she's always coming to you at some point. So, maybe I just don't know the matchup well enough. Maybe Akali is slippery enough, or, you know, pokes them down with the Q, you know, is long enough. I'm curious to see how this will go. But anyways, yeah, this is a very interesting draft.
You know, the more I'm thinking about it, I think Diana wins that.
Yeah.
When you're level 6, your Moonfall literally covers the entirety of the smoke screen. Your W, which is a shield that refreshes if you hit someone with the shield, is the size of the smoke ring, and your Crescent Blade covers half of the shroud. And so, like, if you are Akali, you have to fist fight Diana.
Not to mention just the passive damage, you know,
Also,
that
yes.
she's just going to be getting every once in a while. Yeah, I've got a theory. Both teams, please don't hate me. Like, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to speak my mind. I'm trying to be myself. I wonder if they picked these champions having the flexibility and then just ran out of time in the moment. Because, and the reason I say that is, like, Ziggs feels like the answer for a Diana mid. And I feel like flexing Ziggs into the mid lane would have been fine. I think Diana still kind of bullies Ziggs a little bit, but then at that point you can pivot into a true ADC, and then you're not so focused on the AP damage and all that stuff. And then Gwen would make more sense. But anyways, so things like that happens. Crumb killers, that happened a lot. But yeah, you know, I'm still curious. I think we'll still have some good games. We got a lot to watch. Is bot lane going to get poked out on both sides again? This is the same thing where, like, is Varus Q going to be enough damage to allow them to go in, or is Ziggs going to just land a bunch of bombs in? And then not to mention, you know, the fist fights that are going to happen mid lane. I think I'm giving it to Diana, and then Top lane exists.
So, I am going to say that the Silver Smashers scale a lot harder.
It's true.
Not just because of the Kale, okay? Yes, obviously Kale is top 3 champions in the game when you hit level 18, but Mundo scales with health. He's going to be stacking constantly. The damage that comes out of Varus with more items is going to be better. Rel dealing damage and soaking damage based on her stats. But level 1, here we go. Crash down onto 3. Calm Turtle jumps in. They get the anchor down onto Caruso, and that's first blood onto the immobile Varus. Do we have the Q for Fat Piggy busted forward to get the root? And that's going to be 2 on the side of Feel Pain, and they definitely feel it. Silver Smashers get smashed.
Oh, our table, it's broken. That's crazy. That's brutal. That's brutal right there. And they both had the same idea, walking into the same brush. I think it was very gutsy to be trying to even invade as a team against the Nautilus, who very much just walked up and autoed and they were rooted. But here we are, and the kills too are on very scary champions as well. So that's one thing, because if Diana was going to win this fight, it's not going to be against an Akali that's got boots now. Even more slippy. Even more slippery. I've been struggling today.
That's okay. We love you regardless. But in addition to that, like you said, assist gold is also very important. You get 300 gold for those 2 assists on the Urgot.
Wow. Coming in with that crash down right there and getting that much damage in. Well played by the Silver Smashers. A lot of eyes are on the bot lane, especially because,
man, they just really want to fight. 39 Neld is just running at Fat Pig.
And for good reason, though, because like Nautilus has CC, but his cooldowns are so long early. He's got 2 forms of CC, but that's about it. And Rel being able to soak up a little bit of that damage with the crash down, with the CC that she gets from her different forms. As soon as she hits level 2, yeah. They were going in for a little cheeky Hex Flash there, but we were very much expecting that, and they gave the respect there. But all of a sudden, it is already the second wave of the game, and they're not allowed to touch it. And they're playing Ziggs, who should be doing that for the other team. So
it is rough, and especially because the shield, the durability for Nautilus is off of your max health, and you don't start with health.
Yeah, and also notably that all of the support summoner spells are missing from both supports. And I think that Nautilus is suffering a lot more because of that. He did use it to secure kills. I don't think it was wrong for him to use, but he's on the back foot, and that makes this lane all the harder. Very much so. Yeah. So okay. So now we're looking at that mid lane. We're trying to make sure. Well, let me start with this. I don't think anything's happening top lane. I don't think Urgot has the kill pressure on Kale. They both took Doran shield. They both said, we don't care about the other guy. For whatever reason, we're giving Kale room to farm. Why? How is this our top lane? Anyways, eyes are on mid, eyes are on bot lane. Because I still think it's kind of a swing scenario. Diana could find a cheeky kill if she knows the matchup really well, or Akali could push their lead very much so. Like what we're seeing right there. Diana goes in for CC and then takes half her health and poke. That's a lot of damage.
The electrocute proc as well from Chumori was really big. The other thing looking at our mid lane is they both want to kill each other.
Right.
Ignite and electrocute on both of these champions. There's no teleport. There's no barrier. They're going in, and they're gonna fight. They're gonna kill each other. And I think that might be one of the reasons we were talking. Why are these our top lanes? Why are these our junglers? Is because they want to just get in and kill things.
100%. But let's not forget that Gwen has a blasting wand. It was 4 minutes in when she bought her blasting wand, and that's crazy. It's so much damage.
That first blood bonus, 400 gold. Stupid dog will smite away the chicken, and very scary. It is scary in that costume. And now the rest of Feel Pain are coming in. Stupid dog gets the red buff slow. Chumori is here. In it goes Fat Pig. They flash and they pick up a 3rd kill. That's the feat of warfare secured for Feel Pain.
It's no longer Mundo's jungle. Mundo's going to be asking for scraps for the rest of the game, and I feel bad for him. I feel so bad for him. But what can you do? Glenn has the permission to walk into his jungle and just does what he wants, because unless Rel responds, no one else. Kale's not doing anything. Diana's fighting for her life, So it's a little bit difficult, and I think that if unanswered and unresponded to, could just spell the end of the game right here, right now.
So again, scaling for the side of Silver Smashers is really their bucket. Level 6 onto Frag Mr. X,
Ooh.
but Calm Turtle is not afraid. His disdain is obvious. That's the name of the spell, by the way.
Very good. Very, very good. But I am glad that he's trying to go for that. There's almost no punish for that, because if he goes in for the disdain, he does just kind of walk away. Kale can do a significant amount of damage, but not enough to kill.
Kenzie is in some trouble. He is going to jump away
Ignite
with
out.
the W. Ignite in the mid lane goes down. Very low health bars on both of our mid laners. And Mundo has arrived in the mid lane. I don't think this is where we're going to see our next fight. Instead, it's going to be from the brush. Instead, the anchor does land onto Caruso, but the flash in onto Kenzie means that the barrier is popped on Caruso. Fat Pig flashes forward, does pick up the kill. That's now 4-0. Supportal Combat comes in. The crash down does get the stun. Fat Pig will have the anchor, does grab 39, and Kenzie will pick that one up.
Very well played. I appreciate the Nautilus there. I think Fat Pig is, it feels so rude to say, Fat Pig is really giving a name to himself to be able to secure all of that. And we were watching for a little bit because of how well played the early levels were for Varus and Rel, that they might be able to turn it around, but I think that kind of closes that loose end there. So at this point, the only thing left is Diana Akali, as far as the Silver Smashers have, to really get back in the game, unless they take this game to like 30-35 minutes.
Right. But our last one ended at like 27.
Yeah, it's true, but they just have so much of a lead at this point that it's really, really feeling bad for them, because I think if you look at Red Team's name, Feel Pain. Thank you. I don't know why I was thinking of Fall Guys for a second.
It's
I
close.
haven't seen them for a little bit. Anyways, if you look at them, they're mid-game insane. They're so strong once they hit level 9. Once the first tower is down. And I don't think that unless they really fumble the bag and don't get, a victory by mid-game, that Kale will be able to scale or whatnot. But at this point, like, either Diana needs to get into the game or Kale needs to survive until 35 minutes. And
Right.
those feel like big asks right now.
Storm Surges are coming out in mid, by the way.
So true. You did call it.
I
You did
called
call it.
that.
Now, Akali's got a lot more money for that, so he's gonna get that probably a full back before before Diana gets it. But first dragon comes out. We can almost assume that all of the objectives are just gonna go to the side of Feel Pain.
Shimori wants to go in on the Squire. They dive underneath with the anchor. Diana ultimate will knock them in, but not do enough. Stupid Dog and Shimori are in against the rest of the Silver Smashers. Very Scary is very tanky. Stupid Dog is still alive. He will go down. The ultimate from Mr. Frag is in. Now Very Scary actually gets pulled into the grinder. 39 will dodge it out, and he is ignited. In goes Shimori, and then Calm Turtle will secure the double kill. And just crazy. The Feel Pain roam was huge.
Yeah, very exciting to get the shutdown on Gwen. That did mean that they're not going to be able to get grubs now, but unfortunately the cost for that was too high. Notably, Kale is 1-0.
Yeah.
So at least that is online. I think Frag Mr. X, which I love that name, is doing okay up in the top lane, and there is a chance that Kale is able to 1v9 and pull this game out, but the rest of the team really needs to stop the bleeding and make sure that they don't die that much, that they don't lose too much to objectives, because it is looking real scary otherwise, my friend.
That Nasher's Tooth going to come out first on the Gwen?
Yes, yeah, it looks like it, unless she's like building 2 items at the same time.
We're getting a lot of repeat items, right? Double Storm Surge, double Nasher's Tooth, because that's what Frag Mr. X is wanting to build as well.
You think Mundo's gonna build Yomu's?
I actually did not expect that. That's freaking crazy is what that is. Man, I love this game. Calm Turtle calmly will disdain away, and he'll disengage from that gank, but that will be Grubs over to the side of the Silver Smashers.
Yeah, very interesting. Now, the focus is on Feel Pain at this point now. That like, what are they buying to try to end this game quickly? I noticed a lot of people. Ooh, a gutsy hook. There, a lot of people when they're building their items, they love to build the full 6 items. Right now, all I care about is item, boot, item. And if those items aren't enough to win the game, then I think that they're kind of throwing a lead. Storm Surge is a great item for that. Youmuu's very aggressive on Urgot. So I think if he's able to secure more kills, which he's done very well so far, it's a great pickup for him. So very interested to see what we're doing. Now we're seeing like an aggressive poke item on
They're going to dive here on the bottom side. Stupid Dog is already in. Going to get hit with the Shattering Strike. Caruso is the next target. He is gonzo. What is that, 4 ultimates?
Yeah, I felt a little overkill here. Now, they probably, well, they do have Ziggs, so that is a lot of damage on the bot lane turret. Are able to claim some plates. They do have the Grubs on their side.
Squire might be in some trouble. Jumps in onto Chamori, gets the ultimate actually with the ignite. Jumps back in. Squire dives underneath the turret, just a little bit too close, and dies for it.
I think we did see there that Diana does win that pretty handily.
Oh, yeah.
How much damage she casually did, even though she's that far behind. But unfortunately, towers are towers.
Yes, they are. Fat Pig stunned underneath one, in fact. Caruso is there with the Blighted Quiver. 39 will jump in with the crash down and the ignite. Miss on the hook. Fat Pig is low and he will go down. Caruso picks that one up, but now 39 is in a lot of trouble. Stupid Dog and Kenzie are chasing. He goes back in trying to get the flip, but it is not enough. Kenzie gets his set.
Unfortunately, I think they get a lot more than just a kill there. Going 1 for 1 is not enough because they have a Ziggs they can clear. It does get poked out a little bit, so unfortunately that is not the case. But yeah, I think that it's looking a little. Oh, he stops the back though, and he's able to poke him out.
Kenzie is low. He's got 8 hit points. Caruso goes in. He does one more auto and shut down gold 550. But Chamori is here. Goes into the Shroud. 1 5-point strike, 1 auto attack, and Squall. Calm Turtle going against Very Scary as well. And, you know, the Silver Smashers are behind, but they're still trying to do things. They're getting shutdowns. They're getting turrets. Frag Mr. X is chasing away Calm Turtle. Fat Pig wants to go after Squire. Stupid Dog is already here as well. Squire wants to jump away. He does. He has no flash, and he is going to go down. Stupid Dog. It's still really funny to me. Stupid Dog picks up another kill. 4 and 1.
Feel Pain are doing great, but their names, it makes me feel so rude, and I'm trying not to be a bad guy
Right.
and all this. Now, I do think that the fact that Varus died there is an okay thing. I think that we have seen getting shutdown gold is not that bad, especially for an ADC. Grabbing the Youmuu's and trying to claw back what they can here. The turrets are still up at 15 minutes, which is a big deal. So another Drake going to the side of Feel Pain. It doesn't mean boots yet. That's only their second objective. I did not notice that Silver Smashers snuck the Grubs early on in the game, but they were able to do that even after losing the fight earlier. So
yeah, it was a roam after they did lose the fight. The Feel Pain reset, and they were just like, oh, hey, these are ours now.
right.
But look at where Diana is again. Behind enemy turrets, full health, didn't get hit by anything, I guess. But, you know, Squire, with that completed Storm Surge, is feeling pretty good. But now that we're at 14 minutes, like you said, we should be seeing completed boots, single item, and components of the next. And or Dr. Mundo on with Very Scary hasn't finished his item yet.
Yeah, and Heartsteel no less, which means that he's getting the scaling even slower, which is rough.
Squire goes in onto Chamori, does pull in with the Moon call down, and the Squall from Chamori picks up the kill. Oh, ankle's broken, man.
I was about to say, like, it's very gutsy, and it shows that his champion, that he's willing to engage, even though he's 0-3, and unfortunately he was 0-3, so it was just not enough for to kill Akali there. It would have been a very big shutdown, and I honestly do think it's worth going for something like that, because getting a kill like that is worth the risk.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, though, I am noting the Dark Seal in Akali's, so that makes it not worth it there. Who's to say? But anyways, first turret goes down from a casual W from the Ziggs. That does mean special boots, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And here we are. I think things. This is the first or second horseman, spelling the end of the game here. But I really do. I'm trying to find ways for the Silver Smashers to kind of pull this out. Kale has been chugging along just fine, but even notably, a full kill down, but almost even with the gold on Urgot. Unfortunately, I just think the rest of the map is just not going well otherwise.
Well, the thing is the later the game goes, the game gets lighter for Kale.
Right.
And so, again, I think that's the Silver Smashers' idea here, is they just need to hold out. But Squire is going to get caught in a 3-man gank and will go down. That's, again, 3 ultimates invested. Or 2. Just 2. I can math.
Don't do math on stream. But yeah, with the Rift Herald being there, it's really unfortunate to lose their mid laner, especially as strong as they are.
Very Scary is in trouble now. He doesn't have the passive to stop the crowd control. A turret goes down to the hands of Kenzie, and 16 kills now for the side of Feel Pain. Again, they are making Silver Smashers feel pain. It's crazy. The next fight is here. 39 is going to get the stun on the stupid dog and might have to crash down. He wants to keep everyone in the same spot. Has this flash. Goes over. Nope. Gets caught there with the satchel charge. Shimori picks up another kill as well. That's 18-3 now, 17 minutes in.
I think that they're playing to their strengths. The crazy mid-game team is really kind of locking things down. I think the Dark Seals were great purchases, just considering the game. And at this point, all they need to do is not lose. And I think that they're doing that very well. The Ziggs coming out is really, really showing his strength and being able to just detonate those turrets, kind of accelerating the game more and more. And unfortunately, I just don't think Kale is going to get the time to incubate.
I don't think so either, especially because going against the Urgot, this guy, we talked about, he's not going to be a kill threat, really, and that's not his job. His job is to make sure that Mr. Frag, or Frag Mr. X, can't go anywhere, right? He's a wave clear, keep Kale busy machine. That's his only job this game, and doing it quite well. Behind 10 CS, that's okay. Up a kill, great. Just immobilizing the movement of the Kale is all he needs to do, and his team is doing the rest.
Yeah, now, okay, we say all that. Look at what Kale just bought. That is one of the gutsiest thing I've ever seen. Honestly, if it pays off strong. But at this point, you know, the only way that the Silver Smashers get back into the game is with Kale.
They go in on to Kenzie. Ultimate from the Nautilus is going to stop Frag Mr. X for just a little bit, but the Fat Pig is caught. In comes Stupid Dog, wants to get the kill onto 39. He's going to throw them back. Fat Pig is going to get the kill first. Flash forward to get the double kill. Very Scary underneath the turret, goes low. Frag Mr. X is low as well. Underneath the turret will go down. Squire wants to go in. His ultimate deals extra damage based on who gets hit. He does not pick up the kill. Fat Pig has like 7 health. And there we go. Feel Pain once again coming out ahead on the play.
I love the gumption. I do think that was the right play to make. Unfortunately, it just was too little, too late. Was not enough, and they got aced for it for nothing. And it's so unfortunate that Nautilus walks out of there, you know, not even getting the shutdown on him, despite all of that. So looking at more than a 12k deficit, which is real unfortunate. They're going to be getting the dragon next, and they're just going to be tightening the end. You know, just real rough going on here. So Silver Smashers should be very respected for how they're handling things, going for plays. I think too many people Something interesting.
Okay.
That when you are winning, you should be taking less and less risky plays, and when you're losing, you should be finding ways to get back into the game. As a general, there case by case very much changes, but right now, Feel Pain has no pressure on them to make flashy hit plays. All they need to do is take the ball and get it across the finish line.
Right.
But the Silver Smashers right now are going to lose the game unless something major happens. So going for the all out, buying the Magi's, and then trying to kill Nautilus, I think is a worthy thing to try to do. Trying to probably die, but get the shutdown.
Actually, I think he might have the inside track here. Onto Calm Turtle burns the flash, but teleport is available. They might have to come down here to stop the Otacon. Great play out of Frag Mr. X, but Stupid Dog, Fat Pig, and Kenzie are going to take the Otacon.
I love you face palming right there. You know how to say it, man.
I'll get over it eventually. I'm supposed to be a professional.
I hope you don't get over it. That's such a nasty thing to say to people. Oh, very funny. Very good. We love our jobs. But yeah, so I think well played by Kale right there, getting the tower gold. But unfortunately, Otacon does go down. So.
Yeah. League of Legends is a game of trades.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how you want to play, is if I do this, what do they get?
Mm-hmm.
And because you cannot go and fight the Otacon, take a turret, right? That's team-wide gold. That's good individual gold. Squire might be in some trouble in a 1v2. Jumps away from Chimori. Squire will pick up nothing as Chimori gets the kill.
It's very well played. It's just too little too late. It's so unfortunate, and I wish the Silver Smashers success because they're showing that they play well. They have the mechanic prowess.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I love the saying that League of Legends is a turn-based game. It's not literally a turn-based game, but it practically is. You should be thinking in 15, in 30 seconds, in 60-second increments. Where am I going to be? Not right now, but later. And while juggling, dodging skill shots and dodging this and dodging that. But I think one of the big things that Phil Payne has done is not only won the fights, but then has taken that lead and really made it tough for the Silver Smashers to do anything, let alone try to farm or try to push out. So,
in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we might have a bigger fight, but Squire's in some trouble, caught here in the jungle, flashes away even though slowed by the red buff, will still go down. Stupid Dog gets that one. 39 has to flash away from the hook, and Caruso with 39 want to get with Very Scary. I don't think you can actually just run in and fight these guys though.
Yeah, I am not seeing the angle. I think they're just waiting for their minions to come in and they're going to walk in with them. But you were talking about Baron. I think
more than Baron, it's Soul. They spawn at the same time, but they have no pressure on the map. They can't get out to either pit. And so if you're Feel Pain, you go grab the Soul and you rotate to Baron and you push for the win.
Yeah, 100%. I bet that's what we're going to... If we don't see a team fight, just shut them down anyways. I think that's absolutely what we're going to be seeing here. Because right now, what other options do you have as the Silver Smashers?
Don't have a lot. But, like you said, if you are behind, that's the goal, is to make something. But look how dark the map is. Thank you, production, for showing that. It's literally not even to the buffs.
Yeah. We got one on the red buff on the bot side, but it's not your jungle anymore. It hasn't been the jungle since, what, the 3-minute mark?
Pretty low. Oh, this turret's going to go down. Kenzie just throws a satchel charge and says, bombs away. And that's another big scaling aspect for Feel Pain. I was trying to focus on Silver Smasher scaling, but once Ziggs hits level 9 and has that full power satchel charge and an item, turrets don't mean anything anymore.
Honestly, I wonder if you get fed enough as Ziggs and you're like, I'm not going to be like engaging champions anymore. My Q is strong enough. If I just start putting points into W to try to end the game faster, that's pretty funny. But we are seeing Magi's being purchased by the Gwen now. Haven't seen it for the Akali. I'm kind of surprised by that.
Nah, it'll come out now. Finishing the Shadow Flame was more important.
But Magi's is such a gold efficient item, which is why I'm more surprised by that. Like, if you have the almost guaranteed kills, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have a stack of Magi's than I would rather have a Shadow Flame. But feel free to flame me, all you control mages, in the comments. So
Feel free to shadow flame me.
ah,
All right, the dragon has spawned. Now, TSS knows they can't contest. I think you go right on the Baron. Don't even worry about this crab. Like, you got to do something to pull this back, and backing for Caruso is not the answer. I guess it is, because the Gwen can just solo that Drake.
Yeah.
That is the jungler, and then the rest of your team goes up to protect the Baron and get your vision. In fact, go and attack the Kayle, which is the insurance policy for the Silver Smashers. That Magi's has been built and doesn't have a stack on it yet, and they did it. Feel Pain did it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the premiums on this insurance policy are just far too high for the Silver Smasher to get up.
But
my
the engage is here.
goodness.
Stupid Dog wants to go in. 39 has to jump away. Very scary. Has the ultimate popped, but does not heal enough. And Stupid Dog gets yet another kill. They have double buffs. They have soul. I think they're going for the Baron now.
I'm surprised they're going for the Baron. I think they could just go for the win here, but they're deciding to stall, and they're all the stronger for it. So here we are, killing the Baron and then pushing for the win. And if they recall, so help me.
So there's going to be another fight. Fat Pig does find Caruso. Chimori shows up as well into the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's another kill. And Chimori wants to go in on to 39. They need to kill the minions. This is not a recall or a reset. They need to get their wave in so they can actually use their buff. So, 5 members of Feel Pain crush this wave, crush the Silver Smashers, and are looking to put a nail in this last coffin.
Yep, I don't think that there's going to be much more to talk about other than watching them race across the finish.
The hero play frag, Mr. X gets caught. Very Scary has respawned and he's down to 100 health. He goes down as well with Squire. That's Baron buff and everything. Nexus turrets go down. Nexus is the next target. Calm Turtle dodges out the arrow and stays alive for now, but gets ignited and killed. But that won't matter as Feel Pain take game number 2.
Very well played by Feel Pain. I think they got kind of, lucky at the beginning to be able to get those early kills, and then really just put the pressure on and on and on and on until it's too late.
Too late. Well, it's not too late for you to order Freshen Up. And as we go to our break, enjoy this commercial. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. Our soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Hey, welcome back to our game 3 of our Progenitors League circuit. Sorry, a little tongue twister there. I'm Shazbot, and with me, Billy Harold.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be back here for another month and another round of fun games. Looks like we do have our next lineup here of games in the Swiss rounds, and we will be showing you RBE versus UNF. So RBE, Not Another Monday, and University of North Florida.
Now, the University of North Florida, familiar team, love them. Some great guys there, and then RBE is a brand new. We have so many new brand new teams. It's great that like we're 3 games in, we've had 3 brand new teams so far. Yeah, well, maybe 4. I can't remember if we had 2 brand new teams in the first game or not. That feels like forever ago.
Well, we love to see brand new teams all the time, and new teams, new faces, new people to showcase. It definitely gives us a refresher. That way, we're not just repeating the same names over and over and over again. Is our most streamed team still Team Unknown, or do we have somebody else who's taken that?
I believe it's still Team Unknown. I'd be curious to hear what staff says. But I mean, they've been here the longest. We got to put some respect on the name. So 100%. But yeah, it's been interesting to see how it's kind of evolved over time. I was peeking at Team Unknown's last game, and I had to remind myself that was it Calavir?
I think it was Caliber, yes.
Who used to be their ADC, but is currently not playing ADC for Team Unknown, but I think he was on support. Anyways, so that was, I'm like trying to like reorient myself with all these changes. I guess time isn't static or something. So,
they still have some of our favorite players like Death and Valentine, and some of the fan favorites. You can't kill Death. It just doesn't work. He just keeps coming back.
Right. So it'll be kind of interesting to see. Hopefully we get to see them on stream sometime today. We love to show these new teams. And speaking of these new teams, we have RBE. I'm trying to check my notes. So they are 1-1. So they're looking to claw back some relevance, and I believe that should make both teams 1-1. If I am not mistaken. Yes, it does appear so. So yeah. So Billy, we haven't heard many of your thoughts. We were talking a couple days ago with the podcast with all the changes. I think you got to see a little bit of the last game. How are you feeling with this most recent patch? What are some of your thoughts?
Some of my thoughts on this most recent patch are, actually I'd have to take a look at the most recent, but a lot of the buffs that were in there are some of the champions that I play. It's like one patch, my main champions in the jungle get nerfed, and then the next patch they're good in top lane or good in mid lane. It's just like, I'm not exactly sure if I like or dislike these sometimes. One of my biggest notes from this last patch, though, was Mel. With her AP ratios actually getting tripled on her passive.
Yeah, I think you're actually thinking of the patch beforehand.
That might have been, patch prior.
We had a patch recently that changed a lot of how the Doran's items are functioning, and so that's been something that I've been noting. And yeah, I'm looking at Server Panda, and I think you're absolutely right. Over in the chat over here that. I absolutely am thinking of OG Team Unknown, and it's hard to keep track because they're such flexible players. They're moving around a lot. But yeah, we're very excited to showcase some of our new teams. And speaking of showcasing some of our new teams, an instant ban Kindred. Okay, I bet
Kindred
Admin Anonymous is jaw on the floor. Yeah, Jinx is someone that I would expect to ban, but an opening ban for a Kindred, wow, very interesting.
And Mamu and Malzahar, it looks like UNF has their bans down pretty well, as well as RBE. At least those first few bans, they know exactly who they're targeting and what they don't want to see.
Yeah, I'm
So-
wondering what kind of cookery UNF has that is getting RBE to put so much respect onto Kindred, but here we are. The Galio ban.
The Galio. Pierced me through the heart. But hey, I'm the one that was asking people, well before Galio became big in pro play, I was asking people, you need to start banning Galio. Because he was strong. And then people showed that he is indeed strong. A lot of those higher elo players, a lot of the pro players showed that Galio is super strong, especially in a team or a coordinated team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was saying well before then that Galio needs to be banned sometimes, because if you don't, he's going to just steamroll your team.
Yeah, I've got to, we're going lightning fast through these picks so far. We've already
know.
got Orianna Nocturne, which is just a tried and true classic comp right there. Things are already going very strong for UNF so far. I don't mind the Ornn first pick, very safe first pick for the top lane. Does allow a lot of response picks. But yeah, Orianna Nocturne is nothing to shake a stick at so far.
And particularly with Ornn, you have a lot of the he doesn't have a whole lot of strong counterplay other than keep your distance from him. Like that's if you keep your distance from Ornn, you're going to be safe. But if you're somebody like maybe Mbessa here, you're going to want to be up close and personal with him. So you're going to have to be dodging a lot of his skill shots and getting out of the way, making sure you're positioning correctly.
Yeah, and Mbessa, someone who really appreciates the new Doran's changes, has a lot of flexibility in getting that essentially Omnivamp. It's not quite Omnivamp, but someone who's already looking to do a lot of damage to the champions, I think has a very good matchup into Ornn. Very skill based, but if you're gutsy enough to bring Mbessa into a tournament, I think you've practiced things like that. But here we are, a Tahm Kench ban. Very interesting. I like that because that prevents the counter Tahm Kench ult for Nocturne Orianna. I love how fast UNF is going through this ban. It seems like this is a well practiced and well communicated draft so far.
And the Soraka ban on there, I'm liking that one as well. Especially when you have a lot of that dive that UNF has, you want to keep them from healing. Get these diving champions. You want to make sure that they don't have a source of global healing from across the map. And so you have bot lane getting ahead because top lane was ganked.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Caitlyn being banned. They're very nervous about these lane bullies against Kai'Sa so far. So when we see Xayah, here we are. I wonder if they're putting enough respect on Xayah to take someone like Rakan. We are going to see the final picks. Yorick is not someone that I expected to see, though.
Yorick could be interesting. If there's so with the Yorick pick, would you say that Ornn would be top lane, or would you put him as support?
I don't like either one. I think both are kind of a weaker support lane. We could see something like Yorick jungle, but it's an awkward one to do. Okay, so there's the Braum, which means that we definitely have Yorick jungle. Not the worst thing in the world. Honestly, pretty fine, especially if you know the timings as Yorick. You can get some pretty cheeky backdoors or things like that.
Yeah.
But
and he does have ghouls that help him clear the jungle as well, so it's not terribly bad.
Yes, but like, where would you take a Yorick over a different jungler when ganking a lane, for example? Like Lee Sin just has so many more options compared to, say, to Yorick, who's just going to be slowing them and then trying to walk at them. Now, he does a lot of damage, so what Yorick is trying to provide is more the utility in the macro side of gameplay. So
probably also his lockdown with his walls. You have a lot of that support potential once he hits level 6. He can just send the maiden out to support a lane, and he
Right.
goes and ganks another one.
Yeah, and I see you, Server Panda. Like, not only do I think UNF has a better draft, but it felt like practiced. It felt like this is like a bread and butter. I think they got champions that they wanted to see or were expecting. I'm interested to see how that Mbessa does top lane, because I think that they have more flexibility when it comes to these team fights or whatnot. It's to be able to fight better. I think they have good matchups. I think I'm giving it to UNF.
And I would be inclined to agree, but as we've said here, one of us has to be a contrarian. So I'm gonna go with RBE.
Okay.
You have particularly with their objective potential. So you have Yorick, who's a fairly strong jungle clear.
Sure.
He's able to clear out, get objectives. If he prioritizes those grubs, he can easily take that and get a ton of pushing power in any lane once he hits 6.
Sure. And
Actually, it's looking like a Yorick top lane. So it could be an Ornn jungle, but I wouldn't expect that. Either way, Yorick is still a strong pick, in the sense that he has that pushing power, that utility power. But
Okay.
looking at this lineup again, I'm kind of questioning that Ornn jungle.
I am also questioning that Ornn jungle. I was chuckling at our friend Bidoof in the chat. He says Braum ADC, Yorick support, Ornn mid, Kai'Sa jungle with the Syndra top, which is the worst way to put on your clothes in the morning.
Absolutely off meta. You're wearing your shoes on your hands and your hat on your feet.
Yeah.
So
But I swear, if this is an Ornn jungle, these junglers, man, they're gonna break my brain, and I'm gonna have a tough. I'm gonna be mentioning this to HR if this is an Ornn jungle, because it's not okay.
Well, I'm also thinking of the Ornn jungle in the way that a Poppy jungle would work.
No, the way that Ornn rotates his abilities needs to be through the. I legitimately, as jokingly as this is, I think I'd literally rather see a Kai'Sa jungle. I hope they don't also send Kai'Sa jungle, but I think I'd rather see a Kai'Sa jungle before I'd see an Ornn jungle.
It'll be interesting for sure. If Tales of Ergoata, I believe, Araguata.
Uh-huh.
If he can
hard names today, let me just say that right now.
If he can play Ornn jungle and pull it off, I will have all the respect in the world for him. Not that I don't
Yorick's a
already,
great top
but-
laner. Yorick's fine, but I think Yorick is a less worse jungle than Ornn is compared to Ornn as a top laner compared to Yorick. So
Yeah.
I'd
I'd much rather see Ornn in the top lane and Yorick in the jungle than Yorick in the top lane and Ornn in the jungle. But I could still see this being pulled off. And if they do, not only will it be one of the most entertaining games we've seen, but it will be mad respect for these players.
We'll see. Because I do think that Mbessa is less good into Yorick compared to Ornn, and maybe they picked it for that flexibility, but I'm just not seeing it, man. I'm not seeing it.
But you could still have that same potential with Yorick being in the jungle. You have Yorick in the jungle, strong side top, so you can get the grubs, get
Yeah,
that
but-
split pushing potential.
Mbessa, her weakest state is especially early levels, when her cooldowns are long, when she doesn't especially have any special thing to kill. She's like Kayle, where she can get kills early if people are unexpected, but because her cooldowns are so long, she's not able to really close things out. She can do a lot of damage and she can get some cheeky stuff, but yeah, I think that Yorick has a kit that is much better suited to fight Mbessa compared to Ornn. I still think Ornn is fine though. So I don't know, man. If we see Ornn jungle, I wish him the best. I'm just not giving my vote of confidence.
And yeah, that's quite understandable. We have a lot of UNF fans here as well, and RBE being a fairly new team, we don't have really any set expectations for them yet.
Right. Yeah, maybe this is. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm gonna like, even if Ornn wins this, like I feel like this is a very strange. There's other flex picks that can go top lane and jungle that I'm like, man, because remember they pick Ornn first, so they were really throwing out there. They're like, well, even if you counter pick us, we can move, and I'm like, can you counter pick Ornn? Like, he's so safe. So
yeah. Well, there's a few champions that you could counterpick Ornn with, but they're usually off meta picks, and they're not going to be nearly as useful in team fights. They're better for solo play rather than team play.
Yeah, it's an odd one, but yeah, I like, let's see the game play out, because if Ornn is able to find these cheeky ganks, fine. Yeah, we had a Mundo jungle last game, and I like Mundo jungle more than I like Ornn jungle.
Well,
and I'm throwing so much shade, but it's just who I am.
When you search up junglers, Mundo shows up in that list. Ornn doesn't.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see. So it's interesting. I'm seeing all these champions. I used to play a lot of, like, when Sion was reworked, I played him a lot in the jungle. And that was kind of before we had really, like, settled down for what Sion should be as a brand new. I really feel like not enough people respect, like, the Sion jungle, because, like, with Ornn, you throw out the Q, you get a really minor slow, you maybe get a knock up if they're not able to move along the way. That's your gank pattern. That's basically the only thing you can do, because you can't use your E as an engage. You have to use it as a CC. If you have someone like Sion, who has an equal slow, who has the potential to have more CC, who has an ulti that I think is more effective for a gank path, I don't know. So to me, I either Sion is just a blind spot to everyone in PLC, or whatnot, but like I'm trying to say that there are options that Ornn is not filling. But I might be smack talking the #1 Ornn lover. Got into his Ornn body pillow in his room that I'm just missing. So we'll see.
Well, he's not the Ornn star that we had last month.
Yeah, that's right. And even the Ornn star didn't take him jungle. So just saying.
Well, that's because Ornn star was top lane. But anyway, here we are starting out in game 3. Looks like we are doing really well. A lot better than last month, that's for sure. We're not having issues with the client or anything like that. Looks like we do have potentially a early gank going in the top side here, especially against that Ornn. Then knowing that Ornn is probably going to be a little bit of a weaker pick, if you can take him out and sort of bully his jungle in that early game, it's going to be great.
I think that was mega gutsy, throwing out the Q with Mike Beeston into a blank bush. Like, very easily Braum could have been there if they had predicted that. That would have been quite the call. I don't think that was very likely, but if Braum had been there, I think that was like a dead Mike Beeston right out of the gate. So very gutsy on that side.
Looks like we do have some more trading here, mid lane and engaged on the top laners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ornn taking more damage, almost going down, less than 100 hit points. Mike Beeston taking some more damage from Yorick and from Orianna.
Ooh, he falls to the Yorick though.
Or not Orianna, Syndra. Orianna's on their team. But Ornn having just enough hit points that he can just barely start that jungle with a little bit of a leash from mid lane.
Yeah, very very kind for the mid lane to be able to do something like that. Ornn low health, but able to get that sustain. And honestly, we were in a really awkward position for a lot of things because Yorick got that kill. He wasn't really able to do much more with it. Had to recall, allows Mbessa to hit level 2 before him. And I don't think a glowing moat is going to be anything that is going to be changing the lane that much. So even though he got first blood, it's kind of putting him in an awkward position against Mbessa.
Yes, especially with the CS lead that Mbessa has on him right now. And, you know, Yorick without CS, he doesn't have the ability to summon any. Looks like we do actually have some action down here in the bot lane as Braum gets the stun on Seraphine. But Seraphine flashing away, barely getting away. And Vadrin on Kai'Sa taking some more damage from Xayah there.
Yeah, very interesting. I want to bring up the various different summoners or the keystones that people are bringing. We're seeing Mbessa with the Grasp of the Undying, which is you know, for the more sustained tanky side of Mbessa. Mbessa has that flexibility to take other stuff, but I also wanted to note that Ornn has Unsealed Spellbook, which is not something that we see a lot of junglers take. So interesting to see what he's going to be doing with that. It means that his flash is going to be more often.
A lot of utility there. We do have Mbessa diving onto Yorick here. They trade their Grasp of the Undying. Syndra almost going down in mid lane to Orianna, barely making it out alive and going for the recall. And, you know, bot lane still pushed in, giving Ornn a little bit of an opportunity there. But they do have vision and they're able to clear out and make way.
100%. And we're having such awkward timings from that invade. So the usual, like, you can cheat a recall at this point, or, you know, we're going to be hitting levels is not what we're seeing in this game, just because of how staggered these recalls are. Honestly, the gold is fairly even, all things considering. We're seeing a slight amount of money on the side of RDE, but not necessarily something to write home about. This mid lane is in lockstep. We're seeing a lot of poke come out from the bot lane, but no kills so far. Been a relatively calm game. You know, seeing a lot of poke going back and forth, but not enough. I think that might change once Syndra hits level 6. So we'll be looking for that. But
yeah, a lot of everyone's cooldowns are about the same with the lane matchups, honestly. But we do have Syndra taking a lot more damage from Orianna in the mid lane. We do have Nocturne going in for the gank up here on top lane against Yorick. Yorick able to get away, not enough crowd control, I would say, to be able to secure that at this point in the game.
yeah, kind of interesting that Mike Beeston decided to show up there and do so little, but it is what it is. It does mean that he's shown on the map, and that he's going to be going right back to farming. Kind of another eerily quiet game for the October tournament that we have here. But here we are. I think a lot of people fail to remember that Syndra is a stacking champion now, and is kind of appreciating this kind of easy ride into mid game. We are seeing level 6s come out for the mid lanes, and shortly we'll see that for the top lanes as well. Interesting to see if the dynamic changes once Mbessa and Yorick have their ultis.
Yes, but Orianna being that level up on Syndra being out of mana, just hit 6, but not having enough mana to really counterplay this Orianna. Mbessa with her ult onto Yorick, definitely playing around his wall, not really doing much as she can just dash right through it, and getting a lot of that play against that, taking a lot of damage from those ghouls. Will it be, or will it?
Whoa!
And Mbessa barely ekes out the kill against Yorick, narrowly dodging the ghouls and keeping the minions from aggroing onto her at the same time.
Wow, that was a lot of discipline from the side of Nick as they decide to turn their eyes over to Dragon. Ornn is able to deal a significant amount of damage for Nocturne, enough that he has to kind of limp away. But we're going to see the rest of the champions move together as they are approaching toward this dragon. Have a lot of places for our eyes to be watching right now, but we want to make sure that we're watching these junglers, the Nocturne and the Ornn.
And as Braum goes in, starts to shield Ornn from all the projectiles that Xayah and Seraphine will throw. Going down, taking a lot of damage from that. As he's used his abilities, he has to walk away, but
he got it
in the wrong direction. And they take the dragon, barely taking that dragon for blue side, and losing 2 teammates in the process, taking the dragon, but having that focus on the objective.
Yeah, and we're immediately going into another fight. Top lane, we do have the ulti used by the Yorick, but it's always funny to me whenever a dragon is stolen by the team that started the dragon. They did lose the priority in that dragon pit, but Ornn was able to really casually walk up, smite, and then die. I'm not sure if that was necessarily worth it, considering that does mean the feat of warfare goes over to the side of UNF. But a dragon is a dragon. That isn't nothing. They're one step closer to the soul, and here we are.
And Mbessa once again getting that ult onto Yorick. Ornn coming in with the ram and taking out Mbessa with the littleness. Mike Beeston coming in here to support. He's going for broke against this Yorick and Ornn. See if he can get that kill against Yorick. Yorick almost survives, but gets taken out by minions. Goes back to that minion aggro. Make sure you're not fighting in the middle of them, otherwise you end up with that.
They deal a lot of damage, especially early level. But okay, I'm trying to think of nice things to say about Ornn support. Or Ornn jungle, and one thing that I want to make sure that I say is that Ornn plus Yorick wall is a really nasty combo. You don't have the ability to walk out of that, especially if you're Mbessa who can't dash over walls. And so that was kind of nasty to see. That these are 2 champions you don't really see together very often, and I do appreciate that very much. But poor Mbessa getting a little too greedy and getting punished for it.
And that play also allowed them to get those drums and giving a huge buff to Yorick, especially with his late game split pushing power. We've got the ult onto Kai'Sa from Seraphine as she starts to take even more damage, gets locked down with slow. Flash forward from Xayah to get the kill, and a double onto Braum with the recall of the feathers.
Wow, it looked like Braum was about to get away, but just the teeny tiny little bit of damage from the double feather at the very end does not look good for the bot lane. Mbessa getting trapped under.
Mbessa getting caught under the tower by Yorick. He's got 4 ghouls on top of her. A lot of damage there. Flash forward. Mbessa almost getting away, but Yorick gets the mist onto Mbessa, securing the kill with those ghouls.
It's a little bit sad to see how much discipline Mbessa had for that first kill to be able to dash around those walls, to be able to stay in the fight with the W, and then to be dying in a way like this is kind of unfortunate. But unfortunately, she's really lost the lead at this point and needs to respect the sheer amount of damage that Yorick has with just a Sheen.
And Yorick, it's those Sheen items that. Those changes, especially boosting Yorick's potential here, and Yorick will snowball this game if he's not shut down here. You do have an ultimate from Ornn, Xayah ulting in response, Mike Beeston coming in here with the Nightmare, and Orianna ulting everyone close together. They secure that fight 3v4 at the end, and strong siding bot side on UNF, but Yorick for RBE.
It's very interesting to see the Ornn decide to go for a lane gank there, but unfortunately that was the wrong time to do so. Big fight mid lane.
A big fight mid lane. We get that ultimate from Syndra onto Orianna there. Orianna being able to walk it off with the potions. ultimate from Mbessa onto Christiansen, and with Seraphine there to support, they do secure the kill. Seraphine with that execute on her Q, definitely true to her name as the Demon of Zon, was it?
Right, something like that.
And
Yeah.
you know, she has that execute on her Q.
Right, and I'm loving the responsiveness of UNF. They've clearly got good comms going on to be able to take those fights and then to be able to return that much damage plus 10 and get these kills, because it's Orin who's initiating it, Syndra trying to go for that kill, and then yet 2 more people gank. And all of a sudden, the fight that seems easily won by the side of RBE is lost. Man, a lot of damage on this Mbessa, but she's staying very calm, very relaxed, and keeping that turret alive somehow.
You know, keeping a turret alive against Yorick is especially difficult because
So true.
the Maiden of Mist can go up and attack you while you're defending your turret, and he takes nothing.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think that teleport is going to be enough. There's a lot of armor on that turret, but there's so much damage on the Yorick, who has the Demolish, who has the Maiden. Mbessa does a lot of damage to try to get Yorick off, but honestly, she took more just from the chip damage than this tanky
Yeah.
Yorick.
The Maiden that Maiden does a lot more damage than people realize because she does it so subtly. It's little nickels and dimes, and it will take you down. First turret going over to RBE, and they are going to start capitalizing on those objectives. You're going to have to start responding to this Yorick, and he'll keep pushing lanes. If you come to target his lane, he goes to another lane, starts pushing that lane.
Yeah.
And he can split push both side lanes at the same time.
100%, and it's very interesting to see how close this game is so far. Even though the kill deficit is very large, only 1,500 gold on the side of UNF more than RBE. They've been staying neck and neck. Objectives going one way or the other, not really too far. Oh wait,
We do have the engage from Mike Beestum onto Ornn here. Ornn ulting, Mike Beestum going away in response, but gets taken out by the Ram just barely. Ornn also going in onto Orianna there, gets the brittle, he gets the passive there with it. Looks like we do have a fight. Jack Frost going down to Yorick, and Braum supporting there to slow Mbessa down, allowing Yorick to get the mist onto Mbessa, get the Maiden there, getting some damage, but a good time to disengage and reset for the next fight.
yeah, kind of a nasty catch there, and the Ornn ultimate doing the last tick of damage there. Very, very good for the side.
We do have Braum getting almost a stun onto Xayah. She gets her ultimate and barely is able to walk away, but she is 1v2 right now in the bot lane. Yorick, now that he's gotten that tier 1 turret in top lane, he's going to focus his attention mid lane here, with Seraphine trying to maintain that.
Yeah, and honestly, still doing a lot of damage, not opting for the demolish stacks or for anything like that. But honestly, at this stage of the game, Yorick is chilling. He doesn't need to push. He's doing it because he wants to push. I do appreciate that Xayah is 3-0 and is holding her own in the bot lane. She needs to be very careful that she's not ganked. We are seeing responses, seeing that Ornn flex his unsealed spellbook for some weird reason, but here we are.
Yeah, unsealed spellbook to clear that bot side, but honestly, I wouldn't have done that same part. I would have just gone through and clear. I think he was expecting to be able to get a gank there against Xayah, but Xayah's not really pushed up enough to be able to capitalize on that.
Right, and it's tough because you can't just teleport into the bush unless Xayah is in a truly untenable situation. But here we are. I love. Oh, I can wait.
A lot of trading here between Kai'Sa and Xayah. Mbessa, trying to keep that top lane from pushing in too hard. But Yorick is so far ahead. Mike Beestum ulting onto Syndra. She does get the push with the orbs to be able to throw it back. But Yorick just being able to harass people under tower, especially this Mbessa, she is starting to struggle there.
Yeah, and the matchup with Yorick into Mbessa is a very difficult one. And we're definitely seeing that big ulti comes out.
Big ultimate from Braum, getting that knockup onto Seraphine, but Xayah does manage to take the turret. Seraphine getting the execute on both Kai'Sa and Braum, and allowing Xayah to be able to fight under tower like that. Ornn getting the ultimate onto Mbessa while she was stunned from Syndra. You know, a lot of wombo combo from both sides that we're seeing here. But we do have a lot more of that objective pressure from RBE than we do from UNF.
Yeah, and it's very, you know, I have a lot of opinions about that Seraphine champion, you know, lore or otherwise. That was such an insane ult to be able to snag and easily clean it all up. But despite how much money we have in the carries on the bot lane, we're seeing that the amount of turrets that RBE is just able to shove down. The Rift Herald is what we saw at the end of that fight. All the way up into the inhibitor turrets.
Seraphine does get caught out trying to check the bush with her ward, but you know, not quite enough. She is very low health, but Mike Beaston and Jack Frost are there to support. Mike Beaston getting the ultimate to be able to separate the team. Tales of Aragata is caught out on Ornn as he does go down in that fight. Mbessa ulting in forward, realizing that she is 1v4 and disengaging from the fight. Seraphine still holding on at just a few hundred hit points. Mike Beaston now getting caught out as the charm from Seraphine goes out, hits Braum and Yorick. They're not able to quite get enough damage to capitalize on that. Jack Frost flashing away from the wall, and Yorick going down to the Mbessa. Jack Frost almost getting away, but the ult from Kai'Sa being able to get that double kill and secure a win for the team fight, 2-3 for the side of RBE.
I love that the new UI. Thank you, production, for that. But you'll notice that Syndra still has her ultimate. She's pretty low on mana, so it won't be like the most bombastic ultimate ever. But it does mean that if something cheeky were to happen, and if Nocturne were to ult in it right now, that he'd absolutely get blown up before he was able to do anything in particular. And so that dragon will go to the side of the Team Mondays. Very interesting team fights. You know, I have a lot of opinions about the Seraphine champion, who is 6-0 right now, because she was so low in that fight, but because she's essentially an artillery mage, she was able to stay on that back line and able to give shields as is. Now, Seraphine appearing to be going for more of a supporty build with that Moonstone. It does not matter because she does execute damage, because a lot of her numbers are base damage, and because they're for some reason giving supports Seraphine so many wins.
We do have Mbessa getting caught in a wall and some missed by Yorick. Those ghouls going to harass her down to half hit points from just a single combo from Yorick. And being able to get away, but she has to recall, and Yorick can continue pushing that lane.
Yeah, you know, Mbessa is a champion that is able to be fairly strong even if she's behind. Unfortunately for Yorick is someone that demands to be noticed, because if you are like behind at all, he takes advantage of that when it comes out.
Ultimate from Seraphine and Mbessa there to take out Yorick. Very good response to be able to get him under that tower, lock him in there, and get that fight. Ultimate comes out from Mike Beaston, and a lot of damage going out on both sides. Jack Frost narrowly getting away from Vadron as Mike Beaston secures the kill, and they begin Otacon here.
It's a very risky Otacon. The blue team is able to respond to this too quickly. and I think they're just going to sit there and wait on that control ward. Ornn does
Ultimate
this.
does come out from Ornn. He's able to get the embrittlement onto Jack Frost. Jack Frost barely getting away. Heal comes out from Seraphine, and they're able to
Teleport.
we do have a teleport coming from Yorick. It is a full team fight here in the bot side. Missing only Kaisa, but we do get that kill secured against Mike Beestum with the ultimate from Syndra. A lot of pressure coming in and pulling them away from that pit. Looks like we did have Otacon go down in there. I didn't see who it went to, as there was a lot going on right there.
Yeah. I guess the smites were missed, and Bessa was able to take it with just a little bit of chip damage, but that did go to the side of UNF.
So UNF was able to secure that there, but they did lose. It was a 1-to-1 essentially in the whole fight, but with that power going down, they're starting to lose their main objectives.
It's so wild that UNF is taking these fights.
Ultimate comes out from Seraphine and Mbessa onto Addison. Yorick getting the kill onto Mbessa. That Yorick is fed. He has a Spear of Shojin and a Trinity Force. He is doing a lot of damage here.
It's really deceptive, and I think Yorick is honestly kind of the star of RBE right now. To be able to take so many turrets through his presence, through his pressure, through the responses that he's demanding.
Ultimate comes out from Ornn, it misses, and Mike Beestum ults in response to go dive onto Christensen. Ornn coming back in to support onto that. The ultimate coming out from Syndra to disengage here. We do have Yorick coming in to clean up, as Ornn also secures the other kill against Jack Frost. And we do also have another fight with Seraphine going down, dying the first death over to Braum, able to get that extra gold, actually going over to Kaisa, getting that shutdown gold, huge shutdown gold over there, to be able to secure a little bit less of a deficit for Kaisa.
Yeah, huge injection of gold on the side of RBE, getting those shutdowns. And honestly kind of alarming to see the Nocturne flashing forward to try to get the Syndra. I don't think that Syndra was like a very high priority at that point, let alone do like the flashing forward means that he won't be able to flash away or flash for another team fight. So using that precious resource in a scenario like that really, I think, was a little bit too much for the side of UNF. But here we are, and I think RBE is really starting to take what was a balanced game and put the pressure on it. Because even when UNF had the gold advantage, because they were losing so many towers, they're really losing their presence on the map. And I think RBE is really starting to cash in that presence, because they're finding it harder and harder to find angles to assassinate people, to get these clean kills. Like Mbessa right now is having a harder and harder time being alone at any given time, because usually she can just call over Seraphine and then kill the Yorick, but she couldn't do that anymore and paid with her life last time that happened. So I want to bring your attention to the bottom of the screen, where we're seeing a 2k gold advantage on Yorick, on Ornn, a 1k gold advantage on Syndra. Right now, the only thing that UNF has going their way is...
We do have that ultimate coming out from Ornn onto Orianna. Kaisa comes in there with her passive as well, able to secure the kill and get even more gold, or at least get the gold deficit there from that bot lane. I'm gonna say this
Starting
Ornn
Baron.
has my respect so far.
Wow. Yeah. Ornn is doing very well with the Abyssal Mask, and the Sunfire is doing work, really shredding through that right there. But a huge ulti comes out, does not matter. I just love seeing 5 people get hit by an ulti. And-
Amazing ult from Seraphine right there. Unfortunately, was not able to do enough damage to stop
Doesn't
the
really do
smite
much.
from Ornn,
Right.
and they do take Baron, and Baron buff on Yorick. I'd say it's almost game at this point.
It's UNF has been playing a very good game. They've been in good situations. They've got their bot lane really fed. Unfortunately, they just haven't found angles to take advantage of that. It's honestly really unfortunate to see someone like Mbessa who has the patience and discipline just not be able to show off that skill and ability just because you have a character like Yorick who is just pushing them down, which is just throwing them kind of into the garbage can anytime he shows up. So it's kind of RBE's game to lose right now as they are just slowly bleeding out UNF over time. It's not lost yet. UNF still has angles to win, but we got Soul coming up in the next 2 minutes. We have just the sheer power of the Baron buff that is being on screen right now, and there's just not a lot of angles for them to stay relevant in this. There are three
We
people
do
that are
have a
doing-
lot of collapsing here onto Yorick. Nocturne ult and
So
Bessa
much
ult
DP.
keep Yorick locked down as they respond
Wow.
to that and take him out. But unfortunately, they do have mid lane and bot lane that are both being pushed in with Baron empowered minions, and looks like that Nexus, or not Nexus turret, the inhibitor turret in mid lane will go down, and the tier 2 turret in the bot lane also going down to Ornn here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you have to respond to Yorick with 5 people. They did kill Yorick. Unfortunately, 4 other people on their team have Baron buff and are able to take not 1 but 2 turrets and really expose that mid lane. It's what's kind of been happening to UNF throughout the entire game, where it's like they're able to make big plays. Unfortunately, the macro that RBE had is doing great. Ornn running around upgrading items and
Having a
just-
good conversation with Braum there.
who's just giddy with joy to get his brand new item. But that is definitely advantage of having Ornn on your team, is to be able to just give a lot of stats to the team there. So I really feel like RBE has turned around what was a losing state into a almost Gambit style. Sacrifice some gold early for some map presence later in this game, and they're doing very well for it. So we're gonna have dragons
like-
spawning in the next 30 seconds. So
Yeah, it looks like both teams are setting up for that. We have Braum going in to secure some vision and presence for his team. We do have a teleport coming in from Yorick or from Ornn with that spellbook as they go to contest that dragon. Good ultimate from Yorn and Mbessa being able to get the lockdowns on several champions, but it looks like UNF is they do the ult from Xayah being able to root the entire team of RBE in place. Unfortunately, forcing them to disengage from that dragon, and that will be sole point for RBE.
yeah, that's a very dangerous place to be, and as production showed, barely any vision, so they could do it safely. Frankly, I honestly, after RBE killed their jungler, there was no reason to follow after that, because they can just kill the dragon. There's no point to it. And
Yeah,
not only is it Dragon Soul, but this is a triple fire soul, so they're doing so much damage now. Even the Braum would be fairly scary in this situation right now. 6k gold advantage on RBE. This is their game to lose. All they really need to do is, in their snail's pace, take that ball and just walk over into the end zone until they win the game. Like Beast of
Braum
taking-
and Braum getting the stun, and followed up by Syndra onto that Nocturne, disengaging him
Brutal.
from the jungle, having to lose that farm there.
not his jungle anymore.
Not his jungle anymore, exactly.
Yeah, it's incredible to me that despite this rough situation, Xayah is still 5-0, has not died. Seraphine's still really strong as well, 6-1. Big team
Looks
fight
like the
coming
ultimate
out.
does come out from Ornn, getting a lockdown onto Jack Frost as he gets deleted by Kai'Sa. Seraphine getting ulted by Kai'Sa with that engage, as the entire team just goes down one by one with the focus there. Getting the Nexus turret, Mike Beeston goes down. They are going to take out the Nexus turrets, and they are going for the win here, especially with those grubs, and that is game number 3 goes to RBE. And yeah, again, that Ornn, he has entire respect from me.
I give it to the Yorick. I think the Yorick really played a very strong macro game, choosing into the Mbessa. If Ornn was a pivot to allow them to pick Yorick, then I think that was the right play, because
Yes.
the Yorick really demanded to be responded to in a way that UNF couldn't do. But I think both teams played extremely well. That was a very fun game.
So, Yorick did have that first blood against Nocturne there, against Mike Beeston. But he did also fall to Mbessa soon after that. It wasn't until he had those ganks from Ornn, and with that wombo combo that we saw with him walling Mbessa in after she ults in. She ults on top of you, you wall her in, you walk away, you allow Ornn to then ult on top of that, and there's nothing that she can do against it. As
It's
she
pretty
has slow attacks, and most of her damage comes from her abilities.
Absolutely. Well played, both teams. And we really appreciated a very solid game, very fun to watch. And we will be right back with game 4 of the 4th round of our Swiss stage after this.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Welcome back, everyone, to our fourth round of the Swiss tournament, or the Swiss stage of our PLC tournament. I'm Shazbot, and with me once again, Billy Harold.
Hello, everybody. We had a great game last game. Looks like the team that I was saying was going to win it. We had it, but not quite for the reasons that I said. There were some of them in there, like Yorick being able to just split push all game and capitalize on those jungle objectives. But we do have our next round in here, and who was it again that we had?
It's going to be the return of the team that just won. RBE is going to be playing against our new team, and anyone who is curious why we do the things the way we do, we're trying to get everyone screen time. So if we have a team that has not been shown yet, then we want to show them. So they just so happen to be playing against the team that just won.
Yep. So team with the least screen time versus RBE. So needs more Asians versus RBE, and it will definitely be an exciting match, especially since we have some basis of expectations for RBE now.
Right. Yeah. I'm honestly curious if we're gonna see a return of Yorick. If we're gonna see an Ornn, is that like their pet pick that they have? Because I don't really think anyone on their team did poorly. We just saw Yorick kind of outshine the rest of them, at least in my eyes. So very curious what to see there. And then of course, new team means new team. We might see something new. See that Yuumi jungle finally.
Yeah, Yuumi jungle is a bannable offense. It's an instant report before the game even starts.
100%.
But-
100.
Yeah, the last game with RBE, their bot side not doing quite as well, but they were able to persevere, and they were there for the team fights, able to at least keep themselves from falling behind against a bot lane that only died once or twice in the entire game.
Right. I see, and this is that balance that I'm really curious about. So you're a team that just won last game, and you're playing against a team that has never been shown on stream before. They played some games, and you have some OP.GG. So what is the ratio that you're taking from the lessons learned last game? Like, oh, Seraphine was really terrifying. Getting all those big. Seraphine was on their team. Anyways,
Seraphine on the other team. Yeah.
Was it on the other team? Okay.
Yeah. So Seraphine was quite terrifying for them.
Right. So are you going to put more respect on Seraphine with like a ban or playing that out? Or are you just going to try to target ban this new team and try to disrupt them from being in their comfort zone? Because you can't just go 100% one way or the other. You never really grow as a team. So I'm curious where that ratio is for RBE and going into this next game.
Yeah, if when you get into stuff like pro play and other higher elo spheres, you start to see more of the bans against what would your team be bad against.
Mhm.
Like things that your team composition is weak towards. Those are the bans that you're wanting to push. But in small tournaments like this, targeting players and essentially saying this player is likely to be this team's carry. We want to target the champions that they main, and hopefully we'll have them with somebody who's a little bit weaker and give us a little bit more of an advantage there.
100%. And it's tough because you only get 5 bans. And that's really not a lot when the champion pool is 170 champions. It's something we talk about a lot during the podcast. Go listen to the podcast. I really think that it's a tricky thing to follow, because I think a lot what we see the most in PLC is that people tend to target ban specific people, and not necessarily like pinching a specific role, but like just, oh my goodness, they have 2 million mastery on Shaco, I better ban Shaco. And I think that's a little tough, because I think you should be like being able to know what your matchups kind of look like. And now obviously Shaco's a little bit of a unique example because it has a unique play style. But if you're banning Kaisa or banning Yunara, then are there things that you can bring out in your gameplay to be prepared for that, or is it something that you truly cannot respond to because you're on red side or blue side or whatever?
Yeah, and while the red side, blue side advantages and disadvantages for certain champions have been reduced lately, they are still there.
Right. Yeah.
And it's they're important things to consider. What side am I on? Who's going to be strong against who? It's that game of rock paper scissors. But
Exactly.
arguably bans were a lot more important 10 years ago than they are today.
Yeah, because you have that flexibility. I wanted to point out what Server Panda was saying, which, by the way, I might just nominate Server Panda as like honorary like PLC historian, because he's able to pull out these nuggets of wisdom. But I absolutely agree. We did have that Draven with an insane amount of mastery that lost. That even though he was like such a great Draven player, does not mean that he's going to single-handedly win the game for everyone. So sometimes I'm like, I think sometimes you let pet champions go through and just plan for that, especially if you say you come to a PLC tournament, you absolutely get decimated by I'm just going to use Yorick because he's fresh on the mind, a Yorick one trick. You then take that loss, you workshop out, how do I play against Yorick? What are answers against Yorick? And then you don't necessarily ban Yorick next tournament, but you have a game plan for Yorick. Because I'll tell you what happens. If you start planning against Yorick, you'll start to be better at Nasus, and you'll start to be better at Garen's and Draven, or Darius's. Draven's a different ballpark, but but that allows you to kind of round yourself out as a character, even though you're most likely to see Yorick. Now, you still might ban Yorick because Yorick might be good against your team comp or something like that. But in this scenario, like that's what these teams need to do, is they need to like take the lessons learned, have like a meeting after the tournament or the day after the tournament, and be like, okay, this is what we need to work on.
And I used to do that too all the time, and I still do. Like if I'm consistently having trouble against a certain champion, I'll say, at first I'll just ban the champion. My natural instinct is, I have trouble against this champion, I'm gonna ban them. I'm gonna ban Tristana because I don't want to fight her mid lane as Galio. She gets away too often. But then somebody had told me a little bit about it, and I realized, I need to learn how to fight Tristana as Galio. And so I intentionally went up against Tristana's as Galio. I would go up against people that played Tristana. I would do 1v1s against them, or if I saw in a draft pick that the enemy team had chosen Tristana, I would pick Galio and go support. I would swap them for support, and so I could fight that Tristana and learn how to play against it.
Totally, and I respect that. And like, let's be real. Like, if you're in a solo queue environment or something like that, as like a Nefiri player, I can beat Malzahar in lane. I don't like playing against Malzahar, so I tend to ban him in solo queue. But in a tournament setting, do I hate Malzahar enough to ban him? Absolutely not. And so you're trying to alleviate the small amount of bans that you have by becoming a better person. Again, I'm just highlighting Server Panda. Just get that man a microphone. But I do feel like a big portion of PLC is the synergy you have as a team. And if you are using bans to disrupt the enemy team's synergy rather than just disrupt a single player, you have hit you've threaded the needle and really marked what bans are truly for.
And we will have RBE versus Needs More Asians up next. And we are just waiting for them to get the game together and go into their draft. All right.
Uh, Actually, we're still ironing a couple stuff out, so we're gonna go to a quick break, and we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that brief interlude. Unfortunately, we had a team back out, and so we were going to be streaming a different set of teams, and then I need to double check because I'm a little bit on the back foot. Yes, we are going to see Feel Pain versus the legendary Short Bus Dojo.
It's definitely going to be a very entertaining match, especially with Short Bus Dojo. They always deliver, and honestly, I haven't been disappointed by them. I don't know of anyone else who has. It's been good games all around.
Here's the thing, though. I'm also excited because Feel Pain on their debut game, the first game that it was such a close, interesting game, and I really respected how they played. So I think Short Bus Dojo is technically the no. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm mixing up my teams a little bit, but I'm very excited because these are both. Short Bus Dojo being a tournament winner, a lovable team. We love these guys. And then Feel Pain, who's new, but had a very, very fun first game. Very excited about these games. But we're setting that up on the backside. I do see you out there, Server Panda. It is unfortunate that it is the way it is, but honestly, like, getting to see Short Bus Dojo and Feel Pain again, I'm kind of excited. So
I'm certainly excited about it. It's always been entertaining matches. It'll be good to see what we have going into that and who all we have fighting. Looks like we do have our lineup here. We have bands coming in for Jinx, Thresh, and Yone, as well as Karthus, and we have I'm blanking. Yeah.
all good.
I'm not the best with
Irelia
champion
and
names.
Volibear. You're great. So just for the viewers' benefit, they have already drafted at this point because there was a little bit of delay of setting this up. They're gonna race through this. We are learning who these champions are with you, so we'll probably get more into it once the game has started. But very interesting enough, we had an incredible showing of Silas in the first game from Feel Pain. So I was very curious to see. No. I'm mixing people up. Don't ignore me. I'm the caster, but also ignore me. I'm spreading false information on the internet. Teehee.
First time?
You know. But Cassiopeia, that's a fun chat. We see a lot of control mages on PLC, and Cassiopeia is certainly not a champion that we haven't seen before. Apologize for the double negative, but I really appreciate seeing that against a Yasuo. Very interesting.
Yes. Cassiopeia against Yasuo. You have Rammus in there. Looks like we do have yet another Ornn and Mbessa. Hopefully this time it'll actually be Ornn fighting Mbessa. And but you also have Kensei with Smolder, and just that late game potential that their entire team has there. You have Nico with the mid game deletes. Like there's good champion picks all around here. We also have on the other side with Short Bus Dojo, you have Yunara, you have Rakan, a lot of crowd control, honestly. So you've got crowd control from Mbessa, you've got a lot from Rammus and Cassiopeia, a lot from Rakan. You've got his knockups there, grounding. You've got just a lot of damage potential as well from their entire team.
A lot of lockdown.
Yes, a lot of lockdown there. You have single target picks, being able to take somebody out of the fight with Rammus. You are able to, I don't see Rammus doing terribly a lot of damage against a Nico or a Zac or an Ornn,
Right.
But against Yasuo and Smolder, he might do a little bit more. Smolder, however, I play him more ability based and lethality, but there's a lot of people who play him with auto attacks.
Right.
And so they build crit on him. And I'd say there's a good balance between what you can play on Smolder and how you play him. So he's quite adaptable with that.
Totally. And I'm not gonna lie, Billy. Even though I have seen the Zac in the jungle position during drafts, I've been burnt by my former colleagues in the jungle role that it is not beyond the reasonable to see Ornn jungle and Zac top lane for some insane reason. I'm so scarred by the last 2 games of gearing myself up ready for an Ornn game, only to be because let's remember, in the last game, Ornn was the first pick, and they picked Ambessa into that. And so now we're seeing that again, because Ambessa has a favorable matchup against Ornn. She's got the natural armor pen, she's got the pressure and all that. So I'm curious to see. Now, Billy, have you been watching Worlds?
A little bit. Not a whole lot.
Have you seen the lane swaps? Because I look at Feel Pain's team, and I am seeing the perfect scenario for Smolder to go solo top for the first couple of minutes to stack against the Ambessa. What are you thinking on that?
That would actually be quite strategic there, given that he has Nico. She's able to. She doesn't necessarily need to fight the. Like, if he's bot lane, he can still take out he can still get the stacks easily on the minions there.
Right.
Granted, if he starts with his Q or his W,
right.
Generally you would want to start with your Q on him, but
yeah, the way the lane swaps are going for pro plays right now is that they are sending their top lane bot lane with the support for the first couple of minutes until the lane swap mechanics have faded off. So it has usually been the ADC or ADC's top lane so that the Smolder can stack. Now, Ambessa's a little tricky because she's got so much movement that she could kind of lock down Smolder. So I don't think we're going to see it in this scenario, but we could see it. It's not out of the realm of possibility, and we don't know how much Feel Pain has practiced on this relatively new strategy that the pros have come out. So that's something that I'm going to be looking for on top of everything. But all in all, I think very respectable teams from both teams have come out so far.
Yeah, and even just at level 1, Smolder has that strong level 1 with just his Q, able to get some stacks off minions, gets level 2, gets his sneeze, so where he's able to stack off of champions better. And at that point, that's when I would go back down to bot lane, so you've got that 2v2, so you're able to stack that quicker. But in my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be worth it, especially if you've got somebody who can keep the enemy bot lane locked down, like Nico.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see if they decide to do things traditional or not. And here we are on the Rift at the first point. We're going to see, it looks like the positioning that we are getting from all these champions is relatively standard. Looks like a 5-point prevent the people from crossing the river starting, and we are on to our 4th game of the Swiss round. Billy, who are you giving it to?
I am going to be giving it to Feel Pain, mostly because of that, late game potential. They have enough of a good early and mid game to be able to keep Short Bus Dojo from snowballing into that, so they can get to that late game.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I mind taking the contrarian stance. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that I think either team could easily take this. I don't think this is like slated one way or the other. But I kind of like the combo ability that you were talking about earlier with the lockdown, the Rammus and Ambessa into Cassiopeia, into Rakan, into
yeah,
and you're just not moving. So I think I like the Short Bus Dojo ability to pick or to team fight, but I would not be surprised to see Feel Pain take it out.
It looks like we do have vision in both jungles on the enemy side as well. That's going to be a very pivotal portion of this early game here. And we do have Yasuo bullying this Cassiopeia early on and just utilizing his E to do that.
Yeah, 100%. We're gonna see a lot of trades this game. You know, we don't really have that big of a pokey team. Like Cassiopeia can chain cast a lot, but against a Yasuo, you tend to be very judicious about where you decide to poke because he can just dive on top of you. Something that new players have a tough time reorienting themselves for, but it really isn't that hard to learn from. And Yasuo is going to be benefiting a lot from the changes of Doran's Blade, that every time he hits the Cassiopeia, he's going to be healing a little bit. So it's not just going to be on the lifesteal procs. Very much enjoying that. So we're seeing some Waxy the way, even seeing a turret shot be taken just to get that grasp proc. I love the aggression that has been coming out for all of this. We see Rakan doing some
Yep,
reach.
as Rakan dives in, and we get some trading here from Fat Pig and Ayakben. And so
tough names.
Lynx on Rakan and Fat Pig on Nico.
100%.
Kensei we do have on Smolder here, and you know, quite a lot of trading all around, especially in the mid lane and bot lane here.
100%, but I think that's what we're going to see a lot of. We're going to see a lot of non-committal engagements until people get low enough. Cassiopeia in a very dangerous range. I'm actually surprised that she's not popping one of her potions at this point, because she's kind of in a range that Yasuo could be looking. Unless she's really trying to bait, I feel like it would be better for her to be in a slightly healthier state. Loving this Mbessa play, dodging around the Braum W to make sure that she can stay into it. Boarvessel is piloting her very well, and this is exactly why you don't want to be picking Ornn into Mbessa. And I'm kind of glad that Ornn finally has like a dangerous champion that you can't just pick Ornn and expect yourself to be safe. That Mbessa's doing that. Very interesting to see that she's still taking Doran's shield despite the changes, but she's piloting her very well. So that's good. That's good stuff on board.
We do have Lynx jumping in and getting a knock-up on Kensei and Fat Pig. Rammus with Dizu coming in to get that knock-up and a little bit of a taunt, but ultimately unable to make anything of it at this moment.
Yeah, I love the fact that the clone was used to stop the Rammus Q from going in. Rammus trying to recall, but Nico is really being a thorn in his side. You know, maybe this is what Server Panda was talking about in the chat earlier, that Nico is just able to shut down Rammus, and Rammus is having kind of a bad day because of it. Accidentally soaking up a lot of XP in the lane. It's not what you want to be doing as a jungler.
Yep, and especially getting that, you know, that really good burst damage from Nico on Fat Pig against Ayakben.
Yeah, tricky names on these other teams. Jihadre, big engage from both the jungles and the bot lane, but it does ultimately look to just be an extended poke session.
Yep, a lot of poking so far. We did have Lynx and Ayakben almost going down to Fat Pig and Kensei, but they were able to disengage Fat Pig by getting them low enough that they were no longer as much of a threat.
Yeah, very much. Juhadre and I were kind of cracking up and talking about Feel Pain's names. They feel so rude, but you know, it's what they decided to name themselves. So, you know, it is what it is. But still learning to cope with that.
We got a calm turtle, a fat pig, and stupid dog.
And a vessel for boars and viruses and just not nice things. Not nice things. But, you know, here we are. Seen a lot of resets going on. I very much think that no one on the map right now is looking to murder the other ones. Just look to whittle them down, poke them down, try to push them out of lane, and then maybe capitalize them if they push on it too much. But I
do
say that
have an ult from Mbessa onto Calm Turtle, and as Boar Vessel continues to just get ability after ability onto him, disengages him off of the lane so she can take even more CS.
Yeah, face planted into the Ornn Q, unfortunately, just stops that trade right there. It does mean that Ambessa won't have her ulti for a full, like, what, 5 seconds? Because that thing is on a pretty short cooldown, but
like
it does allow... Yeah, it's actually like 60 or 70. It might be even 90.
At level
but
1, yeah.
Yeah, pretty short, all things considered, but it does mean that Ornn is too low to try to be taking something like CS, so he's just soaking up that XP, which is okay as the Ornn. All you really need is the XP. You don't really need the more expensive items to be effective as Ornn. Part of the reason why he's so safe. So here we are, and we're going to be looking at these stacks. Now, just for our viewers' pleasure, you can see the smolder stacks at any given point in the top left of his portrait. Wait. Okay, never mind. I thought they were going to fight a little bit longer there, but here we are.
Yeah, Ambessa diving in and jumping out before she takes anything from Calm Turtle, and able to narrowly dodge that as Ornn misses his pillar.
Right. Very much so. But this is just what it's going to be. It's going to be a 0-0 game, unheard of in the PLC. Usually we have at least some amount of blood. Really trying to emulate the pros in a game like this, but I definitely think that this is not in Short Bus Dojo's favor because of the amount of scaling that they have on Field Pain's team. Not just with the Smolder, but also with the Ornn items. And
you do have Rammus coming in with his ultimate, getting the taunt onto Yasuo, and Virus following up with her ult, but unfortunately Yasuo has turned away, able to get a little bit of that damage. Rammus flashes forward, Yasuo flashes away, gets the knockup onto Rammus, but goes down to the taunt. Cassiopeia running away from the stupid dog as he gets put into his passive and it separates out into his various pieces. Virus getting the kill. That is 2-0 in the mid lane.
Yasuo, you can't be playing this good to fall for something like that. For Zac going in, knocking them up to disrupt them, but then for Yasuo to ult onto the Rammus, who not only is Rammus, but also already has the Bramble Vest, so ended up pretty much destroying himself by queuing and autoing the Rammus, unfortunately. And so they were able to walk away with what should have been a livable situation for them, definitely putting Short Bus Dojo not only in the lead for kills, but also for grubs.
Yasuo R is a bait. It is a bait.
It engages
until
the
late
neurons.
Game, until you have 3 ranks in your ultimate, it is an absolute bait.
It's going again.
As we
Doesn't
go
have
in
ulti this
again,
time.
no Zac this time to back him up yet, but Yasuo is able to find Zac and disengage them. We do have an ultimate coming out from Kensei onto Ayakben and Lynx. He is getting those stacks at the very least, almost able to take out Ayakben, getting away with 80 hit points.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions where they decided to opt for heal instead of Ignite, and Ignite would have absolutely killed them in that situation. But Yasuo is very much piloting his champion properly. I noticed the coal that he decided to buy, really committing to the nothing ever happens in mid lane, but Rammus is gearing up for yet another gank, but Zac is ready for it this time.
Unfortunately, the ultimate from Zac is able to get the Yasuo enough damage onto Cassiopeia to take her out. Rammus almost getting away, but his shield goes down. Zac getting taken out by the turret, staying a little too long there, does not have his passive anymore and goes down.
Honestly, I think Zac dying there is kind of fine. It just allows the Yasuo to not die. Unfortunately, it does give the feat of warfare over to the side of the Short Bus Dojo. So that's unfortunate. And now we see a lot of Zac with Yasuo because of that knockup synergy. I think he was just a little too excited the first time, but we saw it this time allow Yasuo to be able to engage from an incredibly far away in a safe position to make sure that they can lock them down. So pretty nice wombo there. We
do have Lynx jumping into Fat Pig. We have Dizu coming in to cut them off, and Fat Pig almost getting away from Yunara, but she has enough damage with the slow and her empowered autos to be able to take her down. as that gives priority for Dragon over to Short Bus Dojo.
It does. This Rammus is going overtime on the ganks, but is also up in CS, is causing pressure around the map. I gotta give respect to Dizu, causing all this macro gameplay. Rakan making sure that nothing cheeky happens with the Zac, who's famous for non-committally stealing dragons, but that does not appear to be the case this time because they're doing their homework. Oh my goodness, Yasuo!
Yasuo out of nowhere onto the Ornn ult. Not doing nearly enough damage to Mbessa to take her out there, but able to come back to mid lane, hopefully to save his tower here.
100%, but it doesn't prevent the Boar Vessel from still doing the pokes. The nice thing about Mbessa is that you can still be aggressive and then also have enough dashes to get away. We are seeing Zac kind of prepare for that. It does seem like Mbessa is being gutsy, but maybe a little bit too gutsy. And Zac does not get much more than a couple of blobs off on the wave, but Mbessa does know that he's there now and can prepare proportionally. So we're at a stage in the game where there has been some blood, that Short Bus Dojo has pulled some money onto their side, but surprisingly not by that much, despite the amount that they were able to pull for the Drakes, for pull from the kills. Only have a 1k gold lead.
13 minutes in, and there's only 6 kills in the entire game. That is very low for PLC.
Right, yeah, 100%. This feels much more like a pro game. You see the Zac go in.
Zac jumping in as Yasuo ults onto Virus. Virus ulting Yasuo, but he is facing away. Rammus comes in to hopefully save Virus. He's not able to peel Yasuo away in time as he starts to go down. Yasuo getting away, being able to learn from his mistakes made previously. Stupid Dog getting his blobs, trying to take some turret shots for Yasuo to keep him there. Get a double ultimate from Fat Pig and Kensei in the bot lane. Not much happening from that, unfortunately, other than a few stacks. We do have our top laners very low. One of them could go down at any moment. We have Mbessa ulting onto Ornn, not quite securing the kill under tower, and they are both at the skin of their teeth here. Stupid Dog landing the pull onto Lynx, but Lynx able to get away before he had any other targets. Virus showing up to save Lynx with that shield and dash, and Boar Vessel able to take the tower from this. Not much happening. There was a kill in the top lane as well that we had missed from Mbessa. That Ornn being just barely too low, and Mbessa able to capitalize with her shields on that.
I'm so surprised that Mbessa not only got the turret, ulted into the turret without dying, and then still got the kill. That was like an insanely long fight, and also the Rakan being able to slip away the way that he did. Now, one thing I want to highlight, because we've had all this action right here, the reason why this Zac has been so aggressive and has been fighting so much, he did start with the Proto Belt, which means that not only he has a more reliable engage, but he's dealing a significant amount of damage because he also has a Darksteel. So he's trying to optimize for an AP Zac build, which you can do. It's definitely not unheard of. Instead of something like Sunfire's, and sure enough, we see another one.
Especially when you've got Zac ulting in. You have Virus able to get that ultimate onto Zac to disengage him. Lynx taking a lot of damage. Stupid Dog going down into his passive from Virus's poison. Able to come back almost in time, but Lynx able to secure the kill against the blobs before he can reform. We do have a little bit of a disengage here. You know, respect for the players as the Shamori realizes he's a little bit too low to be able to engage that, even with the help from Nico, from Fat Pig.
And one Rakan player to the next, I appreciate the gutsiness that Lynx has, taking unsealed spellbook and taking Knight's Vow as the first item, really trusting in his teammates' damage and making sure that his team survives a little bit longer because he is just zipping in and out of these fights, getting down to 200 health in this last fight, and being able to secure kills. I'm really just impressed by his ability to respond and be relevant in these fights. I think he's doing excellent, doing very excellent.
We do have a second tower going down to bot lane, and tower for a tower at this point. We did have feat of monster slaying go over to Short Bus Dojo, which gives them empowered boots.
We have the engage.
Ultimate from Yasuo and Stupid Dog onto Virus. Dizu taking a lot of the damage as Gramus wants to, but taking a little too much damage as Smolder ults in. Kensei getting a double kill, and Zac able to follow up on that. Fat Pig getting the Pop Blossom onto Ayakben and able to secure that kill. 4 kills for 0. 4 for 0 at that point. Boar Vessel able to take that top turret, that tier 2 top turret though.
And Dragon, but they're still fighting.
They're still fighting. Boar Vessel nearly going down to Yasuo here. Yasuo barely able to get out alive, as well as Boar Vessel. A lot of damage from both of those champions, but especially with how far ahead Mbessa is to Ornn. Ornn Yon, names. Anyway.
So much to keep track of there, and it's really unfortunate where Mbessa decided to choose to flash, because that last interaction, if she had flash E'd, she would have absolutely gotten the kill there. So down to the hairs in these fights, but a huge swing of a play for Feel Pain to be able to secure so many objectives at the same time and get all of those kills. We were talking at the beginning of the game how much lockdown Short Bus Dojo has, but we did not talk about the amount of lockdown that Feel Pain has, because it requires a little bit more finesse. Landing the Zac, being able to smash people together as the Zac, or the root from the Nico. All of these things coming together to really pull apart Short Bus Dojo and take them apart one by one, as each person taking more than 3 seconds without being able to move. Absolutely brutal stuff. And so it doesn't matter how tanky or how versatile these champions are. If you can't move, you are probably not going to live.
Yeah, Short Bus Dojo has a lot more of that single target lockdown, but Feel Pain has huge areas that, essentially I can zone you off from this area or you're going to die. Boar Vessel looking to take this turret before going down. 1v3 against Stupid Dog, Cotton Turtle, and Kensei. Is she able to get out? She ults onto Kensei. Kensei ults in response to heal back some hit points. Boar Vessel going down to the Ornn knockup, and the kill going over and feeding their carries.
It's so
Smolder
sad to
being
see.
4-0-1.
Oh man, okay, very close to being the knockup, and it does look like they're kind of setting up for a bush gank. We're going to see if they actually face it. Otacon is something that is finally taken respectfully from all the teams that are deciding to go in on that. It's very interesting to see the kind of angles that they're trying to push in. Gotta love the Mbessa for commanding as much attention as she did. But the Short Bus Dojo was able to keep them off of it. Both teams deciding to recall at the same time, choosing to give up on the objective, and thus not giving it to the other team near the same time. Teleports back, getting right back down to it because of how important Otacon is in this scenario. Very interesting to see just how close It is. They did start it, but are being non-committal to it. You got to be very careful with Otacon because as soon as you start it, he shreds your armor and magic resistance, and the enemy team can respond in a very aggressive way. Oh, gets interrupted
Zach
out.
jumping in, Stupid Dog getting his ultimate onto them. Kensei's ultimate, Lynx and Boar Vessel able to jump in and knock up the enemy team. Calm Turtle being the last one and going down. The entire team just being decimated within a couple of seconds as as Short Bus Dojo is able to easily take Otacon without any more contest.
Yeah, Feel Pain. What Feel Pain? They're all dead, my friend. That's
Yes.
such a shame to be able to be like kind of clawing back the victory and doing well just to have Short Bus Dojo kind of run over them like that. But that's the amount of CC that we were talking about earlier in the game, that the amount of peel on both teams. In this case, Short Bus Dojo, that when the engage came in, they were able to kind of peel them apart, lock them down, and finish it out without a single fatality. So very well played by the Short Bus Dojo, and they're not just commanding a gold lead at this point, but also commanding a pretty powerful lead. Fire Drake, Otacon in their pocket. Like this is things that is really going to make Feel Pain's life a difficult scenario. So things that we're going to be looking at this point, we're going to be having we are 20 minutes in the game. Smolder, 7 CS from getting his Elder Dragon buff. So he's finally hit that mid-game spike where he's going to be dealing that shred damage. That is going to be significant in these team fights. And just in time for the Baron to be spawning, we got the first Earth Drake that is spawning in just a few seconds. It was not Soul Point, but an Earth Drake is an Earth Drake, and it gets them that much closer to the Soul Point. So it does look like they're going to be grouping together to try to get this dragon. And we'll see if they can find the angle.
And we do have Stupid Dog jumping in again as Virus is able to get her ultimate onto Shimori, but Shimori able to follow back up. It is not enough. Smolder is getting the execute damage. He has his Elder buff. Kensei barely able to get away from Rammus almost in time. Gets the taunt. Rammus able to secure the kill and follows up onto Fat Pig. Fat Pig flashing away, misses the root, and gets taken out by the roll from Rammus. Meanwhile, Boar Vessel is in the base, taking out Nexus turrets because they're being completely ignored at this point. You're so focused on that dragon objective, you forget about your base. And Boar Vessel is looking to win the game right now as Stupid Dog is up in time to hopefully save this from going south. Calm Turtle coming in. Boar Vessel ulting onto Calm Turtle, able to almost get away, takes out Stupid Dog 3v1, and able to get those shields, is now 1v4 and goes down. Huge play for Short Bus Dojo, putting Feel Pain into a very vulnerable position.
And still working on that dragon in all of our excitement. It's so sad to see Smolder, who's in such a strong scenario to allow all those executes, but Smolder unable to attack the Rammus because his Q does on hit damage. So can't recall because Rammus is all in your face and can't kill the Rammus either. Very well played by DZ there. Unfortunately, that meant that the Mbessa was able to do as much as they are, and they're just going straight for the dragon as production was showing. The dragon spawns and they're going straight to it, and unfortunately, the Feel Pain is not in a position to be able to respond to this. I think this might be the play for the end of the game right here.
Yeah, you have a Mountain Drake on Rammus straight into Baron, so he can easily push a lane on his own. Or even Mbessa being up by the time that Baron goes down and able to grab that buff, so she has even more pushing potential. Now that top lane is pushing in with super minions and they have a vulnerable Nexus, they're going to need to be able to respond to any threats that either Mbessa or the entire rest of the team poses. And it looks like they are going to utilize that Baron properly and shove those lanes in with it.
Looks like they're taking some time to get the buffs on the team wide. It does look like Feel Pain is going to make their stand at the inhibitor turret as all team members are starting to gear up in the bot lane. Everyone but Rammus, who's finishing up that red buff, and it looks like here it is, the Baron minions pushing in, all 5 in an ARAM, except for it's an ABAB. It's all at the bot. Able to clear out some of the minions, but you still have that cannon who's whittling down that turret. And Bessa deciding to go to the mid lane to try to push out that turret. You still have super creeps in the middle. Feel Pain needs to do something here. They're just standing around waiting for their turret to die. And unfortunately, that means that they're going to lose the game unless they take some amount of action. Turret down, inhibitor. It's only worse than it was a few seconds ago. Turrets are respawning. I always forget that this is a mechanic now. But it does mean that they get a last stand under the turret.
And ultimates coming out from Ornn and Smolder, able to take out the enemy team. Smolder carrying his team with a triple. And Stupid Dog coming in, almost able to pull Rammus away, but Dizu is too fast for him, and he had nobody else to pull him back to. Able to get away and save the day. Barely.
This game is nuts. It's pulling on my heartstrings, man. That it looks like Short Bus Dojo is winning handily because of the plays they're making. Baron buff. Just got the dragon. Has 2 inhibitors down. Uncontested from Feel Pain. But Feel Pain must have known what was going on because as soon as the turret respawned, getting the Ornn ult, allowing them to get all the shred damage from the Smolder, and the fight was over before it began. They were gone all of a sudden, and Short Bus Dojo found Rammus licking his wounds and running back to base, despite what looked like an easy win. But you cannot underestimate the mid-game power spike. If I'm looking at that correctly, that's 322 stacks on the Smolder.
Yes.
He is terrifying right now. He's got his 4th item, halfway to his 5th and final item. He is the linchpin, and if you do not lock down Smolder, who, and I'll remind you, has a lot of peel around him, is just going to be calmly and methodically getting back into this. Now, the question is, just because Smolder is so strong, is that enough to claw back this game? Only 2 towers gone on the side of Short Bus Dojo. And they've really been, Feel Pain has been struggling to find a macro presence to get into the base of Short Bus Dojo. So is it going to just be a game that they're going to take into overtime, where the death timers are so long that Short Bus Dojo can't respond? Or is this going to be something that eventually the pressure is too much and we see Feel Pain close out this game? Only time can tell, and we're going to see where that goes. But I'll tell you one thing, it's not going to get much better for Short Bus Dojo as the time goes on. Thank you,
the
production.
clock is ticking, and
Yeah.
this game is on a timer at this point. As soon as Kensei is able to get enough of his, as soon as he's able to get enough stacks, he's going to start 1 or 2 shotting the entire enemy team. And it's not going to be 1 at a time.
That goes in on the Cassiopeia.
And wow, words. Yasuo follows up with his ultimate. Cassiopeia goes down almost instantly with Smolder on the execute from his Q. Dizu does get the dragon though, so it's a more or less a sacrifice from Virus to be able to get them that objective. And it's not soul point yet, but we do have Cobb Turtle going into a Pop Blossom. Dizu able to get back to his team, but the Yasuo ultimate, again, Stupid Dog going down into his passive, but we have Smolder once again carrying his team as Short Bus Dojo is unable to reach him through massive amounts of heal, and his executes and damage and burn as they take mid tower and push through to that inhibitor turret.
They're choosing not to respond to the super minions that are in the base. The turrets that have respawned are being able to make sure that the super minions do not just end the game. They are taking full advantage of these respawning turrets, and Smolder hitting like the absolute trucks, hitting like I've never seen a Smolder hit before. Let me just say. And holy cow, these fights are so one-sided. Despite what Short Bus Dojo, it still has a gold lead. The damage dealt production showed earlier was very clearly on the side of Short Bus Dojo, and then all of a sudden Smolder's damage shot up out of nowhere because of the amount of lead that he has. I want to just highlight the fact that Smolder is dealing a lot of damage. Yes, because he's stacked, but mostly because he's an ADC that has all of his items now, and the rest of the teams are just finishing their third, maybe their fourth item. He's so far ahead in the gold that he's just finishing out these fights. Now, the objectives are still clearly in Short Bus Dojo's favor, but if these fights keep going the way they are, then Short Bus Dojo basically needs to win now. Otherwise, Feel Pain is going to be able to push in and end the game in the response push.
And Short Bus Dojo will need to end with this Baron push, or they will have lost the game.
100%.
Because Smolder will have become too powerful for any of them to deal with. He will be able to essentially outrange anyone on their team, including Yunara, including Mbessa. The only person able to really reach Smolder will be Mbessa, but he has so much peel from the rest of his teammates that she is going to die before she's able to do anything significant to him.
And notice how much has Short Bus Dojo been able to do with this Baron so far. They've been able to kind of limp around in the top side jungle on the blue side because there's such a threat. And I'm noting the final item being built for Smolder, getting that Bloodthirster, getting just a little bit more health out to make sure that he doesn't get bursted out. I really think that this is not a good thing. 2 minutes left on the Baron buff for the Short Bus Dojo. Here, they're really trying to find an angle to break into this base, and they're just not seeing it, at least from their actions. They're under-leveled, they're under-farmed. This is the place that they need to be to win the game, and this is probably going to be where we see the final fight. In the base, starting to poke at the inhibitors, trying to get someone to overreact.
The stupid dog preparing for his mighty leap into the enemy team that engages the whole team fight. Will they be the ones making the mistake, or will they capitalize on the mistake? And that's ultimately what we've seen from both teams so far, is one team will make a mistake and the other one will capitalize on it. We do have the inhibitors going down as they're able to just rotate around the base. You don't want to engage... You don't want to be the first one to engage, otherwise the enemy team will capitalize on those mistakes. And
Zach pulling back. Okay, he chose not to. Oh my goodness, it's like, when's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? The suspense could not be higher. Feel Pain cannot respond into Short Bus Dojo in the wrong way. That's why they gave up so many inhibitors. And if anyone has ever wondered if the respawning Nexus turrets actually matter in this game, let me just point you to that now. Smolder has just shown on the map that is not Nico. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can do the thank you production for showing us just how dark the map is for both teams. I'm sure the hearts are beating in their chest for all these teams. They're trying to provoke each other, trying to get someone to step out. A lot of pressure on this Zac, a lot of pressure on this Rakan to find an angle. Pushed basically all around the map. Both teams unwilling to take the step too far. Dragon spawned. This is sole point for Short Bus Dojo, who up until this point has basically been dictating where the fights go, how the fights go. Super minions are pushing into the base at this point, so we're trying to make sure that they are pushing something, getting something done to make sure that the super minions don't end the game, but not enough. The Ornn ult does come out.
we do have the Ornn ultimate engaging onto the team, but the Cassiopeia lockdown disabling him from going in. We do have Smolder able to get some damage in there, and Kensei able to take people out one by one, gets ulted by Mbessa, able to flash away, get some damage onto and
Oh my goodness!
but gets taken out. Lynx able to get some crowd control onto Stupid Dog and Calm Turtle. Boar Vessel doing it the majority of the damage here at this point. It is coming down to the teeth. Stupid Dog's passive being triggered by Boar Vessel as Lynx goes in to get Calm Turtle away from the fight. Stupid Dog
Teleports out.
leaping away barely, but we do have the teleport from Calm Turtle to save his base as Lynx tries to keep Stupid Dog from going back even further. And we do have people respawning, able to save that base. No objectives taken so far, but we do have Mbessa who will be able to take that dragon.
They're going to take it very slowly, which does allow the Feel Pain to come out. They did lose a Nexus turret. Now, again, Nexus turrets respawn. So that doesn't necessarily the end of the world, other than it does look like Soul is going over for the side of Short Bus Dojo, which is extremely bad because that makes them much, much tankier, not only with the shield, but with the added armor and magic resistance. So at this point, Short Bus Dojo has claimed another victory condition to try to bring things back for Feel the Pain. Now, Feel Pain is still in a position where they are still scaling. They are still bringing in the money. We are having 70K on both teams. Just sheer amount of money. People should be finishing their builds, should be rounding things out, and we are in lockdown. If at any point, every single member of the enemy team dies and you have at least 2 champions left, you will most likely win the game right there, right then, because of how long the death timers are. Almost at 40 minutes in the game, you basically can't get any stronger. And now Short Bus Dojo has been able to lock down the amount of presence. Wakan trying to keep the vision on the blue team, who is creeping up here. They're waiting in the bush.
Dizu ulting in as Kensei responds. We do have Mbessa in the bot lane distracting, but Dizu almost going down. Stupid Dog getting taken out by Yunara as Lynx goes to clear some vision. Dizu being taken out by the Pop Blossom. Boar Vessel ulting onto Yasuo and taking him out. Calm Turtle going down to Boar Vessel. And Virus and with Yunara on Ayakben securing that final kill, able to get this final push as respawn timers are 45 seconds or more. They will take this game and win for our final Swiss round.
What a incredible game. The Nexus bird is
Short Bus Dojo,
respawning.
as the turret respawns and delays it for another 2 seconds. But congratulations, Short Bus Dojo. You have earned that victory. Very, very hard game against that team. And just all around entertaining. This is what we love to see in the PLC.
Y'all, what a game. Bookmark that game, watch it again. What an incredible game. We will be back with the semifinals of the PLC tournament after this.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Progenitor League Circuit October Tournament, and we just finished our Swiss rounds. Holy cow, Billy, you and Shazbot had a heck of a game to cast there right before coming into that break.
It was so good. That final play with Mbessa being in bot lane at the very beginning and then teleporting up behind the enemy team and getting able to get her ult onto Smolder to take him out of the fight, securing the whole fight for their team. It was so good.
And I was telling you and admin in the background that that was the only fight that I missed. I had been holding on to take a quick break to do you know what, and there was this great fight where the Smolder cleaned up and the Feel Pain had just won a fight. I was like, all right, look, I've got a minute and a half. I'm gonna go do that. And when I got back, they were aced. And so I need to watch the game again. I need to get that fight because it's too good from what I've heard. Everyone else, remember, these will be posted on our YouTube. Don't forget to go back and watch. Leave the like as well to help us out. But most importantly, we're on to our finals or semifinals. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Billy. Harold. Phil Me versus Team Unknown. Now, Billy, I believe that these are two of the top 5 teams that have been on our stream in the past.
Yes.
So very popular teams, well-known teams. It's going to be a heck of a game here as well.
Both prior champions too.
Yes,
So
that is very true.
We're expecting an amazing game here. It's going to be just as entertaining as our last game, honestly.
I sure hope so.
And great plays all around are expected. So let's see what we're going up against with this. We're just waiting for the teams to get all put together in their match, correct?
Yeah, they should be doing draft right now. So get this. I don't know what rituals you have for getting ready for semifinals, but I like to freshen up. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Oh. Production trolled me. I thought we were doing the whole thing.
Got him. Water's always good.
Okay. Water is good. But, Billy, one of the things I brought up a couple times for Phil Me is that when they play in the semifinals, they tend to have a more cautious approach to the game.
Yeah.
It's closer, it's trades, it's scaling, these type of concepts in their draft and in their gameplay. But Team Unknown is known for, is that ironic?
Team Unknown is known.
Exactly. So Team Unknown typically likes to fight. They like to set up their own plays. They like to force things to happen. And so what's your thoughts on how those two different styles are going to clash in this semifinal?
Yeah, a lot of that, forcing a fight versus caution. First of all, you can make a lot of mistakes doing that. We saw that last game where every single team fight that was won by the team that didn't initiate the fight. So as soon as Short Bus Dojo started assaulting the Nexus, we saw Zach jump in on them as they were no longer focused on a fight, but they were focused on the objective and got pulled off of that objective. And so, that was one of those fights where Smolder just had this huge wipe and they started to push back into mid lane, take an inhibitor, and so forth. But that final fight, they're like, oh, Mbessa's bot lane. We don't have to worry about her in this fight. Let's engage. And as soon as they engaged, Mbessa teleported in and they made the mistakes. So, that, but, you have that, when somebody's aggressive, you can wait for them to make a mistake and capitalize on their mistakes. But if you're the one in control of the fights and you're ahead, you can dictate when and where those fights are going to happen, and you can engineer it towards your favor.
So what I'm hearing is it could go either way.
Yes, it easily could go either way.
All right, everybody. We just heard from production that we are ready. That means draft should be up any second here. Team Unknown versus Phil Me. Ayo. Production, you're killing me, man. Okay. Hui, Jarvan, and Kane banned out here on the side of Team Unknown. I was also reminded and, reprimanded a little bit that production didn't fill that out. That was just Phil Me putting in their name there. It's really funny.
It could be Team Unknown. It could be Phil Me. We see,
So,
yeah.
The priority on jungle here by Team Unknown is actually really impressive. You ban 2, you lock in the Wukong. It's good.
And the J4 ban.
Mm.
J4 having gone a lot in Worlds. I'll say that. J4 being very present in Worlds, partially due to his lethality right now. He's the most lethal jungler in the game right now.
Yeah, but people played him wrong. They would try and start a fight with him as a tank, and then he would die.
Yeah,
it was really sad.
It doesn't quite work that way. J4's more of a reactive jungler, in my opinion, or a reactive fighter. He's counter-engaged rather than just jumping in on somebody. We do have the Tristana and Diana from Phil Me. Very good picks, especially with the Tristana against Wukong, able to disengage them off of that fight.
I'm curious about the placement of the Diana because that's not really a Geo-like champion. We've seen him on Orianna, on Hui, and Syndra, Victor, these type of champions.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to say that the Diana might be in the jungle, but that also doesn't really feel right because our junglers are typically more of the Bruiser and Juggernauts.
Mm-hmm. Especially with both of these teams, you typically have those bruisers. Especially with Team Unknown, you can see Wukong, he's likely going to be in the jungle. He could be top lane, but likely a jungle pick. We do have Ahri being picked. That I'd say that's probably more Gio's style than
Absolutely.
Diana would be.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. On the other side, I think it's good into the Orianna, just one of those really classic matchups all the way back from Season 2. So great picks there. Also, we're completely matching on the draft here. Jungle, marksman, mid.
Yes.
Right in a row. That's fun.
Both of these teams like to play into a good meta, so I can see it working quite well. We do have some top laners and supports being banned out now with Renekton and Thresh.
It's interesting to see where priority comes from in the last half of the draft, because I would think that you would want to ban supports on the red side because you get to full counter pick on red. So why ban away the Renekton? That's interesting to me.
Yeah, but maybe Renekton being quite strong against who they plan to pick as their top
True.
laner.
True, I'll give you that. So then here, I do think you want to lock in your support if you're Phil Me. And the reason for that, am I wrong? Because Gnar isn't typically a support.
Typically not, especially with them. He's usually on their top lane. We've seen Gnar in the top lane from Phil Me before, so I would say that he would be their top laner. They did have Soraka being banned out, but yeah, banning out Renekton, that would make sense as he's a good counter pick onto Gnar.
I don't know, man. Every time I play Gnar into Renekton, I win pretty handily. So I think that was unfortunate. Poppy that one might be support, but works really well against all 4 of those champions with the steadfast presence. I don't know. You can pick something here like Camille or even Irelia if you wanted to. They both play into Gnar quite well. So I think that's what I would think it would be. And I actually just saw the reason why, or maybe not the reason why, but it's Team Uncone.
Yeah,
There's no N up there. Oops.
but this Poppy and Ornn, would you say that it's Ornn top lane or Poppy top lane?
Ornn for sure. Yeah,
So-
he does so much better with the gold is the thing.
Yeah.
Poppy, by virtue of her E getting the stun itself and not needing to set yourself up or be, that's not quite the same. I don't know. I think the stun is a bit more powerful from the Poppy. Her movement speed with the W and her utility makes her a little bit better without the items. And the fact that her W grants her resistances instead of the passive
Yeah.
just giving bonuses, I think she's just a stronger champion without purchasing, whereas Ornn is really reliant on getting those items so his passive has impact. So
And yeah,
I would think you would want to get him farm in a lane.
although his W does just scale on level, and it's a percent max hit point scaling, so it'd be good against any tanky supports, but they didn't have their support out at the time, so I'd
Yeah.
probably say Ornn would be top lane with this.
Yeah, and I concur. Braum is the last lock-in for Filmy. I like the Braum here. You can block a lot of the Jinx, and you can stop the Ornn ultimate. Those are great ways to help your team, especially when you're already kind of worried about your positioning with the Orianna Ball and the Steadfast Presence from the Poppy. So great pickup there for Filmy.
All right.
Okay. Now just going
There we
back through the draft. Don't worry everybody. This should be quick, and I want to see people's reactions in the chat. We've seen the draft already. We know about these teams. Who do we think is going to come out ahead? And then Billy, I'm going to ask the same question to you because
Mhm.
I like to look at them and talk lane by lane and then make my decision. So you're my stall tactic.
I'm your stall tactic with that.
Yes.
So I really liked Filmy's picks. Very solid meta team right there. One thing I did see from Team Unknown is they have a lot of tank, a lot of bruisers. They have pretty much 2 tanks, a bruiser, and a couple people that can do a lot of damage. So an AP carry and an AD carry. So either one of them, if you get them ahead, it's going to be good for your team. But it shows a very evident strong side towards bot lane with Team Unknown.
Mhm.
So if you're Filmy, you're going to want to be focusing that bot side to keep them from getting ahead. As Ornn, if he gets ahead, he's not going to snowball nearly as much as Jinx will.
Yeah, and that's really true. I do think, though, that Team Unknown has quite a good wombo setup. If you look at the first 3 champions there and their ultimates, that's 3
Yes.
enormous knockups. And if they are already brittle from the first cast of the Call of the Forge God, then they are knocked up even longer from either one of the other sources. So big potential here, especially because Braum and Diana are melee. If Gnar is in his mega form, he's also just going to be stuck in the middle of everything. So I can see that being a really good setup from the side of Team Unknown. And especially with the range that we saw earlier today with Orianna Ball and the Nocturne, there are some really good engaged potential or possibilities from the side of Team Unknown.
Yes. Also, with Filmy, you have, you have Diana, who's able to take out, dive in and take out any of the backline, whether it be Orianna or Jinx, able to more or less ignore any of the initial peel. But you do have Poppy, who's going to be trying to deny that. So I'm saying that it could go either way, but honestly, I'm in favor of Team Unknown as they do have a little bit more of that team fight capability, and team fights are what matter more in team play than any particular lane getting ahead.
I do agree with that, and it looks like Server Panda is in agreement with you, and Shazbot remaining the contrarian to the Billy Herald today, as is their job, saying Phil Me has the better draft. Billy and I can never agree on a victor. It's decided. There it is in the chat. And I think that that's okay. That's part of the fun of doing all of this, is getting the different opinions and seeing what everyone thinks is and isn't strong. And ultimately, it comes down to how the players play in the moment. So everyone else, remember to send your energy to your players. It is a long day. They've already played 4 games. Let's see if they can get through this and then make it to the finals to play their 6th. So let's see who you think is going to win, who you want to win, and what other important things do we need to bring up about these drafts, Billy? I see one thing in particular, but I want to get your thoughts first.
So, with this draft in particular, or with just the drafts in general?
This one.
This one in particular.
Yeah.
So, I see a lot of disengage from Filmy. So, you have Geo with Ari. If somebody jumps in, she just charms them and can walk away. Tristana can use, while it is a little bit longer cooldown, if Wukong ults in on or jumps in on her and ults, she just ults him and knocks him away, and it's ult for an ult. So, fairly decent trade, and she gets away with it, and she can get some probably more damage onto Wukong than he got onto her. You have Braum, who's easily able to protect his entire team, and particularly from a Jinx ult or an Ornn ult, you're able to keep that from happening. So Orianna brings everybody together, and Braum's shield is up and negates 90% of the damage from the enemy team. So individual lanes, Filmy has a fairly decent advantage, but going back to that team fights, it does come down to the skill of the players as well.
I'm looking at our marksmen. Jinx and Tristana are 2 of the highest scaling marksmen in the game. Jinx getting the excited proc and the extra range from her rockets, doing so well with her items. Tristana also getting that extra range every single level, and the ability to demolish the turrets with the explosive shot. These 2 champions, if they get rolling, are going to be massive for either of these teams. The AoE impact as well from either one is a lot higher than some of the other picks we've seen. The likes of Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn's not a big AoE marksman. Yunara is only when she has her ultimate or the Q up. And so it's going to be really, really exciting. I stand by the Wombo of Team Unknown. I think that that's going to be what ultimately wins them the game. And pun intended, by the way. Ultimately, the ultimates make a Wombo. Anyway. Okay. So, everyone, we have the draft. We have the delay done. That means that we're on to Summoner's Rift any moment now with our semifinal. That's Phil Me versus Team Unknown. And I think this is actually the first time that these teams have seen each other. Am I remembering that right, Billy?
I think they might have fought each other once or twice, but I don't think it's ever been in the semifinals.
Right, and it's never been on stream either. And so, everyone, this is it. This is the semifinal. I'm super excited. This is not our typical battle line here from the side of Filmy. They decided they want a 5-man rush this bottom. And when you have Braum, don't blame you.
If you've got Braum, level 1, you're invading. It doesn't matter. And it looks like
Let's see
going
if they get it.
just that.
They got the ward down. Valentine runs away. Derry jumps over the wall, meaning he doesn't have the explosive shot. Valentine's going to take 200-300 damage here, get forced under his turret, but the invade does not burn anything else. Oh, Braum, buddy.
Get that shield shot, but taking a tower shot for it. I don't know if that trade was worth it.
Ooh, Now, here's an interesting thing. Why does it say Braum over him, but it's Upset Life?
That's interesting. We've got names on everybody else. You know, Death is Death, Derry is Derry, and
Kodo Draco
Kodo
and
Draco's
Eternal?
Kodo Draco.
Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, another interesting thing that we need to point out is Death is not in the mid lane.
He's not. He's actually as a support this time.
I respect that. I think that we've seen Death in other positions, and he plays quite well. And he's a big playmaker for Team Unknown, and always has been. And so as long as he can keep that same attitude, even with the Poppy, I think that's going to work out really well for them.
Yes, and you know, especially with Kodo Draco in the top lane here, that's someplace I haven't seen him as much. I've seen him more in the bot side than anywhere else.
I think you mean jungle.
Was it jungle that he was? Yes, that's right. He's been in the jungle. That's right.
Now, he was a big Callista player. His name before Kodo Draco was Callista, and it was really confusing because other teams would pick the champion. But in they go, the level 2 power spike, Derry jumps forward. They don't actually get the fight. And up on the top side, Rapcore is going to get his first transformation into the Mega Form. And the lanes here, Shazbot said it earlier, we're looking more and more like the pros where stuff doesn't happen until later on in the game. And I don't think it's the fault of the players. I think it's just the way that the balance has been shifted over the last few patches.
Yeah, but we can see that, you know, Kodo Draco was definitely not respecting the Mega Gnar earlier. He's just like, okay, you're big, you're just going to take more damage.
Rapcore does get knocked up here, flashes away so he doesn't get hit with the brittle auto attack, healing up with the fleet footwork, and doing okay enough, but has to be careful, he's low on hit points.
Yes, we do also see Wukong here getting ready, but Diana also there to sort of keep them away, going for those objectives here soon. But you know,
Yeah, they're okay.
yeah, nobody in terrible danger right now. A lot of people getting low, as we saw in last game. It was fairly uneventful for the first 12 minutes of the game.
Now we're cresting 4 minutes. That means the lane swap debuff has gone away, and we are less than a minute from the first Drake spawning. And there isn't a lot of prio in any particular place. Never mind, here comes the first gank. Kodo Draco jumps away, has his flash still. Eternal underneath the turret helps set up the kill for Rapcore.
And you know, you have to be careful with those kinds of plays. You know, he was on the very edge of that Gnar stun, the Gnar slam.
Derry knocked into the wall, stopping the jump with the Steadfast Presence. Death takes a really good trade, actually. Derry going very low.
And with that potion, Derry's able to stay a little bit longer, but it was their last one, and only so much that you can do once you're that low. But both
Flash
ADCs
forward
are.
from Death, stops the jump, knocks it almost against the wall. Valentine trying to get it close, but Braum has the shield. It stops the auto attacks. They get the kill onto Valentine, and it was so close, but well played by Upset Life.
Yeah, that Ignite doing work. And let's take a minute here at the vision on the map. Not a whole lot from the side of Team Unknown, surprisingly. A lot of their vision hasn't been going down. Filmy pretty much has vision control of the entire river on both sides. Not so
Yeah.
much on the bottom side, but they have vision of the top river, and it, of course, just went down. But they have those protections to keep from
Kodo
being
Draco's
ganked.
taking quite a lot of damage. This is why I like Gnar into these type of matchups, because you get all that damage from your W against these tanky guys who are just building hit points, and Rapcore is using that W quite well for that. Derry with Braum wants to go in onto Valentine. They get the full bomb, but good guy Timo is here. He goes in onto the Braum, tries to disengage the fight. Diana is here as well. Eternal wants to help set something up. No level 6 quite yet. Uses the clone to dissuade anything else. Eternal wants to jump in. Death, really low, gets taken down by Derry. And that's going to be Feat of Warfare claimed for Filmy.
And, you're killing Death, quite a feat as well.
That's funny. That's clever.
When Death dies, that means you can't, right?
Supposedly.
Supposedly. We do have a little bit more vision going down on both sides. More fights coming in here as well.
Just trying to
that
make it
bot lane.
harder for Filmy to push the wave all the way underneath the turret. Gio and Lemon are fighting it out here in the mid lane. They're just about even with all their CS and everything like that, so that's exciting for them. Call of the Forge God goes through. Rapcore still quite healthy. Maybe it was just to clear the wave, but this wave is going to be pushed underneath the turret. Derry and Upset Life doing quite a lot of work here on the bottom side. They are going to... I think they might just... No, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to take another plate.
They did manage to take that second plate, but the more plates you take out, the more armor it actually gets. And so the turret gets harder and harder to take down.
Based on how many champions are there, also.
Yes.
Fun mechanics.
So, but,
Lemon
when
is-
you've only got the 2, it's fairly low. A little bit of trading here, looks like, in the mid lane.
Lemon is in trouble. Upset Life comes in. Gio gets pulled underneath the turret, but he spirit rushes away, meaning he's safe. But trade of ults, flash from Lemon means that he doesn't get hit with the Orb of Deception. Gio has the advantage here in the lane. Rapcore up against Kodo Draco. It's just going to be more minions. No, never mind. Good guy Timo is here. Nice flash over the Nimbus Strike. Rapcore is going to get the wall up and the Gnar and the jump in from Eternal. And that's more kills over to Filmy. Braum is here to try and fight good guy Timo. He is going to get the concussive blows and the ignite is down. Rapcore jumping in as well as Eternal, and that's yet another kill. Death is here onto Derry, stops the jump again, knocks him back. Valentine and Death trying to do what they can. Derry is going to launch the barrier, but cannot survive the last auto attack. And Team Unknown pick up 1.
Yeah, those rockets have a lot more range than people think.
It's good to see Team Unknown on the board. They're pushing their advantages. They're trying to get ahead, doing the best that they can. And, Tristana, very slippery. I'm actually surprised at how soon that rocket jump was back available for use.
And, the mid lane is still fairly even. A very slight lead for Orianna with CS, but in terms of gold, it's within a couple minions.
Yeah, 29. Now it's down to... you see it
Yeah,
slingshotting back and
it
forth.
keeps going back and forth all the time with that mid lane. So I'd say they're a fairly even matchup, but across the board, we see that Filmy is starting to take this game away.
Yeah, Death finds Upset Life. Derry wants to jump in. He does use the Steadfast Presence. Remember, that gives you movement speed. He's trying to get away. Good guy Timo wants to go in as well. Upset Life and Derry do step away. Eternal has shown up, and they don't want to stay and fight. Team Unknown knows they're a little behind and shouldn't stay.
And Poppy's starting to get a little bit more of those, a little bit more armor and so forth. But them being a little bit further behind, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, especially if they don't get enough health. Resistances without health are useless.
Yes, Rapcore loses Mega Gnar, is under the turret as the mini, and it will go down. A nice solo kill for Kodo Draco on the top side. Down on the bottom, Eternal is here. Good guy Timo is here. They are going to try and dive this turret, knock up onto Eternal. They're going to have to flash over the wall. Instead, gets knocked into it, knocked up again. Flashes away and uses the ultimate. Does not survive. Valentine is going to be knocked up. Gio over the wall means that he picks up the double kill on the bot lane of Team Unknown.
And, Filmy, very good play right there. Very good roam from Geo able to secure 2 kills in that time and get a significant gold lead over Oriana, over Lemon. As
Look at how-
well as first turret here.
And that's going to be feats of strength. The blessing of Noxus going over to Filmy. And this is another thing that I talked about on the podcast, that Filmy just moves so quickly and smoothly around the map. Like, you didn't see Geo going down, and I didn't even see him make it back to mid lane, and suddenly he was there again. So that's something Team Unknown needs to remember and to keep track of that so that they can better set up their own plays.
And something important to know is that those timings. Geo was able to go down there, secure 2 kills, and go back before any waves had arrived. So it was entirely in his downtime.
That was an interesting interaction. Rapcore jumping over instead of in the direction of the pillar to get away, jumps onto Kodo Draco to get away from the pillar so he can't get knocked up.
Yeah, putting him at a slight disadvantage in terms of spacing, but getting him away from the bigger threat.
Exactly. So, 12.5 minutes, that means we've only got about 90 seconds of turret plates left. 3-8 is the score line. Team Unknown is looking for ways to get back into this part of the game. Gonna land the Call of the Forge God, knock up. Rapcore doesn't get the wall up, but Kodo Draco manages to clear the wave, and he just wants to go back.
I just want to go home. Let me go home. I have mana and you don't.
Valentine trying to clear mid. Derry gets all 4 shots, meaning that he gets huge damage. Rapcore is the next target, taking huge amounts of damage from Lemon. And there it is. That's the solo kill. In goes the engage. Braum is the next target. Good guy Griffin is going to get the knockup, but he's locked up. Keeper's verdict, but it is too late as Griffin goes down.
And you have to be able to pick your fights wisely. But it what would you say would have turned that fight around if they had different support or their timing?
No, I think they're just behind. It's almost 2,000 gold ahead for Derry. Has an extra pickaxe. I think that's really all it really comes. That's all it comes down to is the items and the tempo of the teams.
And by the time turret plates went down, they also had 2 turrets without any plates.
Yeah.
So they had taken out all of that, able to take out a second turret here actually.
Yeah, Grubs doing a lot of work. All 3 of them were in the hands of Filmy. They just picked up their second Drake. That means we're on is it Cloud?
Looks like Hextech.
Aha. Yep, there are the gates. Awesome. Good guy Teemo in some trouble. Was trying to get away without flashing, but with the introduction of Derry to that fight, he does have to. Eternal with Rapcore, they find Kodo Draco, they gnaw against the wall, they wall up, and they pull in with the Moon Call, but Kodo flashes away and will survive.
A lot of very skilled players here that we can see as Kodo Draco does hit 11, so he's got that second rank on his ultimate. Hopefully able to use a little bit more of its utility, but they are getting pushed in right now onto tier 2 turrets in all 3 lanes.
This looks like it's going to be a setup, but Geo was following on the bottom side. He stays back, and the rest of Team Unknown wants to fight in the mid lane. Oriana is so ready.
Yeah.
Herald goes to Filmy, though.
So Herald over to Filmy, with Diana able to put that into any lane she pleases at this point.
Watch the engage here. Derry is going to get knocked up, and he takes a huge amount of damage. Valentine throws out the ultimate. It misses. Derry is able to jump out using the power of the barrier. Griffin wants to go back in, but Upset Life keeps him out. Geo is now on the flank. He comes in with the Spirit Rush, wants to go after good guy Teemo. He's got the Nimbus Strike. He just needs to get close enough, and he does. He secures the kill onto Derry. Lemon has the Shockwave still, pulls in Geo, gets the dissonance and more damage. Lemon hit with the concussive blows, but not before he gets the kill onto Geo underneath the turret. He stays alive, and somehow Death gets the kill onto Rapcore at a different fight back in the mid lane.
And it was also Kodo Draco went down in the top lane that we see. So it was Kodo Draco and Rapcore. Rapcore died doing a tower dive against Kodo Draco. It looks like.
Okay. But big play for Team Unknown there, bringing them a lot closer to parity here. 6,000 gold still the difference, but you can see you do win some team fights. A few clever ruses, a few clever dives, some jukes, and what are those things called? Flanks, and you can make a big impact in these fights. Take a look here at the gold with me, if you would, Billy. These guys are rich on the side of Filmy.
Oh yes,
We actually have another 5. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, especially with their the heavy carries on the team on Team Unknown. You know, while it's been fairly even between Lemon and Geo, they both still have a lot more gold than the top laners or the supports. And
Good guy Teemo is here. Stunned up with the concussive blows, hit with the glacial fissure. He doesn't have the invisibility, and so he goes down. Kodo Draco has shown up. Double teleport from the side of Filmy. Keeper's Verdict does not hit anybody. Eternal jumps in and misses his ult, but Rapcore still gets the kill. Kodo Draco underneath the turret. Rapcore is tanking it up. A nice shockwave, a nice rocket, a nice Call of the Forge God. That's 3 kills over to the side of Team Unknown, but Derry jumps over the wall. Valentine dodges out the charm, but does a little bit of work. Filmy's still ahead in a 2-for-3 trade.
and taking a tower with that trade too. So, you know, while they didn't prevent them from taking the tower, they did delay that. Although they lost, you know, 3 of their teammates in doing so. But it does put objective bounties on the board for Team Unknown here. If they can take any one of those towers or a jungle objective, you know, getting that extra gold, particularly if they can get that onto one of their carries, funnel that gold onto them, then they will hopefully be able to start turning these team fights around. We can see that they are doing better than they were previously in this game.
Yeah. And I do want to point out that I said something that is incorrect. I thought it was going to be Team Unknown trying to start all these fights and Filmy playing a little bit more reserved, but it has been the exact opposite. Filmy is just like, hey, you're there, let's fight. And it seems to be working out for them, so good for them, but it is still something that's surprising me based on the pattern of the other times we've seen them.
And it could also be back to what I was saying, in where, you know, Team Unknown is trying to do stuff. They're trying to play aggressively, but Filmy is just catching every single mistake that's being made.
That is true. But comeback gold is a thing. It's a very important thing. Kodo Draco secures a turret up on the top side and has quite a big push there underneath the tier 2. So you're going to go back and get an item. Let's see, where are we? Level 13. That means he'll start dealing out the upgraded items in almost now. Look at that purple bar there underneath his portrait.
Yep, it is a hair away. As soon, like, a single minion could give him enough XP to start handing out items. But we have more important problems like Otacon, especially with that juicy objective bounty. Team Unknown is wanting to get that, but we do have Filmy.
Valentine might be caught. No, Derry is caught. He's thrown into the wall and stunned. They get the shockwave into the cyclone. Eternal wants to get onto Valentine, but he is stopped by the steadfast presence. Geo and Braum are on the run. Geo is going into the brush, but Death throws down the wall slam. Isn't able to get the stun, but that was a huge fight for Team Unknown.
Absolutely massive. You know, speaking of capitalizing on mistakes, They saw Derry go in, saw that they were caught out and capitalized on that, proceeded, after they took out their carry, they could easily go one by one, take out the rest of the team here.
The triple knockup keeps Upset Life in place almost long enough for a kill, but he flashes over the wall and stays alive. Now they need to be careful because in comes the rest of Filmy. No, I think they're going to make it out. I thought that there was going to be a pincer with Rapcore and Geo on the way. Good
Looks
Guy
like
Timo
we
might
do
be in a
see
bad
a little
spot.
bit of that.
He is caught. Geo is here as well. Good Guy Timo is going to use the clone, but he's right into the waiting arms of Derry. So they pick up 1 kill after losing 3. That was good play. A little bit greedy, I want to say, from Good Guy Griffin, but mostly good rotation there from Derry.
Yeah, you want to keep that gold up on Derry. You don't want to have Tristana getting behind at all, especially up against a Jinx. So the more, at almost a full item at 2.8 thousand gold ahead, you know, that it's a significant difference, especially with the amount of critical strike chance that they have right now.
One of the other things that we need to talk about is the capability of Team Unknown to scale. Both of those tanky items on Orianna are finished, meaning that Lemon can really start looking into some damage now. Ornn, almost level 15, can start handing out more items. Jinx, only 1 item complete so far, but close to the Infinity Edge. Just needs a little bit more. And if they can get all of those, then their scaling in the late part of the game is going to be really, really strong.
You know, if you know Valentine gets that Infinity Edge, especially with the Wild Arrows.
Geo is caught in the Steadfast Presence, pulled back, and that's a great setup from Death. And we talked about his playmaking skills.
Yes, he does really well at being able to set up picks or catch people out.
The combo is here onto Eternal. He misses his ultimate. They have quite a lot of damage onto him, but there is no more wave, so they can't push. Death is caught here. Derry deals huge amounts of damage, gets the kill onto Death almost instantly. They keep wanting to go in. Rapcore is going to jump forward. Upset Life throwing out the Glacial Fissure. Catches Valentine and Kodo Draco. Flash away for Valentine. Kodo Draco is soaking up as much as he can. He's going to get gnarred against the wall. And that is a good play for Filmy. Derry gets that one. Teleport is coming in, but Rapcore is dead. Valentine is excited. Derry flashes into the rush. Gets nothing for it. Lemon goes down, and Derry picks that one up as well. Now Filmy can take out the first layer of... No, never mind. They have no minions.
They had minions, but they got destroyed by the tower pretty quickly. And then, of course, Void Grub's...
This is going to go down quick. So they take the first turret. They're going to take the first inhibitor of the game as well. Derry is very far ahead. These 3 grubs on their team doing quite a bit of work. Derry's going to get slowed down, but is not afraid because his team is right there. They're going to take out a second inhibitor, and this is big, big, big news for Filmy.
Oh, certainly. And looks like Filmy is starting to... Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that just got deleted by Derry right there.
Another charm over the wall. Good Guy Timo gets a Cyclone. Call of the Forge God is coming in. That was the shockwave. Just takes Derry out easy. Upset Life is on the run. He's pretty low. Geo's going to get the taunt onto Kodo Draco. That's Soul over to Filmy. Ethereal did that one all on his own. Or Eternal, my bad. They're going to back off. I'm just looking at our kills here. 15 and 20. That's 35 in our 25 minutes. Team Unknown want to get some more here. Eternal is the next target. Jumps in, tries to get the ultimate, but instantly pops. They're going to try and clear the mid wave and get the turret down.
And, easily able to turn that team fight around. If just having the correct focus during a team fight. A lot of the tricky parts with that is who do we need to focus in here? Who do we need to take out first to be able to win this fight? Like if we can get rid of Derry, the rest of the fight's easy. because
Right.
nobody else on their team is really doing very much damage. Eternal does a little bit, but as we saw, they're not even able to take out like Lemon, because Lemon's got a lot more of the tanky items. The only person on the team Team Unknown that really doesn't have a lot of tank is Jinx. It's Valentine.
Valentine goes down to a combo from Derry. Derry is knocked into the wall and stunned, knocked up as well. So it's a 2-for-1. The Call of the Forge God is coming out. Lemon might be in some trouble. Knockup is going to stop Rap Core, but good guy Teemo helps set up with the Shockwave. Lemon is the next target. He's going low, gets all of the shields, and is ignited. Braum is trying to do what he can there. Geo gets the kill onto good guy Teemo. Lemon is still alive, but only just as Geo picks up the double, and he and Phil Me are going to march straight down mid lane and try and take the game.
And Death and Kodo Draco could stop this, but it's going to be very tricky if they can. They don't have a whole lot of damage between the two of them.
Turret number 1 is down. Defense is struggling. Turret number 2 is still alive, but only just. A nice ultimate there from Valentine is going to help pick up 1 kill. Oh no, Eternal is still alive. Got the Triumph. Valentine is caught, and he is actually going to go down instead. The Nexus turrets are down. The rest of Team Unknown is gone, and the Nexus dies. Phil Me move on to the finals.
Congratulations, Phil Me, on that game and your spot in the finals. It was certainly an entertaining game to see, and we love to see these kinds of plays. We love the big team fights. It's always a spectacle. We love the early game picks, and that snowball was certainly entertaining to watch.
Definitely.
And I
think
the
well
chat will agree.
Well played by Team Unknown as well. There were some great instances, the comeback mechanics being utilized quite well. Winning fights from 6,000 gold behind is not easy. And so with those 3 or 4 that they were able to win, I think they can be proud of that. But we are going to a break because we will be back with the finals after this. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Welcome back, everybody. That was the semifinals we just finished, meaning, Billy Harold, we are starting the finals for our October tournament. I realized that I didn't introduce myself. I am Juhadre. That's who I was last game as well. And Billy Harold is on the cast with me.
As Shazbot likes to say, Billy, not Billy, Harold.
I still
And-
remember the moment he found out that Billy Harold was just your tag and not your actual name.
Not my actual name. The amount of people that are surprised when they're just like, wait, that's not your name? It's like, why would I be using my actual name in internet circles?
Hey,
I mean, I don't mind it, but
Mhm.
most people know me as Billy in on the internet and not as my actual name.
Right. And I think that one of the reasons is one of the original casters for League of Legends, his name was Joe Miller. And that was his tag as well. And, you know, even after that, Rivington Blislin III was also Riv. So, like, I could see it, but I'm with you. I mean, my name isn't really Juhadre. That'd be wild. But all that said, everybody, we're glad to have you back. This is our finals. This is going to be Team Unknown versus drumroll. Oh, I said Team Unknown, didn't I?
Yeah, not Team Unknown.
My apologies. It is Filmy
Filmy.
versus drumroll Mithril Knights. I got that one right.
Ah.
All right, so Mithril Knights was victorious over RBE, Not Another Monday. Congratulations to them, and GG to RBE. And now we're going to have the Filmy versus Mithril Knights finals. And we saw Mithril Knights earlier looking really, really strong. Filmy looking strong as well. The only team to be undefeated at this moment in the tournament.
Is Filmy, correct?
Yes.
Filmy undefeated in Swiss and took semis, so it'll definitely be a good match. We've seen both Filmy and Mithril Knights come out as champions of our tournament before, and so it could go either way. I don't think either of these teams is more skilled than another. Like, I don't think there's any skill gap between any of their players.
Yeah, I think I would agree. So, what the heck? That was number 4. The problem is our Swiss stage, game number 4, was Mithril Knights versus Filmy. And Filmy came out ahead. So,
Filmy came out ahead of that one.
yes, they did. And so
it's a
it's going to
rematch.
and it's going to be tough. You know, Mithril Knights beat Pink Panther in round number 1, and then Riot MMO Wen in round number 2. And they were even able to get the win over Needs More Asians. So the only thing keeping them away is Filmy, and they've already done it. And so I want to know the mental state of Mithril Knights. Is it an exciting thing to say, hey, we get another chance to say we can beat these guys? Or do you think it's a little bit more frustrated, like, we just lost to these guys and now we just have to play another game? What do you think?
I'd say it's more of the former. Like, as you know, Shazbot and I were discussing earlier. I think it was off camera. We were discussing about how, actually, no, it was during our match, or before our match of the third Swiss round with University of North Florida. How we were discussing, you know, some of the mentalities that they have. You know, you get better by playing games against people that are better than you. And so, you know, that mentality of, okay, we've got another chance at this. We know their tactics. We know what they're trying to do. And we know, you know, a few target bans for them, but we also want to play around our strengths with this.
And here we are in our draft, and immediately my eyes are drawn to the Silas ban. And Billy, I don't think you were here, but the Mithril Knights played that earlier today, and it was terrifying.
And so I'd say that ban is warranted. You know, you want to take out a few of those, you know, really target picks that could easily carry that game away with some of the players.
Rom also taken away from Filmy. Geo's Hui is off the table as well. Some great bans here in the first phase. And Filmy take away the Kane.
And, you know, having that Kane actually on their side It's like those pick bans. If you've got first pick, you take it and you
Mhm.
roll with it. We do have Syndra coming in here for Mithril Knights, not locked in yet, but being hovered.
I like Syndra. I think she's a strong mage. And Shazma brought it up earlier. She is a stacking champion now and gets very, very strong later in the game. So I like her. I think she's a lot of fun. And the setups that can come from good Scatter the Weaks and the I win button with the Unleash Power make her entertaining to watch as well.
Yes. And any stacking champion, you don't want to get to late game because
Mhm.
at that point the game's on a timer. We
Ooh.
did see, however, in our game with Short Bus Dojo, that even against a very fed and stacked Smolder, you can still win the game if played right.
Yeah. And a lot of that has to do with the increased damage from her Dark Spheres
Mhm.
and the range of the Scatter of the Weak, the amount of spheres on the ground. It dictates how much damage your ultimate does. Very powerful champion. Lee Sin locked in. I love Lee Sin's in PLC. The champion is so slippery. He's so mobile, does so much damage, and I always love it. So I'm excited for this.
He jumps in, ults, and jumps away. He doesn't need to run anywhere.
Mhm.
And looks like we do have Dari's Tristana and Gio's Ari once again.
Not surprising. I think that these champions do really well, and we saw their effectiveness, right? The amount
Yeah.
of range Tristana gets makes it really easy to just right-click people. The confidence with which Dari jumps in with the rocket jump, it's a lot of fun. So I'm pleased to see these champions as well.
And 4 auto attacks that by themselves don't do a whole lot of damage, but when combined with her bomb,
Mhm.
it just explodes champions for half or 2/3 of their hit points.
Xayah locked in on the side of the Mithril Knights. She's become one of the staple safe champions. You have your own source of crowd control. Your ultimate makes you very hard to gank. So I like this from the side of Mithril Knights. I wonder, though, will we be able to see the pairing with Rakan, or is that going to be banned out? Mundo taken away is actually a surprise to me. Huh.
It looks like he's not going where he pleases this game. Believe it or not, straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Oh, that's funny.
The Shen ban. So no Shen ultimates onto Dari today, it looks like. And the Rakan ban.
I'm not surprised by it. I was wondering if they let it through. It's a confidence thing, right?
Mhm.
But I don't know. I think it's okay to let it get banned. If you're Mithril Knights, there are other supports that work well with Xayah. They're not quite the same as the Rakan, but I think other enchanters or I'll say it, even engaged supports are really good.
Yeah.
If you can get like Alistar or Braum in there. I know the Braum is banned. That's not the point. But Thresh would do a great job as well. You can let Xayah set up her feathers and pull them back, and there we go. The Thresh is going to be taken away. Also very good for Tristana for the same reason.
Mm-hmm. And if you can keep Xayah from using her ultimate or lock her down in an area before she uses it, with Thresh particularly, you're able to hook her if as soon as the hook's done. If she tries to ult, you've got your ultimate to just keep her there. She's not going to be able to jump over it with her ultimate, unless of course flashes over it, but she'd be able to do that anyway.
Right.
So, and looks like we do have Gnar once again in the top lane from Filmy. Oh, actually, doesn't look like Gnar. Gnar was being hovered, but we are looking at something a little bit different for this game.
Oh boy.
An Akali.
Oh boy.
A little bit more of the AP assassins going on here.
That's an interesting choice because Cho'Gath has already been locked in on the top side. So I wonder what the thought process is for the Rapcore. Is it just to work better with the team composition? Because that's fine. There are some targets that will be easy to take out. Seraphine locked in for the Mithril Knights, though. This champion we've seen can be very, very powerful.
Yes, and she doesn't even need ability power to do it. She can build full support items and still do a lot of damage with her Q. You know, her empowered Q, you know, that double cast, if they're below 40% hit points, they're taking double damage from it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get a double cast on double damage. Just the base damage on it is huge. So, you know, Qmax Seraphine, you're going to be executing people left and right. You know, we saw earlier today, you know, Seraphine went 6-0-6 at one point in the game.
Rough.
Yes.
It's rough. All right. Draft is done, everybody. We just got to get it done in the client. We'll get these locked in and into our spectator delay as soon as we can. And Billy, same question as last time. Taking a look at our team compositions, Coda Draco says he's getting some 2019 vibes. How about you? What do you think about our teams?
A little bit. I'd probably be on the side of Phil Me with this, mostly because, you know, they have a lot more reliable sources of damage, but they also have some tank and some peel. They have a lot of the meta elements that are necessary. They actually have 2 reliable sources of damage with this, with Rapcore and Derry. But against Cho'Gath, it might be a little bit questionable running Akali. She doesn't really have a whole lot of percentage hit points damage, but she still does a lot of damage, especially early on against Cho'Gath. She scales hard with her items, so, you know, her abilities themselves not doing as much damage, but if she gets ahead while Cho'Gath is small, she can easily snowball through the entire game.
And I will say we are called out a little bit by Rapcore saying, quote, "These guys forgot about my Akali, shakes my head," end quote. And I apologize for that, Rapcore, because it looked familiar when you were locking. I was like, I think I've seen that, but I cannot recall. I'm not good at recalling that, which is why I rewatch the games every time we get to our PCP on our podcast. So I watch the podcast, by the way. I promise that we love you, and it's just me being an old lazy man.
Myself, almost as old, probably a little bit more lazy.
Oh, come on. All right, we had to do a quick reset, everybody, so we'll get the redraft up as soon as we can and back into our last game. And Billy, with this being the finals and being our last games, what haven't we seen that you want to see? Not necessarily an exact combo with the champions, although that is invited, but is there a strategy? Is there a steal? Is there a pattern that we haven't seen quite yet that could come out?
Something that I've seen happen in other circles that I haven't quite seen happen here, at least very much, is, you know, as Shazbot was saying, that lane swap, that early lane swap. We're not getting nearly as much of that. Particularly in that game we had, it was with Feel Pain and Short Bus Dojo. You know, if we had that lane swap early on with Smolder, he probably could have gotten a few more stacks early on and not gotten behind. Well, he was kind of ahead most of the time, but he would have been able to keep Mbessa from getting ahead in the top lane if he had swapped up there. And just with his range, able to outrange her and keep her pinned down behind the wave. So it's these lane swaps. I'd like to see a little bit more of those.
All right. I'm thinking also, I agree. I like the lane swap. I think it's really clever, and different reasons for putting marksman up on the top side. I get it. I like it. I'm wondering though if we get something else like big objective flips. Most of our fights have been around fights, right? It wasn't because they were fighting at Otacon and they peeled off and lost the team fight because they didn't have any armor and stuff like that. And so I wonder if we're going to get a big play around one of these objectives. Maybe not even a game-ending one, just like at the grubs. Most of the grubs have been uncontested today.
Yeah.
And so I honestly would like to see a big grub fight. I'll throw that out there.
Yeah,
And
I
especially-
love stealing grubs myself as a jungler, or when
Yeah.
when I'm playing as a jungler. I love stealing grubs. It's just like, all right, they just ganked bot. I know their bot jungler's clear. They're gonna be on the top side. I'm gonna go to grubs, and I can almost guarantee you they're gonna be there. And 9 times out of 10, they're there, and I end up stealing grubs, and it feels great.
Absolutely. And especially with the way that you only need to take one. Do you remember when they spawned twice and you had to take 2 of them to make it worth it? So the power in these grubs is quite large, quite important, and I think that a big fight around there to start off the game. You have the feast from Cho'Gath, meaning you have an extra smite of sorts. So I think Mithril Knights should try and pressure these big objectives like the Drake, like Otacon, like the Rift Herald, and like the Grubs to try and get that part of the feats and get the feast. Feats and feast. You see
Yes.
what I did there?
Yes, feast
Thank
of
you.
feats. But yeah, with Rapcore, he's going to be definitely refreshing our memories with his
Mm.
Akali here. It'll be very entertaining to see that up against a Cho'Gath. If he's able to, keep Cho'Gath down, keep him small, or if Cho'Gath ends up getting fed from it.
Well, Sparks the God played Cho'Gath earlier, and actually, this is why I was so surprised by the Kayn pick, because that's what Jackson played in the opener. So it's fun to see Filmy not ban the champion, but to take it instead and say, I can do that too. So that's one thing. And then Sparks the God again on the Cho'Gath did really well. I think that he was a little bit conservative with his ultimates. I'd like to see a few more minion consumes and get the stacks early. But if you do that, you don't have it for the fight, and you don't just deal a random 1200 true damage, right? I get it. And just something different. That's all I'm looking for, is something different, because that's my job, right? I point out things.
There are a few of the ultimate items, like the ultimate haste items, that I have seen a couple times on Cho'Gath, but I've never seen it done right. Like with Malignance on Cho'Gath, it reduces his ultimate cooldown, allows him to stack faster. Or if you get what was it's the lethality one, I'm blanking on the name of it. The
Axiomarch.
Axiomarch. Yeah, Axiomarch on Cho'Gath. You eat a champion, it's his ult is suddenly less of a cooldown. So it in itself, but he doesn't quite stack on its stats. So there's things to keep in mind with that, where you really have to play it right. But if it's an item where you're confident that you're already snowballing without items on Cho'Gath, you grab that item and you just start snowballing faster.
The other option is the experimental hexplate.
Yes.
Which actually Doggo at Worlds from CFO in Vietnam has been using on Draven. And, typically you wouldn't expect to see Draven ulting to start a fight.
Usually it's to finish a fight.
Exactly. But if you do use it, it gives you that attack and movement speed, which is something that Draven really uses effectively. And so it's fun to see those type of things where if you use a Cho'Gath ult, you don't need to move and attack up very fast, right? That's not the point of that spell. So I don't know. I like playing silly things like that, just getting them for the sake of getting them for the ultimate haste.
Mhm.
So I
But
could see it.
I could see Malignance still being a really good item for him. You know, you chomp a champion for 1200 damage, and with Malignance, if it kills the champion, if the ultimate ability that if the ultimate kills the champion, the area is so much more massive from Malignance. And so Cho'Gath eats a champion, and suddenly the entire area that the team fight is in is just this giant dot from Malignance. So I could see it coming quite this utility for a team fight.
Absolutely. Taking a look in our last moments before the spectator delay is up, a very difficult to catch team Phil.me has drafted. Akali,
Yes.
famous for breaking ankles. Once you get your ultimate, Ahri does the same thing. The ability to go through the walls from Kayn, a very mobile team. And with the crowd control on the side of Mithril Knights being exclusively skill shots, I wonder how much of it they're going to actually land. Because your charm, your root, the stun, the feathers, all of it, all skill shot.
Yes, and you have to, especially with Xayah, you have to line things up. You can't just be throwing feathers all out everywhere with your auto attacks and expect a root to happen when you recall them.
Okay, everyone, bear with us. There was a disconnect earlier, so that might be a repeat of that. One of our players might be having some technical difficulties. But the good news is the draft and the delay are done. That means the moment we have our reconnect, we've got ourselves a game. And this is the finals for October, everybody. There's been a lot of discussion here about the draft. Server Panda, Kodo Draco interacting with Rapcore in the chat. And we want to see more. We want to see your love for these people. So give us some predictions, give us some laughs, and we will give you the best performance we can for this match.
And particularly with Seraphine in there,
Mhm.
Seraphine combined with Xayah, you get a lot of the lockdowns from the double E on Seraphine, and then you continue that lockdown by recalling your feathers in. So
Mhm.
if they can land the skill shots, they can lock down anyone from Phil.me, make any picks necessary for a team fight, and realistically, they can also do a lot of area crowd control with that as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one of the things about hypermobile champions is that if you do lock them down, they're kind of locked down entirely.
Exactly.
You know, Lee Sin's mobility is mostly bursty. You have, but you know, he also has some of that lockdown. He's able to, you know, pick a target and send them into your team or into their team to disengage. So a lot of tools that they have at their disposal.
Mhm.
With Kayn, he ults onto a champion. He's untargetable for several seconds, and then he comes out, and suddenly he's getting hit by a Cho'Gath knockup or a Syndra wave, or he gets rooted down by Xayah as she's expecting him to come out. So
Well, we're on Summoner's Rift. There we go. We're on Summoner's Rift, everyone. This is our last game of the night, the finals. Phil.me versus Mithril Knights. Looks like we have similar ideas from these teams, just in opposite sides of the map. Maybe it's just going to turn into a few wards, but it is still exciting. Shh, don't tell anyone. They're in the other jungle.
So I think I had Mithril Knights do that to me in the one game I had played against them. I think it was them, but I was Galio and just sort of scouting out our top jungle, placing a couple wards in the river, and suddenly I had 5 of the enemy team on top of me. I'm like, okay, forget Billy.
All right, they're gonna run
Billy's
into
dead.
Thresh. Upset Life is gonna get the first pull in. They get big damage onto Jackson and Sparks the God.
Upset Life also taking quite a bit of damage there, but you know, him being Thresh, it's not quite as detrimental.
Hold on, this is interesting because Derry is there early. Like you're not supposed to be there with the lane swap mechanic, so that was interesting.
Get a little bit of poke on Syndra as you make your way down to bot lane. Jackson almost going down to that first jungle camp from the initial invade, having taken a lot of damage.
It is very close. Luckily, Lee Sin has his W that gives him the vamp on all spells if
Yeah,
he casted the second time.
A little bit of Omnivamp there. He gets shields. So he's got a lot of sustain in the jungle, so he doesn't need a whole lot of hit points, but he's in a bad situation if he gets invaded again.
Absolutely. Up on the top side already, 9 CS to 2. Very strong here from Rapcore, just trying to keep the Cho'Gath away from the wave, starve him of the stacks, which, I mean, he doesn't have ultimate yet, but starve him of all the experience, and being very, very annoying on the Akali. Just like he promised.
And
AP Ash
it-
Forever is caught, gonna get flayed in. Derry is jumping on to AP Ash Forever. That is first blood for Derry. Aderbug wants to get revenge, but cannot follow the rocket jump.
You know, if you can prevent Cho'Gath from getting from getting CS, then from getting that minion score, then you're preventing his regeneration.
Geo might be in trouble. The Comet is there to get good damage. Flashes to get the comeback onto Layson, but the last auto secures the kill, and Layson takes that one.
1-1, but you know, 3 minutes in, 3.5 minutes in, we're seeing a lot more action than we have in the previous games. That's for sure.
Yes, and it's more familiar. AP Ash Forever defends the turret. Derry pulled it back with the Dark Passage, and this is the exciting game. I hope it stays this high octane though, because
Yes.
we've had very exciting late games with relatively boring early games all day. So 1-1. No, just the one big discrepancy up here. It's only a wave difference, but it is a difference. And Rapcore doesn't have Flash. I just looked at summoner spells, and that's Ignite Teleport. That's exciting.
Yeah, as somebody who prefers not to play with Flash, I can respect it.
Yeah, same here. But there's the push again. Rapcore getting Sparks the God away from the minions. Now a 2-wave difference. Not a big gold difference though. You can see it's only 173, but the experience, the pressure, that's what's going to be important.
Yeah, and you know, Akali's scaling a lot harder with items than Cho'Gath would. Cho'Gath scaling with the experience. He can stay back as long as he's within range to get the experience necessary for it.
AP Ash Forever has the bomb on the head. Aderbug is going to get the root. Lee Sin is here. Jackson jumps in, doesn't land the Sonic Wave. Flash forward from Aderbug, trying to do the damage enough. Slow down from the cripple from Jackson, and Derry... Man, that barrier lasted forever. What the heck? No. Sorry, Thresh got close enough after casting the Dark Passage.
Yeah,
Sparks the God in some trouble. He hit with the Shuriken flip. Knocked up, but the Ignite is there, and that's a solo kill on the top side for Rapcore.
You know, it's starting to remind us that his Akali is not to be messed with.
Aderbug gets the root onto Thresh. He gets the shield from the Dark Passage, and Derry jumps away. He flashes back into the cripple, and Jackson takes him down.
You know, calling Lee Sin a cripple isn't very nice.
Stop it. You know that's not what I think I got called out for the same exact thing last time someone played Lee Sin.
I had to say it.
Well, thank you for that. But look at this advantage now. Rapcore up 20 CS, has half an item, teleports back in, and is almost 800 gold ahead of Sparks the God.
Yeah, and that gold lead is going to just keep snowballing if it goes at this rate. We can see mid lane a little bit ahead from Syndra from that one kill, and a little bit of a CS lead from it as Geo has had to both teleport back into lane and then walk back into lane.
Eternal is here to gank Sparks the God. Try and keep the pressure here. Making Cho'Gath less effective is a good strategy when that's the tank, that's the front line. And keeping him down is a good plan from Filmy.
Yeah, if you can keep that tank down, you don't have to worry about nearly as much peel, especially when your team is as highly mobile as they are.
Yeah, I agree. So Sparks the God having a rough time, 30 CS down now, but just needs to relax. This is one of those things that competitive League of Legends teaches you. Sometimes you just gotta sit there and deal with the situation.
Mm-hmm. I've actually seen a few streamers that they give specific things to do when you are behind in lane, or when you are up against a heavily disadvantaged matchup, where you're the one being disadvantaged. Sometimes all you can do is stay back, but within XP range, and just soak up XP, not let them get ahead with that.
Exactly. Some good pressure here on the bottom side. Filmy is doing their best. I don't think they know that Jackson is down there, but it's not going to turn into anything quite yet. Mithril Knights need to play safe on the bottom side because their jungler has left. But now Rapcore wants to go in onto Sparks the God again. It procs Conqueror, doesn't get hit by the Rupture, jumps into the Shroud and will just kind of hang out from now on.
Yeah, and with the pressure bot lane that Derry is putting out, we do see that he is starting to get a little bit of a gold lead. But as we saw last game, a little bit of a gold lead on Tristana can turn into a lot of an objective lead.
Jackson is pushed off his red buff. That's a 3-person invade. But now AP Ash Forever has shown up. They get the root, then stun onto Eternal. He is killed. And now Rapcore is here, wants to go onto AP Ash Forever. Will get the Ignite down. Geo is going to be the target here for Jackson. And now it's a 3v1. Rapcore does not have his ultimate, and he is taken down. Sparks the God gets it with the feast.
And Cho'Gath beginning to get fed. 800 gold behind, but beginning to get fed.
So this is actually interesting. Our overlay shows us that the Feat of Warfare goes over to the Mithril Knights. They were the first team up to 3 kills. Sparks the God might be in some trouble. Thresh jumps in with Eternal on that Kayn. Sparks the God is low, gets a shield, but it isn't enough. Eternal is going to be the next target. Hit with the Unleashed Power. Jackson jumps forward, picks up another kill. Is going to get crowd controlled a little bit. Geo has shown up as well. Gets the kill onto Jackson. It's now 5-5. Thresh might be the next one in trouble, but he is tanky enough at the moment. No junglers live on the Rift at this moment, so just the one grub taken so far.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of both supports roaming right now.
Oh no,
just like
Aderbug got caught in the shop. Takes a big trade here, loses out pretty heavily, but no explosive shot to deal extra damage on that plate.
Leaving essentially the ADCs here to duke it out. So, and the looks
We are
like
back
they're
on the
going back in
grubs.
for the grubs here.
I think this is actually favorable for MK. AP Ash Forever is caught by the Charm. Rapcore wants to go in. It does throw the Shuriken flip, so he's out. But numbers advantage and no jungler for FM. Means Mithril Knights get all 3 grubs. Sparks the God gets yet another stack. That's 3 so far.
Does, however, leave Eternal to take a free dragon.
Geo gonna take quite a lot of damage here from Layson. Got 3 extra spheres on the ground. AP Ash Forever has shown up, but Geo makes it out.
It looks like AP Ash is going to be supporting Syndra for a little bit, but possibly roaming back down as at 11 minutes things start to change.
Yes. Drake is gone. Grubs are gone. Gold is 1,000 in favor of Filmy. Sparks the God wants to go against Rapcore here. They're both... I was going to say they're both level 8, but Rapcore is actually level 9. Knocked up by the Rupture, silenced by the Feral Scream. Thresh wants another play. Jumps forward onto Aetherbug. Derry gets yet another kill. Will get rooted by the Feather Call, but still getting another one. Layson doesn't have Flash, but he does have the Unleashed Power. Geo, I think, is safe. No, he's not. He's knocked up by the Scatter of the Weak, and Layson picks up another kill, tying it up 6-6.
With just enough damage from that Arcane Comma as well.
Sparks the God and Rapcore locked in eternal combat. Rapcore jumps in, uses the Ignite. Sparks the God is not tanky enough. He needed to kill some minions to get some regen, but Rapcore makes it work. The burn doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and getting that Faded Ashes and Haunting Geist, going towards that Leandri's Torment to be very anti-Cho'Gath with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, percent health damage. It's going to be really rough for Cho, who exclusively has built items with health.
Yes, and not a whole lot of magic resist yet from anyone. So Rapcore is going to be doing a lot of damage here, especially with him stacking that Dark Seal. Probably going to be upgrading that item here soon. And looks like possibly setting up for the next jungle objective. We do have Dragon coming up here soon.
So, I want to draw attention to Kayn, who just picked up the Cyclosword.
Yes.
That's a really silly item. When you're melee, it slows by 90%. That's crazy. But where are we?
99%.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make it seem too overpowered, so I undershot it. But we don't have a lot of ganks to speak of yet, meaning we're slow on the transition to one of the forms.
Yeah. So
And Kayn without his form is like 2/3 of a champion. So
Yeah.
it's Geo though might be in some huge trouble. No burn from the side of Layson, but Geo has only 50 hit points.
and burning that ultimate to get away so they can recall as well. It puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage. Looks like Rapcore and Derry are going to be carrying this game.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because it's been Geo the last several months who has put Filmy on his back and made those hero plays to bring them to victory. Rapcore is going to make it out. Derry will be the target here for Jackson. They're setting up for the... You can't really set up for the Drake right now because there's a whole minute and 20 before you start it. I'd rather see them ignore this fight and set up for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald's in 20 seconds, and that's arguably a more important objective. Only one tower is down at this time, and both mid towers, till just now, have been relatively untouched.
The first turret did go to Filmy, meaning that the fight is over the objectives, which is why I think it's important for your team to be up by the Rift Herald. But Aetherbug is going to get caught by another Flay, uses the Blade Caller to stay safe, and Herald should be the fight.
It looks like they are starting to set up for that here as well, especially with Eternal beginning that fight, and Derry sort of securing the perimeter with it.
Rapcore is going to join his team. I like that Upset Life is here on this side of the red buff. I don't think Jackson even knows. Holy crap, he stole it.
Thresh stole the red buff with his hook, and then
All
blast
right.
stoned over the wall.
You know, Upset Life is a play on the name Mad Life. Oh, Aetherbug's actually in a huge amount of trouble here. Gets nothing done against Geo. That feels real bad being caught in that spot.
Sometimes you you're like, oh, don't worry, this player's really behind. He's not going to be a threat at all. And then they go and one-shot your carry.
Yeah. To be fair, marksmen are pretty weak at this 16-minute point. Layson also in a lot of trouble. Uses a good scatter of the weak onto Eternal. Is going to flash away from the death sentence, but now Geo is here and he's going to get hit with the full unleashed power. At least it looks like it. It's not on cooldown on the portrait though. But everyone is still alive. Sparks the God is going to be fighting more of Rapcore up here. Layson still has... Yeah, that's really weird. I think that's a visual bug.
So
But Layson gets the kill. That's a kick onto the Thresh. Derry is the next target. Gonna get the dodge away from the charm. Jackson wants to jump away, but gets hit with the death sentence, and Derry picks up the kill.
So back to that Syndra, there were 3 balls out and she scattered the weak.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Teleport incoming from Sparks the God. AP Ash is here. Rapcore is exhausted, hiding in the brush. Has to jump away with the second cast of the ultimate. Rapcore is running away. Sparks the God wants to get the knockup. He lands it. Derry, Feral screams, so he's silenced. But AP Ash forever has to be careful. The damage from the second cast on that is huge. That's a kill for Rapcore. Will he make it out? He doesn't, and the stun doesn't land onto Geo, but the knockup does. They are hiding well enough that they aren't close enough to be taken down. Aetherbug is very low, meaning Eternal wants to come in for yet another play. Gonna get the slow down onto Sparks the God. Jackson has arrived as well. Layson dodging out another death sentence, and fight after fight after fight, we are still going here on our setup for that Infernal Drake.
And it looks like they have the numbers advantage to be able to take it. They don't have Rapcore, but they do have a lot more. They do still have Derry and Eternal to be able to.
Eternal goes in. Jackson is the target. Umbral Trespass onto him. He gets the shield here. Eternal might be the next target. Derry gets huge amounts of shields and does not go down to the Unleashed Power. That's another slow onto Eternal. They get the kill. Layson with the Dark Sphere. Thresh doesn't get locked down with the feathers, but Rapcore is hiding in the wings. Aetherbug is in some trouble. Has the bomb and the heal cut on, but his team is prepared to pick up this Drake, and I think they just might have the pressure to do so.
It looks like they do. They were able to get that team fight back up. And
Aetherbug's in trouble. Rapcore goes in and gets the kill with the burn. Jackson is going to get the vision because his E is super strong. Rapcore jumps over his enemies. Jackson jumps in, goes with the extra damage. He's still alive, but only just for now. Rapcore goes down, but not before taking Jackson with him.
These plays from Rapcore, very, very risky plays, but they're paying off.
And you know what? I don't know that I can forget the Akali now.
Yeah, no forgetting that Akali. And looks like Derry taking a little bit more of the damage on that turret.
If you are Mithril Knights fans, put your stock into pink wards, or sorry, control wards, because they are buying a lot of them. The Akali being invisible is a big, big motivator to buy and place those wards. We just saw Thresh take 2 of them out of the Drake pit.
2 of them in one spot.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's necessary just to have full coverage.
And we finally have the transformation for Kayn. He is Rost, that's the red Kayn. It took 20 minutes, and so with this transformation, what do you think will change? Will we get better pressure? Will we get stronger engages out of the side of Filmy?
Well, Rost particularly I've seen him as a little bit more of an anti-tank. He's a lot more of a bruiser than an assassin at this point, like an anti-tank bruiser. So I'm expecting him to be targeting Jackson and Sparks the God a lot more than he would be targeting AP Ash or Aetherbug or Lassen.
I would agree with you on that. Just the way you scale and the way you deal the damage, the healing and everything, it just makes more sense. But Otacon is alive here. 21 minutes. I don't think either team really wants to go for it, but they're trying to make sure that no one can do it without being spotted. Rapcore is going to get hit with the Scatter of the Week and the Encore, and that just might be the trigger to go for the Otacon.
It might be, but they're still in a 4v4 right here as you know,
Sparks the God takes huge amounts of damage from Derry. Eternal tries to get the knockup. Instead, it's the death sentence. Sparks the God will go down. Thresh is in the middle of 3. Layson trying to do what he can. APS Forever flashes away, but does go down. He's very squishy. Aderbug trying to get some damage, pulling the feathers through everybody. Does not get the root. Derry jumping over the wall, gonna get the kill on the Aderbug as well, which means the quadra kill for Derry on the Tristana, and the Otacon that was ready for Mithril Knights will go the way of Filmy.
Yeah, Aderbug was just a little bit too late to that fight, having to go all the way from mid lane for that. You know, they did get mid lane pushed out, but a little bit too late to the fight.
I wonder if the call should have been to wait for Aderbug to join. They did have 4v4, so it's the same as 5v5, supposedly, but instead, it does go to Filmy, and that gives them feats, which gives them also the blessing of Noxus and the upgraded boots.
Yeah, and you know they didn't have the first 3 kills in the game. No, did they have the first 3 kills in the game
No.
as well?
No, they did not.
Okay.
They have 2.
Yeah, they had 2 out of the first 3 kills, or the first to 3 was Mithril Knights.
Correct.
They took, and then Filmy took first tower, and now they've taken 3 jungle objectives. They were the
Rapcore
first to 3
against-
jungle.
Against Sparks the God, there he goes again, just already taking a quarter of Sparks the God's hit points. That's actually very terrifying.
It looks like Sparks is starting to build a little bit more of those magic resist items. He has the Merc Treads. He's got Bammy's Cinder. Supposedly, it looks like he's going to be building the magic resist variant.
Mhm.
I would. He could still be building the armor variant for Tristana and for Kayn, but I'd say it's less likely.
Yeah, Hollow Radiance is a more likely item, especially with the way that you need the engage and the tools to start the fights for the side of Filmy are magic damage, and so getting that upfront resistance would be a better choice, I think.
Yeah, and it works better with Cho'Gath's kit anyway, since he's wanting to be farming a lot of CS with it. It works a little bit better for CS than it does for champions. You know, damage against champions.
They catch Thresh, they knock him down, and they stun him. Geo is going to get the taunt on the AP Ash Forever. Encore will go down, but it is not enough to set anything up. Derry is going to get some free hits on the Sparks the God. It is a 4v4. Eternal jumps in. Layson goes golden. Jackson is trying to get away. Rapcore is going to get the first kill on to the Xayah. Jackson on the run, ignited, and yet again, Filmy do the crazy play where they show up unannounced. Sparks the God might be in some trouble. There is no ultimate from Geo, and Eternal isn't quite quick enough. Thank God I let him go.
Honestly, I think Sparks could have gotten away with the recall right there. He was a quarter of a second from it, and Filmy didn't have anything to really catch him at that point.
Another turret going to Rapcore. Baron has spawned, as our production showed us. The slinking shadow underneath the river is the doom of MK. If they don't get a good play and take it themselves, that is.
Yes. If they are able to get that play and turn this game around, just getting that Baron play can easily turn this game in their favor. First of all, they get the objective bounty. And so a huge gold injection for their entire team, and not just for the person who takes the bounty, but they also have the pushing power to be able to take further objectives with the towers, as they haven't taken any of those so far.
Thresh is looking pretty strong here. Gonna get kicked with the Dragon's Rage. Probably the wrong direction, but the fight is still here. Another Scatter of the Week. Derry has jumped in. Geo is already half health. Jackson wants to get something done. Flashes over the wall, but he is so low he can't do anything. Aderbug is going to die as well. Syndra's already gone. AP Ash Forever is trying to get away. He will go down, and this was a big play once again for Filmy. Rapcore already in the middle, pushing another turret, and this is huge for them. They are now 9,000 gold ahead.
That
Double buffs on everybody. It's Baron time, I think.
and 4.7 ahead on Akali, 4.1 on Tristana. That's an item and a half on each of them.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Sparks the God doesn't have flash, doesn't have the blast cone. He just wants to get some vision down, but the control word will stop it. He has no way to get over. Jackson might, though. He jumps over the wall. Is he close enough? He stole the Baron! Jackson just saved Mithril Knights!
For now.
Hey, I don't care. He saved them. Whether for now or forever, it doesn't matter. It's a save.
It is a save. They do have the Baron power. They did get the objective bounty, and they have had Baron empowered minions pushing into that mid turret, but unfortunately nobody there to back them up.
Sparks the God versus Rapcore once again, but AP Ash Forever has shown up to give the support, and we need to see Mithril Knights do something big with this Baron. It's hard though because they're on the back foot, but if they can keep this buff and get some kind of push, maybe take down that mid turret, the problem is they just have no vision.
And if they could get any vision on their
You get the
on
stun
enemy
and the
jungle,
encore onto Thresh. Do they have the root? They don't need it. They are going to pick up the kill, and that stuff like that. This is good use of this buff. They're getting vision in so that they can push out and use the lane power.
So if they could get vision anywhere other than their own jungle, if they could start to put it in the enemy jungle on the side of
Derry
enemy
finds
jungle,
Jackson, deals huge damage, but is he caught? He's going to jump over the wall. Sparks the God is here. Flash away. It's not enough, and big money over to Aderbug.
that shutdown gold. Shutdowns, objective bounties, they're starting to turn the game back in their favor. We can see we're down to a 5,500 gold lead. Don't do math on stream. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, please do correct me if I'm wrong.
It's written right under there.
But just being able to, the 5,500 gold lead, easy number there. But they're reducing that gold lead.
Thresh might just be taken down here. Bad placement by Upset Life, just gets taken down once again. Huge damage coming out of the Syndra. Layson doing a lot of good stuff.
And Syndra also stacking up further and further and further, going to be a very late game force of nature.
I think that all 4 of those Baron buffs stayed on Mithril Knights the entire duration. Look at that. Good job to them. They did narrow the lead. It was 9,000. Now it's down to 5. So, do they have the pressure now to fight? AP Ash Forever walks into the charm, takes huge amounts of damage, is going to get the shield, does not get knocked up by Eternal, but has very little to do in the next fight. Sparks the God has shown up, wants to go on to Derry. The fight is on to Geo as well. The rest of Mithril Knights have shown up. The Encore goes wide. Scatter the Weak will stop them for now. Eternal wants to get rid of the Blast Cone, so there are fewer avenues of interruption. AP Ash Forever has to be so careful. Rapcore is in the wings, but this Drake is Filmies.
And a lot of that damage mostly coming from Derry and from
Aderbug might be in some trouble. Rapcore wants to go underneath the turret. Doesn't take a whole lot of damage. The armor and health in his kit, strong.
Yes. We can see where a lot of this damage is coming from on their team. Eternal making use of Rost and that anti-tank damage
Jackson wants to go on to Thresh. They do pick up that kill. Eternal wants to continue the fight. Aderbug jumps forward, does not have his flash, means he goes down. Now Jackson and Layson trying to get the damage down onto Geo and to Derry. They do manage to take down Derry. Jackson is very strong on this Lee Sin, but he's knocked up and then he's charmed, and Geo helps secure yet another kill.
And yeah, meanwhile, top lane Sparks is still trying to keep Rapcore off of that turret.
I think it's working okay, but the problem is the separate... Filmy is so far ahead, they can sacrifice the split push.
Yet Rapcore is enough of a threat to just Cho'Gath that they can keep Cho'Gath there away from the rest of the team.
Rapcore gonna get those hits in there. Feral Scream, again, doesn't deal a whole lot of damage, but now it's a 2v1. Eternal wants in on this. Gets the knockup, has the extra damage on the bonus health from the Cho'Gath, but he stays alive, keeps the turret alive. What's the next play here for MK? Can they make this a victory?
The next play I would say for them, like that mid tower is very low. Dragon's in 3 minutes, Baron is in 30 seconds. I would say to go for that Baron, but it's going to be a very tough fight because Filmy is going to be setting up for that Baron right now.
Yes, and Filmy already has vision all over that north side jungle as well. There is no approach that Mithril Knights can reasonably take, except for that path along the second entrance, or I guess technically it's the fourth entrance into the jungle up there, the lane brush.
The very top
You know what-
side.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And it's the only way they can get in there undetected. But will we have a fight before instead? Sparks the God is leading the way. Aderbug Jackson and AP Ash Forever are here. Teleport is available for Layson. Do they see him? Rapcore might get the drop. Aderbug is going to die before the play even starts. And will he make it a double kill? He jumps into the Zhonya's and jumps forward as well. AP Ash Forever goes down. It was the double. Sparks the God only has a quarter of his hit points. He's going to go down. Jackson as well. Layson is all alone. A 4-for-0 in the jungle means that Derry and Eternal push with Rapcore, and they're going to take an inhibitor.
I say that this very well could be the game that they're taking.
Yeah,
with
it just might be.
respawn
Layson
timers
goes
where they
down
are.
as well. That's all 5. The next person up is in 15 seconds, and that's Aderbug, so they at least get both of these turrets here. As long as their minion stays alive, they get it. And there it is. You've got both turrets down. The Nexus is exposed, and that Tristana's fed. That's game. Filmy are October's champions.
GG to both Filmy and Mithril Knights. It's certainly a show. We love to see it. Highlight of the entire match was the Baron steal.
So
And
good.
Is so good. We love to see it. We did see a little bit of the lane swapping, not quite in the way that we were originally thinking, but we did see a little bit of it. We did see some fights over grubs, so also certainly a good highlight of the match was the fight over grubs, and not so much over Herald, but we did have those early objective fights.
And I do need to say that Rapcore was quite correct. And I will put respect on the Akali from now on, because it was an amazing performance. Not flawless, like the Ultimate suggests, but it was great. He did everything his team needed. He had pressure, he built properly to defeat the lane opponent, and while it seemed odd just looking at the draft, quite effective. So congratulations to the 5-time champion now, Filmy. Good for them, and GG to the Mithril Knights, and to all of our teams who made it into the top 4. They fought real hard, and you know, the day is so long. Like, I'm looking at the Discord did this thing where they put a timer in the chat. I am at 7 hours and 21 minutes in this room. So, all right.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, as is customary, we do have our interview. Please welcome once again the victorious Geo. What? Never mind. Hold on. We're gonna get Geo. Sorry, I heard him in here, and I thought that we were ready to go. That's on me, everybody.
All right, let's get some chants in chat. Geo, 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 Geo.
Hey,
Hey,
Gio,
guys.
welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Another month, another win. Let's try to make it a habit.
All right, so talk to me about the what is it about today that was different? Because our pattern was a weird semifinal and then an overriding final. Today was the opposite, where you slammed into Team Unknown and then had this back and forth with the Mithril Knights.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like later on into the day we started getting really sloppy with our gameplay. We tried really aggressive plays and we overstepped sometimes. Mithril Knights were also a really strong team as well.
Yeah, one thing I did notice is that you were having a little bit more of a difficult time in mid lane during that last match. What do you do to keep yourself from tilting in those situations?
Yeah, it was quite difficult. I think that as long as I could try to get the wave in and just help my team on the other sides, it'll be better. And I switched up the build too to go more defensive and CDR just to make sure I get more charms out so we can get more game making plays.
Was the Kane pick something that you wanted, or was it a takeaway from the other team?
Our jungler was very comfortable picking Kane, and we noticed that the enemy jungler was also like not really a one trick, but he loved it as well. So once we won the coin flip, we decided like it had to be time.
Very good. And then talk to me about the Akali. Rapcore is popping off in the chat saying he loves it, does really well. What do you feel about that in the draft as well?
Yeah, I think they really slept on our top laner this entire tournament. They didn't give him enough respect, and he just had to show up.
Well,
Next time they'll have to give him more respect.
Absolutely, he performed quite well today in the finals at the very least. And you know what? Even in the semis, did a really good job as well. So, what's it like having a team so cohesive? Because if you're behind, someone picks up the slack. If Derry's behind, you pick up the slack. Everywhere around the map, everyone is just helping each other. What's it like playing with that type of an ecosystem?
Honestly, like I feel so grateful to have these players with me, right? Like having just someone to pick you up when you're falling behind, it feels amazing. I wouldn't trade these guys for anyone else.
I'd certainly agree with that statement. Having friends, not just teammates, but friends that you can rely on to pick you up when you're not doing well. Not just a lesson for League, but in life as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, Billy, any other questions for Gio?
I don't have any other questions.
Gio, anything you'd like to say before we wrap this up?
I just want to say thank you again, casters, and all the other players for joining. Another wonderful month. Also, the host for pushing back the tournament 1 week because of Clash last week. I'm really thankful for that.
That's right. We do try to be accommodating. Well,
Also,
Gio,
shout out to my team as well. Top laner performed amazing. Our jungler, he really stepped it up this game, and this entire series, honestly. ADC, Derry's of course, he's the man, and our amazing support, making all the roams and plays, upset life. Without these guys, honestly, I don't think we would be here.
we're glad you're here, Gio. Thank you so much for always being on our interviews. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for always having me around.
Heck yeah, man. Good night.
Thanks for being had.
Good night.
All right, everybody. That is going to do it for tonight. Billy, incredible games, lots
Absolutely.
of fun, and we're starting to have a shift here where Filmy is like what Team Unknown was in the beginnings of the PLC, what the Fall Guys were in the middle of our extended life, and now we're getting Filmy constantly in, and it's so exciting to see these other teams stepping up and getting so close to matching them in these tournaments. And I just am so grateful that we're getting that raised bar, all these amazing players and teams coming in and having such a good time with us.
new teams always bring new challenges, and new challenges bring fun games. So we love to see it all the time. We love to see the PLC grow, not just as a tournament or as a stream that we have, but as a community. We have a lot of stuff that goes on, not just during our tournaments, but in between all of them. We have teams with scrims against each other. We have casual players. It's a whole community that we've got, and it's something that I'm proud to be part of.
Same here. Well, everybody, that's going to do it for our broadcast. Don't forget that November signups are available. That will be for November 15th at our new start time, 12 p.m. Pacific. That is noon. December is also available, 12 p.m. Pacific, noon, on December 20th. So go get your team signed up for that. The link is available on our website, progenitorscircuit.com. That also has affiliate links to Freshen Up, our sponsor. I have had 2 of these today, and I'm feeling great. They've got great swag in addition to amazing flavors. And just like the commercial says, it doesn't taste chalky or anything weird like that. It's quite good. So hit those up. Sign up on Battlefy, on our website, either one, and we will catch you in November.